putting in the The time is here and now for the Birmingham 1v1 European Open, the final day of the first ever RLCS 1v1s. My name is Veracity and I'm super hyped to dive into 5 best of 7s today with all of my fabulous experts. We've got Fear as our very special guest. Fear, how did you enjoy the very first day?
It went great. I thought we got the fans, a lot of different 1v1 matchups, a lot of the 1v1 experience across the board. I'm sure we're going to have a lot more today. Hopefully a really spicy grand final to give them the full taste.
And CJ and Johnny, how did you boys think that the ones went? You feel like there's a lot more pressure on their shoulders than in comparison to threes?
I don't know. It's a weird one. I feel like, did we ask, I don't know who we asked, one of the pros, but they said threes certainly. Maybe Jack said he was feeling the threes a lot more than the ones, but I love the threes because you can blame someone, Johnny. You can't blame anyone else when you're playing 1v1. It's all on you.
Yeah, I feel like it's situational. 1v1, you're by yourself, obviously, so that's going to be stressful when you're in defense with no boost. But when you make a mistake, nobody's going to complain because you're the only one who lost because of that mistake. So that's, I guess, less pressure in that sense as well.
I mean, you say that, but we saw quite a lot of players speaking to themselves and kind of giving themselves a bit of a pep talk, blaming themselves throughout this series as well. And while some of our viewers might be thinking, you know what? Ones are certainly a lot easier. We thought, what better way than to put that to the test than by putting you guys through the exact same experience. So our casters duked it out in their very own 1v1s. CJ, how did you find the experience?
Yeah, got a sneaky little bye through to that semi-finals, which was fantastic. But, it was a great way to dive into the 1v1s. Obviously, the first time it's been implemented into the RLCS, and us talent thought we'd have a crack. And yeah, luckily enough to make it all the way to the final against the GOAT caster, and we'll find out if he's the GOAT 1v1er as well.
Johnny, bro, I gotta ask you, what happened? Quarterfinals? Out in quarterfinals?
Listen, back corner Barry over here, Shogun, is just
like, corner Barry, big time.
Back corner Barry playstyle, just dribbling the ball back. Like, listen, I've got to hand it to him. He's good at dodging demos because usually when somebody's back corner Barrying and just try to demo them, he's got eyes in the back of his head.
Well, you know what, boys? I think we should actually put it to our fantastic viewers and see what they have to say. Who do you think's better out of the two? Is it going to be Shogun or is it going to be CJ? CJ, are you willing to give us any kind of spoilers?
No way. No spoilers.
No way? All right. You know what? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Favorite, though.
I'm putting you on the spot. You're going to convince us and everybody that's watching right now why are you better.
I don't need to convince anyone. I think the CV tells the story. Multiple worlds 0-2s and eliminated, flying home on the first flight possible. And I think that's paid dividends for this 1v1 against Shogun, surely.
You know what? Regional pride on the line, as well as bragging rights. CJ, the fans have faith in you, 71% in favor of you. So you know what? Without further ado, let's go and find out exactly how that 1v1 went.
All right, let's do it. 2 men, 2 of the greatest 1v1 players from the opposite sides of the world. But here we are in the big one, the grand final, and he's slicing and he's dicing. It's lovely.
We're going back this way. I don't like that.
Yeah, you carry it back. You can take it back.
Not having any of this. Here. No, you're not. Don't try and demo me. You can't demo DeLorean. Johnny found that out. Guess where we're going?
You seem very defensive already. I feel like I don't know how to play this. Yeah, it's not a bad flick.
Not a bad flick. You'll never guess.
You're not going. Not again. Playing a lot of defense for someone that I feel like I am the favorite in this matchup. But
what do you mean you feel like you are the favorite? All right, I'm going to hazard a guess that you got 87% of the vote.
I hope I got more. Are you going low 50 on me? Are you serious right now? I feel like I'm playing. Are you? Can you stop doing that? Have I had any possession so far? Are you just? Can I ever push out? Oh my goodness, he's actually got me.
Oh, we got the one. No, why are you taking this from me?
Dude,
no, wait, how do I defend? How do I defend? How do you defend it?
Do you know how to defend?
No.
Oh no.
Oh, I've landed badly. Oh. Okay. Well, now
we've got
half the game without a goal.
Oh shoot! Hang on.
Yes! We're so in this!
What am I doing?
Well, that is a very heavy first touch.
Oh my goodness, he's just low 50 me.
CJ, you are 2 minutes away from the funniest result in Rocket League history.
I am fully aware of that.
And you'll never guess!
Oh my god.
I'll give you this much
Here he
space.
is.
So, why am I giving you that much space?
Here he is. Shogi.
Yeah? Oh, you can got this.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh.
He's missed.
Oh no. Oh no. No. No, it's right there.
Here he is. Close, close, close.
I'm never getting that back though.
Close, close,
No.
close, close.
No, it's all falling apart.
Yeah, I'm 4
He's
from
got
4.
4 shots, 4 goals.
Playing counter-attack rock.
Okay. Okay, give me a shot.
This is you, this is you, this is you, this is you. Come on. Come on now. Come on now.
Nah.
I mean, this is just the most defensive ones display I've ever played in my life. GG's! Let's go. Best of the casters. And now I take on the North Americans. I think that's the next step.
CJ, what do you have to say to all your fans, all your supporters, everybody that's supported your journey so far?
What a 1v1 match that was, firstly. That had everything. Solo plays. It had, well, I always say solo plays. It's always a solo play.
Always solo plays.
Aerial, triple flip resets.
I don't think it did, actually. That didn't make the final.
Shooting.
That didn't make the final edit, CJ. The triple reset. Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, not sure. I think Shogun edited that, so my
We're
blame
just
him.
gonna have
It was
to
actually,
take your word.
We did consider, we actually played another one after that. We thought that was really bad. That was really bad, but Shogun was more impressed with his first performance. I think the second one he lost by about 10 goals. So we
Oh, Shogun favorable editing again. This isn't the first time.
It could have been. He said, actually, I'm just going to use the first one. I can't be bothered showing the second one because I was clipping on him. But look, it's great. Honestly, this is probably the greatest achievement of my professional playing career. And as I said at the end, I'd love to take on the North American talent team as well with this recent success.
I gotta ask you,
Upwards.
NA talent, who are you gonna hope to take on?
Oh well, when we mentioned that we were doing the the EU talent 1v1, and I was saying, well, I'm gonna win this. I was talking to T-Bates. He's like, you ain't played me. You ain't played me. I guess we got to play T-Bates in that 1v1.
Yeah.
He still thinks he's the best of the casters, and I need to knock him down a peg.
I want to know from the chat who are they rooting for? CJ and T-Bet. Who do you guys think will come out on top?
I think I have to back CJ. He's my teammate, obviously, in threes. So I think he's probably going to destroy T-Bates, especially if it's on land. T-Bates has no chance because, he'll just get nervous and blame the PC again.
Fear, who you back in?
Facts.
I think I got to go with whoever has made more world championships. So I think I got to give CJ.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what, boys? Yesterday's games in ones certainly delivered, didn't it? We had Juicy kind of psyching himself up, hyping himself up. Mawkzy talking to himself as well. Any really surprising results jump out to any of you?
I think they were all kind of, well, I guess they were all to the favorite. So there were no surprising results in that sense. But coming into the event, Joria's would have been a favorite over Juicy. So Juicy's new level that he's been showing us in RLCS 1v1 is, I guess, the surprise if you go back a couple weeks ago. Not many people would have seen this coming.
I feel like the Nass and apparently Jack matchup was, it had us all on the edge of our seats. No, that reverse sweep was pretty sweet.
Ooh, what a series this was. I mean, I think we all pretty much predicted Nass coming in. It was a clean sweep across the board, Fear. But, you were kind of talking about it. Nass showing his first signs of nerves on the RLCS stage in once.
Yeah, I mean, according to him, his own words were that he was not nervous, but I've watched a lot of Nass games in my time, and what I was watching from him in the first few games was not the Nass I'm used to, but this was around when it started to turn around, and that was actually a great example of that challenge where he's no longer just letting Jack go to work. Ooh, unfortunate bounce.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, everything started to bounce Nass's way. The first first three games, everything like that was going Jack's way. Towards the end, Nass found his form.
Jack getting an open net there, that is a surprise if you're a long-time viewer of his content. But yeah, the card change from Nass was really important. He got the 4 wins after switching to the Octane, if I'm not mistaken.
You know what? CJ, your favorite match was the Trebl and Mawkzy showdown. Trebl put up an incredible performance. I'm so proud of him.
I mean, come on. Let's talk about the underdog stories that we've seen in the RLCS 3v3s, let alone the ones now with Trebl out of nowhere with one of the best 4-1 losses you have ever seen. This man came on to the RLCS stage under the spotlight and played his game. Mawkzy said it in the post-match interview after his win that, you know, he actually was a little bit concerned with this match. Trebl has started to get the upper hand, and a couple of close games could have gone either way, but Mawkzy's class prevailed. But certainly Johnny was one of the most entertaining ones we've covered.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely enjoyed this one. Trebl has not just surprised us with his presence in the top 6 of the event, but also his playstyle. He's just such an entertaining player, very creative, very aggressive, and also just very chaotic. It's impossible to get a read on him. It's probably the hardest time I've had as a caster. We, have the benefit, like you guys watching, with both players' perspectives, bird's eye view. We often get a better view of the match than the players do. I had no idea what was going on for most of the time, especially in that 4th game. Trebl is just, he's very random, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of him today.
Well, even Mawkzy said it, right? He said he felt like Trebl was incredibly unpredictable, played his own game, and played it incredibly well as well. And you know what? Coming back to Nass, saying that he wasn't nervous, I don't believe it for a single second. He called for a timeout and then went to change shirts. Sweaty gamer, some might say. Is that a common strat? Go change your t-shirt between your series?
I don't think it's a very common strat. It's common for me when I'm done playing a 1 session, man. I also need a shirt change, so I don't blame him. But you know what? Nass is also a big decal changing. I hear that shirts are kind of like IRL decals, so
yeah, they are.
Maybe he just needed to change his IRL decal to feel a little bit better.
You know what? I like that from you, IRL decals. I'm going to use that from now on. But you know what? We also had a lot more interesting plays as well. So Fitz, you want to go ahead and take me through the Juicy and Joria's showdown?
Yeah, we got the top 5 plays from yesterday. I will kick it off for you guys with number 5. It is Juicy the Gentlemate against Joria's. Juicy gonna take this one up to the ceiling, fight through a bump off of Joria's, and tap it in on the ground double. A nice boost steal here to stay out ahead of him. Juicy, quick to react and get a nice play.
Sorry, the same series. You can pull that bad boy up. It's going to be Jorius with an absolute...
I think we've lost CJ. Have we lost CJ? 1 in chat if you've lost CJ. If you can hear CJ, give us a 2 in chat. Let's find out.
Give it 2 IRL.
This flick is outrageous, by the way, just quietly. How has he done that? Jarius with a huge flick from distance. No, that was one of many in the series. We also saw a lot of fakes yesterday. This is a very common move in ones these days. The flip reset either on the ceiling or the ball, and then the mind game, faking the shot high. Okay, it looks like they do have him. Sorry, CJ, I ruined you, but I was concerned there. I thought you guys had lost CJ, but I'm very glad to know you haven't. So CJ, take it away.
Wait, well, no, I can't take it away, Johnny, because I can't see anything. This is my man, Trebl. This is what I'm talking about. I am so back. Look at the backwards wave dash into the bump. He actually tried this a little bit. I know it's the same game or maybe the game before, but it was fantastic. Number 1, though.
The number 1 play, Dralii. This was an amazing fake flick into pre-flip shot. This is something that I've seen players attempt a lot, and they don't hit it. But when it comes to Dralii, if he's going for something, he's got the perfect execution. Just a great pop top left, number 1 play.
And taking a look
of
at how EU 1v1s have continued to shape up. I'm super excited for this Juicy Trebl showdown. Yesterday, Mawkzy said it himself. He said, you know what? I don't want any French players to get eliminated, but I think Juicy might be thrown off his game a little bit. What do you think, Fear? Is that plausible?
Yeah, I think that Trebl is a wild card, and I feel like Mawkzy had a lot of nice things to say about Trebl in general. But if you look at Juicy's resume, I think Johnny actually brought this up yesterday. If you kind of like hide the names necessarily and just look at everybody he's beat, it actually looks really, really good. He is only dropping to Mawkzy. Everybody else he has handled well. So I think, going into it, you gotta favor Juicy in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to know from the fans. Johnny Boy, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think this is the unpredictable match, the Trebl Juicy one, but I reckon I'm leaning Juicy because I have to respect the performances he's putting up this weekend. If Trebl makes a run, though, this would just be something special. And Dralii will have no idea what's about to hit him in that semi-final.
Well, you know what? It's not only EU that we've got on show and on offer as well. We've also got South America that have been duking it out as well. And you know what? For their bracket in particular, I want to give props to KV1. Only losing one series, that was in Swiss, to Swift, out of the 8 series that he's played so far. And you know what? Meanwhile, Swift has gone undefeated so far. So I don't know which way this is going to go. What are you boys thinking?
He's put on a clinic, Swift. He's looking fantastic so far. KV1, his only loss was to that man in the other side of the semi-finals, straight through to the top 4. Checking out the highlights, Swift and Wisty, the Brazilian duo, always going back and forth. We've seen them feature prominently in the off-season as well. And yeah, Swift, I guess he's the tournament favourite right now.
Yeah, Swift, he's unreal. He's already made the major, of course, in the 3v3 portion. And now he's looking to do it again. He's got the Team Secret qualification for 3s. I think he'd be a great representative for South America, but there's a few of these guys who would be, to be honest. And if you want to see somebody who's not in the 3s event qualify, then I guess your best pick is Wisty, like we mentioned yesterday.
Well, we've also got Jan. He's been making a little bit of a lower bracket run. We believe in the Jan power.
Oh yeah, Yan the Man is one of the most exciting players I've seen. There was definitely a big segment of time where he was grinding 1v1 show matches and tournaments, and it was often when he was in North America when he could get a little bit better ping. He hasn't been much of a high ping 1v1er like some of his other South Americans have, coming over and getting wins on 140 on NA. But he's playing South American 1v1 now. He's playing on low ping against his fellow South Americans, and he absolutely clutched it up yesterday. A nice 4-0 to advance in the lower bracket.
Strong performance, but unfortunately, Veracity for Yan, he's got that tough side of the bracket over in Sam. Wisty, KV1, he has to get through as well. Swift is chilling. He's the Dralii of Sam, chilling on the other side of the bracket.
You know what? I believe in KV1. I believe in the dream. I feel like he's going to make it happen. But regionally, while South America is looking pretty hot, pretty strong, Fear, I believe you've got some pretty big brain plays that took place for EU.
Yeah, we're going to look at the Naster class. We're going to look at Nass versus Jack, that Game 7. Some of the plays that happened leading up to the final play, and we'll break down the final play a little bit more. But there was a little trend here at the beginning of the game in which Jack made a few mistakes that Nass was able to capitalize. So as we watch this replay play through, we're going to see Nass playing out of his back right corner. In this case, he's able to beat Jack up to the ball. Didn't have as much boost as Jack did, but saw the timing of the challenge and worked it out. And now here, Jack getting baited in by Nass into the back corner. Good heavy touch, puts him way out ahead, and he's able to get another goal. And then one more time. This time, it's going to be a fake. So Nass is just throwing Jack off of his kilter, and now Jack forced back, awkward, not able to make the save on the flick. But then we get to the crucial moment. This is that 5-5 moment where next goal is probably going to decide the game. We have Nass on a diagonal kickoff, and he is going to get goal side of the kickoff and force it to the right. So as we watch here, Jack maybe not getting there as quickly or as goal side, so he's able to push it out heavily into the corner, and then he's going to box Jack out as he tries to grab the boost and push Jack to the back wall. So we'll watch this as it goes forward. Jack flips first. I think Nass able to read that, push him away, pick up the 100, and now he has Jack in jail. He's got Jack on low boost on the back wall. It's really awkward to try and pull this ball down off the back wall and do it clean. Nass knows that, so he's going to hang out right at the end of the curve in order to either force a 50 or some sort of play with Jack. So as we watch it forward, he does just that, ends up even getting a bump on Jack as well, forcing it to the opposite corner and stealing the 100 boost. This happens a lot in 1v1 where you go back and forth between the 100 pads, stealing them and starving the person out. Now Jack on 0, Nass knows what he wants to do is lob the ball high so that Jack cannot get to it. And again, soft shot, but keeps it high so that there's nothing he can do, and picks up the other boost. He made sure not to get here too fast so that it hadn't respawned. It has respawned, so he'll pick up the 100. He'll force Jack into an awkward challenge on the back wall. He'll end up having to reverse. A 50 will eventually lead to a good play. So as we watch here with Nass, Jack thinks about going up. Nass pulls it away from the back wall, forcing Jack into this awkward challenge. Nass prepares for the 50, rolls it up the back wall, and then snipes Jack, who's not going to be able to dodge a demo on 0 boost. And Nass gets the goal and wins the game.
You know what,
Yeah,
we've got so many great talents across various regions, Johnny. Go on. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention, I tuned into Jack's stream right after that moment, and he was obviously reacting to it. He said, oh, I should have dodged that demo, which is obviously holding himself to a pretty high standard there, that he thinks that's a playable position. But he took it really well, actually, the loss. I was pretty impressed. He didn't seem too, bothered by losing. He said he enjoyed competing, which is pretty cool to hear.
I think for some of our players as well, I know we've spoken about it before, the fact that, you know, nerves might be getting the better of them, but when we start to look at the other regions, they've got some incredibly young talents amongst them. And I would have guessed and assumed that pressure might get the better of them as well. But for APAC in particular, Johnny, is there anybody that really shocked you?
Well, the big one is actually Risk, an Indonesian player. He's 14 years old. He made top 4, which is really cool. So, you know, good job to him. He's made all the main events in APAC 3v3 this year. He's finished 9th, and 7th with his team. So looking forward to seeing more of him because he's clearly a very good player. Sphinx, the best APAC resident, nearly winning the grand final against Shadi, who we've been told didn't realize he couldn't play the MENA 1v1 tournament next split if he played this one. So he thought he could just go play the APAC tournament kind of as a warm-up for RLCS 1s in MENA, which he planned to play. But you can't do that. And if he'd read the rules, he would have known. So that's really unlucky for him in a way, but also congrats on the win. It was a great grand final all the way to Game 7.
Did the result kind of shock any of you boys, seeing Shadi come out on top over Sphinx?
I mean, he's got the runs on the board for you. He's a top ones player over in MENA as well. Just a top ones player worldwide. So he's able to get the job done. Was obviously rooting for Sphinx to get the job done in his home region, but he put up a good fight.
Yeah, I am excited to watch Sphinx in general, and this is actually a really good result for Sphinx, even losing, of course, a tough break here at the end of the game as Shadi is end up pulling this out. But bummer backflip there. But Sphinx is playing well. I'm actually really excited to see Sphinx. Maybe I can convince him to play some 1v1s when he's on LAN with some other players, because I think he's somebody that everyone's really excited about watching in APAC for 3s. But hey, why not throw him into some 1v1s as well?
Fear, ever the content machine. I love that movie, right? But you know what? Ones comes with its own little bundle of new rules, new regulations, and a lot of firsts as well. So boys, in particular, I feel like the timing of timeouts had a huge impact on the gameplay that we saw yesterday. Johnny, did any of those timeouts take you by surprise?
Well, we've seen a couple of interesting timeouts being called by winning players who win a game and call a timeout. And we thought maybe initially that could be disrespectful. Well, not in a bad way, more in like a content disrespect kind of way. But now we think about it some more and we talk to the players who did that. It seems like, you know, the fact it's 1v1, they just want a break, you know, coming out of a really tough 1v1. They're like, you know what, I want an extra break. I'm just going to call a timeout because I feel like I need an extra minute. Maybe run to the like Nass did, change t-shirt, maybe go, I think,
change decal.
What was it? Trebl said he's going to wash it. Yeah, change IRL decal, wash his hands. Yeah, you don't have to worry about cooling your teammate down if they're on a good streak or in a good rhythm. You just do it if you want to.
We saw as well the forfeit strats. You know, Trebl kind of refused to forfeit no matter if he was 10-1 down, and then other players go a couple goals down and they go, you know what, we're going next. I know Gibbs was so confused when your tournament life's on the line and you call GG's 3-0 down with 15 seconds left. But all mind games, I think it's all a part of it, and getting to see the player camps as well, seeing the tilt from the players has been a huge factor, which has been fun to watch.
Do you feel like the forfeit in itself is a bit of a mental game? Like, Fear, do you feel like if you knew that your opposition has just forfeited that game, you're in his head, rent-free?
Yeah, for sure. I think that the players who are forfeiting are thinking about it more themselves over the course of the years. There are early forfeiters and there are like never forfeiters. You could definitely see certain trends. Atow had the earliest kind of questionable forfeit, and honestly, I actually wouldn't expect him to be one of those early forfeiters, but there's definitely some guys I'm thinking of in NA who are like, they want to get out. They want to get out. It's not going well. Get out. Give me a new game. And it works for them. It works for them. They go ahead and then they instantly pop back in. Clearly staying in there is going to hurt their mental. They just don't want to hurt it anymore. For Atow, I think it ended up paying out, but what can you do?
I feel like having started this journey with 4,000 players in 1v1s, and now we are down to only 6. And of course, the winner of this EU Open will be facing off live at LAN in Birmingham against the South American #1 player as well, which is another reminder, if you have not yet got your tickets for Birmingham, make sure you go ahead, scan the QR code and get purchasing. Boys, are you excited for Birmingham?
Oh, of course. It's a Rock League LAN with 1v1 included. I mean, sign me up, but yeah, the 3s event's pretty cool as well, I guess.
Yeah,
we like the online Rock, but LAN Rock is just better. It's just different. The magic happens on LAN. You never know what you're going to get. So any LAN is exciting, and first one of the season is always going to be great.
I hope to see something crazy from ones. A lot of people were saying, oh, 1v1 is not ready for LAN. They think the players are going to like play super safe. I have definitely seen that on some other LANs not be the case. And these guys play really the most exciting style. And it's so easy for crowds to watch. I think the crowd's going to go crazy. I think it's going to pop off on LAN. At least that's definitely my hope.
As if, you know what, the pressure of competing on the big stage in front of a massive crowd wasn't bad enough. You're also competing for $10,000 to your name as well. I just have this image in my head. I want to see Trebl, being the underdog that he is, come into RLCS, the first of its kind in a 1v1 stage final. Oh, it just writes itself.
Imagine. That's exactly what I'm looking for, but he's got a long road ahead if he's going to make it all the way through, starting off with that juicy matchup. I mean, it's so stacked, this final top 6.
It's just ridiculous. The thing about this is, you know, we talk about 4,000 players initially, 4,200 or something, down to just 6. By this point in a 3v3 event, you're in the grand final when you just got 6 players left. But today, that's you know, just the start of the show. That's, you know, just how difficult it is to go all the way in once.
Well, you know what, Juicy, with the dominant performance that he has had thus far, going up against the underdog. Fear, have you been kind of taken aback by Juicy's performance so far?
You know, Juicy's a little bit of a surprise in the sense that he's hidden his game a little bit, but we've seen him high on the ones leaderboard, and he's stayed consistent with that position with his results so far, handling Jory's, handling everybody but Mawkzy. So it seems like he may not have the edge to go over the top of the favorites we've talked about, but Trebl is not one of those favorites. He is one of the wild cards. It'd be an insane run from Trebl in order to take this one, and I think a lot of us are maybe rooting for it because he's been such a fun guy to watch, but you gotta favor Juicy.
I know you're saying you're rooting for it, but are we going to be rooting for it enough to put him as the winner in our predictions? Boys, thoughts?
Oh, come on, get your hashtag TR3s in chat. What are we doing? If I see any Juicies, I mean, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. Surely we're all going for Trebl here.
I want the Cinderella story, to be honest with you.
He's just stepping up, you know. I love the fact that he's been playing his game, Johnny, as we mentioned. So if he does that again, I mean, there's been worse 4-1 losses to Mawkzy, that's for sure. He is a chance in this one.
Yeah, no, Mawkzy wasn't lying when he said that Trebl gave him trouble, gave him a hard time in the middle of the match, because in the, you know, 2 games in, it's a tie. Games 3 and 4 were super close, and Mawkzy's probably thinking about that. Game 3 is a, you know, really, or game 4 is a really important game. He has to win that, otherwise you're tied again, and now the pressure's really on at the end of the series. Obviously, he got the job done, but Trebl is not to be underestimated.
You know, we've kind of bigged him up an awful lot. So on that note, let's go ahead and bring up the predictions. I hope you guys have put your money where your mouth is.
I've not. I'm going Juicy. I'd love to see the upset here, but I think yeah, I've got to respect Juicy's results this weekend. He's proven to be peaking at the right time. This is the best I've ever seen him play in once. And Trebl, I think this is where the Cinderella run ends.
I'm ready to see complete and utter tomfoolery again from Trebl. I just want to see the most random offense ever. Produce what he did yesterday. Just needs to find a bit more consistency in the defense, but it's been magical so far, and he can do it. I'm ready for the upset. Come on.
Trebl is going to come out with maybe some of the best moments, some of the favorite plays, even the way he likes to play. He can go crazy and get a couple highlights, but Juicy's going to come away with more goals in the end. He's going to be the winner.
I had to go for Juicy. As much as I would love for Trebl to walk away with a victory, I just don't see it happening, CJ. Oh, you know what, though?
66.
The Danish Prince has got to get the job done. It's got to be the biggest upset, and he's got to roll from here. Come on.
Well, you know what? In Trebl, we trust. It is the underdog versus the gentle mate, with tunes blasting and a fun playstyle to boot. Can Trebl take the Cinderella run one step further and come out on top and go on to face Dralii next?
And welcome, everybody. We are here for the first ever European 1v1 Championship Day. I am joined by Johnny Boy, and we got a good one here. We got the Cinderella story, the Danish prince himself, Trebl, versus Juicy.
It's me again. You can't get rid of me. Let's get into this. It's Albert Cornelius. I only just found out yesterday after the match that Trebl is Albert backwards. What genius.
Yeah.
As that is his real name. And he's going to be up by 1. And it's a fairly normal goal. Surely can't mess it up. Love that. He just turned away. Didn't even, no nonsense. Didn't even touch it again, which we have seen result in open net misses this weekend.
And we see, you know, these 2-goal swings. Like someone gets a kickoff possession, they go for it all, right? Juicy goes for everything there, doesn't get it done. Nice, easy save by Trebl to then put it to the side, but Juicy wins this boost here, so he'll get another opportunity to tie it up. Trebl going high, Juicy going low. Great read there. Can he turn it into the net? Trebl with the big-time save.
That's a huge save by Trebl, really up against it there. Juicy with the low 50 early. If Trebl is trying to get a read on Juicy's ground plays, he'll have made note of that mentally. And next challenge from him is likely to be a little bit lower. And in fact, he doesn't even need to challenge here. Juicy misses the ground shot, gives it right to him.
Trebl's going to try and take possession, but Juicy's looking for demos. Trebl does well to avoid it, but he's got 0 boost. He's just got to go for the power flick so he can go grab some boost while Juicy cleans this up off his backboard. Now Juicy going through the mid. Low boost, but still getting the dribble flick around Trebl, who was on 100. Well done for Juicy.
That's a phenomenal shot by Juicy. Wave dashes under the ball, and just in the nick of time, pops it top bins over Trebl's challenge. Now we got to remember, Juicy started pretty slow yesterday, so there's going to be an opportunity for Trebl to do something in the series early. Oh, he's kind of panicked there, wave dash, or tried to wave dash and just jumped to the spot. Juicy with a big kickoff win to the near wall. So as Juicy spawns right, he just forces the ball to the right as well. And Trebl being 2 side on, gets completely crushed.
So Juicy, all day yesterday, was trying to win those diagonal kickoffs to the outside. He actually lost a bunch to the inside, but occasionally, like his overtime winner versus Jorius, he went inside and won it and scored right away. So when he uses that inside win, he's normally using it to try and score immediately. We saw it with Trebl and Mawkzy. A lot of kickoff goals throughout the match. It was actually 30% of kickoffs were won. Trebl with the low challenge to take out Juicy, but there were so many kickoff goals versus Trebl. So we'll see if that plays a factor here, but Juicy went high there, expecting the flick, and Trebl just playing it cool, going low.
Yeah, really nice play by Trebl. Saw Juicy awkwardly situated. Juicy has 1 possession on the last 2 kickoffs. Looks like Trebl might get this one. It's a pretty contested possession, but if he plays this back, he has guaranteed mid boost. He wants the goal though. Oh, he doesn't want mid boost. He's just going to score it with a turning right flick.
The Trebl's all or nothing on these kickoffs. He just goes. He's got no boost, does not matter. Gets a brilliant flick to hit it high over Juicy. And this is what I'm talking about. So many goals on kickoffs on the first possession because Trebl is all or nothing. Like, he'll give up a bunch, but he'll also score a bunch. He scored 11 kickoff goals versus Mawkzy last time around, but he gave up 12, and here is another one to Juicy off the kickoff, winning it, and this is what we're talking about. Trebl's all or nothing. He's going to challenge on every kickoff.
I mean, that was just strong, really strong from Juicy mechanically, because usually standard kickoff against wave dash, you're losing the race to the ball. Juicy wins it because he just had that much better of a hit on the ball. A bit of a weak hit again by Trebl, but after the fake back corner boost grab, he is going to just keep pressure on the ball. Now he has to back down. Juicy big boost advantage, early flick. Trebl intentionally hitting it into his own crossbar. Probably wanted to keep that a little bit closer as things are. It's Juicy again, but notice that adaptation by Trebl. He knows the low 50 could be coming, so he stays lower in the challenge. It's a much better hitbox on it. And same again. Just look at the goal side. Beautiful. Wow. Half flip by Trebl to recover and get another clear.
That looked like it was going in no matter what. Great fake by Juicy, but Trebl reads it the whole way and just was behind the ball just enough to get the angle. He gets a little bit caught out here, but Juicy throws it wide. And a really bad bounce for Juicy, but he still wins it. I think he faked Trebl out, thinking he was going to go back. So Trebl moves forward, and Juicy just does a quick double jump to take it.
Yeah, it's really awkward timing there from Juicy. He played that at a kind of time that Trebl wouldn't expect him to go. Trebl's thinking he either goes immediately or he doesn't go at all. And then Juicy actually just delays, waits a little bit, and then takes the ball up. So it looks like Trebl should be taking control of the kickoff here. Oh, he maybe could have shot that, but Juicy landed on him. You know, one thing you got to look out for at once is you don't, just because the kickoff goes into your half doesn't mean you've lost it. Trebl there had the ball in his half. He can still take control though if you played it properly. So you can get advanced wins to the back corner even in 1v1.
Yeah, we saw like through kickoffs. I went back and watched every kickoff from these two guys yesterday. And Trebl won 38% of kickoffs. He gets a free goal. It's free. Free for Juicy. I'm sorry, like I thought it was the opposite way around. It was just the own goal. It's just free. Oh my lord. Trebl, no.
He's laughing at it in the camera. I love this guy's attitude, but he tried
is
to
the
hit it into
entertainment.
the back corner, into the bottom corner of his own net.
This is the entertainment factor that we get when we see Trebl on the field, and this is why everyone is rooting for this guy to go further, because you just never know what's going to happen. Here's Juicy off the ceiling, getting a good defensive save here, and should be able to redirect it in, so great challenge by him to go up 3.
That's just clinical. Clinical from Juicy. Great understanding of the aerial challenge as well. He just played it to the sidewall, didn't go straight through into the direction Trebl was coming from. And then he slots the open net to go up 6-3. Trebl could be in a bit of trouble here.
Another
Juicy's
kickoff.
Kickoffs in this game have been so impressive, and he scores another one.
And this is the one fact with Trebl is his kickoff game. It's all or nothing, and I get that. Like, when you're an underdog, you kind of have to go for that and hope for the randomness to go to your side. But right now, Juicy is winning most of these, and it's trouble in for Trebl.
He needs to, I think, go to a different strategy, because right now we're seeing mostly wave dash kickoffs and standard kickoffs from both players, and Juicy's winning. So if Juicy's winning the majority, it's really up to Trebl to change the strategy. The main one he can go to is a pretty easy one. You guys can try if you're having the same problem in your games. Just delay the kickoff in some way. Just change the timing. Because even if you don't win, you're still doing something different, giving Juicy something to think about.
But Juicy's just winning these low challenges as well. It's keeping Trebl on his back foot. Trebl just keeps jumping, expecting a shot at some point. Another jump there, but
that's it.
he holds strong. The 50-50 challenge does go in off the post. Saved by Juicy. Trebl, though, double tap attempt.
Triple.
Can it triple tap? He hits it. Trebl is still in this game, only down 3 with a minute left.
My goodness, you just can't get enough of this guy. He's triple tapping on Juicy's head because he can. Game on, 57 seconds to go. If he can just get kickoff possession here, this is absolutely a comeback possible.
Another neutral kickoff. Trebl went for those a lot versus Mawkzy to keep the ball from going sideways. Juicy, though, wins the possession.
Wow.
Trebl turned it away.
That half flip out of the challenge from Trebl was disgusting. He completely baited a shot from Juicy. Now he's got a boost advantage after the fact. If he can
Awkward.
if he gets a chance to score, that has much time for Juicy to grab boost.
Just like Eat could have handbraked maybe a little bit more and turned on it, then just got confused on what he wanted to do. But this is just wasting the clock down. Not a good sign for Trebl. He's got to score here.
Yeah, he does fake the long-range air dribble, drops it into another one. He's looking for Juicy, wants to see if he's in a bumpable position. But Juicy is playing this one out so carefully, so safely. Trebl forced to go, no other option. And Juicy knows that. Stay skill side of the ball. And Trebl's in the post. So if there is any last second comeback attempt, there is, well, that's now gone. Juicy taking game 1.
Yeah, and that was with, what, 3 kickoff goals, I think, as well. That were just
And an
right
own
off the
goal as
bat.
well.
And an own goal. So Trebl, like, really won game 1, I think.
So
in the
who's
hearts
the real
of
winner, yeah.
Chat. Yeah, exactly. Like a chat, like, put down 1 if you think Trebl won that game. But Juicy, he'll take it. He'll take it. There was a lot of mistakes there by Trebl. You expect that at times from an inexperienced 1v1 player when it comes down to, like, these big-time moments. We know Juicy, you know, he's a major MVP as well, so, like, he knows how to perform when it matters most. But he'll take that one. That was a little bit of a freebie by Trebl. I think he'll clean it up. I think both of them will clean it up going into game 2.
Yeah, well, the main thing for Trebl, and you'll hear us say this a lot today, if one player is consistently controlling the possession, Trebl needs to change up the kickoff strats. He's losing too many of them.
Yeah.
He's not losing all of them. He's not losing them all really badly. But if you're conceding possession every time, or the majority of the time, it's up to you to change something up. And I know he does have other strategies to go to, so hoping to see some of them in game 2.
So I'm going to talk about my numbers now, because that was very high scoring and going back and forth. Every time I brought one up, a goal was scored. So really quickly, went through every single kickoff yesterday. Trebl, he only won 38% of kickoffs versus Mawkzy, but, you know, that's Mawkzy, right?
Mawkzy, yeah.
You expect that. Juicy won 55%, but pretty much all of his wins on diagonal kickoffs were to the outside. Very few were to the inside, but when he does win it inside, he scores immediately. So he lost a bunch inside. He lost actually 12 to Joris, only won 4 of them, but 3 of those turned into goals. So we'll see if Juicy continues that on the diagonal kickoff, going more outside, and then occasionally throwing in one of those inside kickoffs.
We'll have to wait and see in the next one, because we did have this rate spawn for kickoff number 1, which doesn't have an inside or outside. It's just in the middle.
That's true.
Big challenge again by by Trebl. He's had a few of those, and this time he gets caught on the end of it. Juicy with the most open net of the day award, and he's going to slow roll it just because he can.
Now, so if you're the favorite, Johnny, and it's the first goal of the game, do you waste time here, or do you want as much time on the clock? Because favorites, if there's more time, should win more games, right?
I feel like in a tie game or leading scenario that I love the slow play all the time, slow play in the open net, just because it's just for the mental. Oh, there was a shot by Juicy. Trebl thought that was coming at him high as Juicy got the reset on the ceiling and then faked a shot high, wave dashes to underneath the pre-jump. Yeah, it's tough to spot that one coming and impossible to react to.
And Trebl's just got to figure out these kickoffs, because Juicy right now is getting full possession on many of these, and every time he gets possession, he's scoring well. But Trebl does win this one. See what he can do off the bat here, but Juicy reads him well. A little bit of a too hard of a touch there by Trebl, so he couldn't get any angles on his shot. So Juicy will take this out.
Yeah, he eliminated all of his options with the first touch off the wall after the kickoff, Trebl. And this is a really difficult shot he's attempting. Tried the full pitch air dribble, didn't get a good takeoff for that one either. And now the pre-flip flick. Oh, it's got destined to the top corner. What a save by Trebl on that. But Juicy is on fire at the moment. Trebl in massive trouble. And it's a little bit of an accidental fake by looks of things from Juicy. Nearly bounces in. Trebl survives for the time being.
Looks like he just ran out of boost at the wrong time there. Trebl, though, getting the challenge win, but he gets bumped. Cannot secure the goal. Juicy on no boost, getting a great defensive stop and gets that corner boost, and now he's on the attack.
Just so impressive defensively by Juicy. These bumps on Trebl as Trebl's lining up open nets and free shots. Really messing with the Danes' timing. Trebl reset from close range. He's finally on the board.
Great shot here, and I think this is just a good confidence boost as well for Trebl, because not a lot of things were working for him, but great little flip reset touch over Juicy there to bring it to a one-goal game.
And Juicy sticking to that outside kickoff that he has been prioritizing. This time he is going to lose it, though. Great recovery by Trebl. Low-scoring game, predominantly due to Juicy's defense, and again, he just gets very far forward and then focuses on physical play on his recovery. Boost management has been a different level between these two players, Gibbs. I think Juicy's really showing his class in that regard.
Yeah, but I think his one weakness yesterday playing Jorius was when do you challenge, when do you not. He was in no man's land a lot. That was also because Jorius's flicks, too, were just on point. But so far, being very aggressive throughout this match, that's exactly how he wants to play it and doing very well with it.
And Trebl still within a goal. Pre-jumps and then bails on it. That looks like it's grounded. Juicy! Polar pitch. Oh my goodness, what a response by Juicy. Saw the pre-jump, bailed back down to the ground, but he had another thing planned.
That is now 2 ground pinches in this game alone for Juicy. Well done by him, using every inch of this arena to make good use of it, and Trebl just cannot get the read. He's just being read every time on defense, and Juicy is just on fire.
You know, we talked in the mid-game or between-game portion about Trebl's desire, Trebl's need to win more kickoffs. He is winning them in his back corner now. There's a reset high. Juicy saves it. That's obviously something he's very accustomed to challenging and reading in 3v3. And being such an experienced player in ones as well, that was kind of a routine save for Juicy, even though it was a pretty high-level shot by Trebl to all in. And it doesn't result in a goal. Gets counter-attacked.
And that's always the hard thing when you have the ball full possession. You want the craziest shot, right? Because that's what you'll need to score. But if you mess it up at all, you're all in. It's just a quick counterattack goal. So you kind of have to mix in those shots where you're not trying to do everything all at once. Juicy here, though. Great aerial dribble. Better save, though, by Trebl. And now he's on the counterattack. Let's see if he can get something done. Nice little flip off the wall, but Juicy is there to read it. Now Juicy, back and forth we go on the counterattack, tries to snipe the bottom right corner, cannot get it.
Juicy's defense this game has been just a different level. Trebl is having real problems. He's really pushing himself to try and get goals at any cost, and unfortunately the cost has been counterattacks after he's failed to score. He's centered the ball for Juicy here as well. That's still going to be a good recovery save from Trebl. Has he baited Juicy in? Decides to slow play the counter. Juicy sticking around. That's a great turn and challenge. Trebl now starting to run out of time as we get close to that final minute, and he still only has 1 goal to his name.
Juicy so aggressive, but here he gets beat by Trebl. He somehow gets gets back to make the save. Juicy just on defense is doing everything right. With Trebl with a nice little back flick, and still it doesn't matter. Juicy is there.
That was a ridiculous setup for an air dribble by Trebl, but Juicy is in his way. It just seems like Juicy's entire playstyle and defense. Nice dodge there on the demo by Trebl. Juicy's just, he's everywhere Trebl doesn't want him to be. And
yeah.
With 44 seconds left, now he has to go all in, does Trebl. There's no option to wait for a better chance. This is it, full pitch air dribble. He's gonna get a reset after one more touch. Did he get it? Oh, he looks like he might have missed it, but the ball's bounced on the crossbar.
Unfortunate for Trebl. He'll give up this goal. This could be a forfeit, like if Trebl knows how to forfeit, because we know he wasn't sure how to call a timeout yesterday. So we'll see how that all plays out. But Juicy looks very much like he will take this game. Trebl will stay alive here, just trying to learn a couple kickoffs. It's not a bad idea when you're down 4 here. He will win this one with no boost, though.
He wants another good. He's just trying to score to get some momentum going into the next game. It's been all Juicy. Juicy's defense has been exemplary in game 2. It was the kickoff and the possession. In game 1, it's been the defensive end that's been the difference. In game 2, let's see if Trebl calls a timeout. He called his timeout after winning yesterday. After winning, I think it was game 2 against Mawkzy.
Yeah.
This time, he has not called one. So he's just readied up, and we're going to be heading in game 3 with no timeout call.
I think he's saving it for a bio break if he ever needs it at any point, because you just never know. But for Trebl, it felt like this game, it was just the defense of Juicy. It looked like he downloaded the entire playbook of Trebl and just knew what he was going to do every single time. And also on the offensive side, he read Trebl like on those 2 free jumps as well to then go for those ground pinch plays or the low pinch plays as well. So like Juicy just read everything correctly throughout this game.
Yeah, I want to see maybe if I was to ask for one thing from Trebl, who's still just vibing to his playlist. We do need to get a hold of that playlist.
Yes,
for a lot if you want to know what he's vibing to be in such a great mood and to just be having such a good time in such a high pressure situation. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see a timeout after the next game, because he's running out of water there as well. Probably going to need to go refill that glass. But anyway, I was going to say, I would like to see him maybe speed up the attack every now and then. Because one thing I've noticed with Trebl's offense is he likes to slow play the attack, come at Juicy with resets, air dribbles, and even he triple tapped what could have maybe been a double in the last game. And he takes one extra step, it seems, quite often. And if he can just skip one of those steps, hit Juicy a little bit faster, I think it might work out occasionally.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here on the kickoff. Very neutral. That's what Trebl's been trying to do. He'll do the one jump and then the wave dash land almost every time he does a kickoff. And it didn't matter there. Again, Juicy wins the kickoff on first possession, gets the goal.
It's just rinse and repeat for Juicy. Treble's in such a tough spot, because if he doesn't challenge, then Juicy's just going to wave dash the shot low. If he does challenge, Juicy's perfectly situated to shoot the ball on demand whenever he wants. And again, here comes Juicy, and he's going to start a similar play from the ground. Trebl with a proactive defensive challenge. Decent boost management after the fact as well.
Yeah, that's nice to hold about 50 in the tank and land on that 12 boost pad. But for Juicy, he knew that he was red and bailed out immediately and just grabbed corner boost to conserve his boost as well. So both players doing well on the boost conservation, but Trebl just beats Juicy off this sidewall. Just a favorable bounce for him, and Juicy just caught sleeping here.
Well, you know, take notes. Trebl is showing everybody a great little move to set yourself up in ones. You can get the situation in 2v2 as well in your own games. The key factor there is that he's already pointing his card down the wall as he's making the touch into the sidewall. So he can immediately get middle and catch up to his own pass. If you don't do that, then the turn will slow you down too much, and that shot's no longer up.
Juicy with another kickoff win. It feels like he's won about 80% of these throughout this match so far. And here, the brilliant fake. Trebl tries to do a little misdirection going off the inside of his goalpost, but it does not matter. Juicy reads it the whole way, and nothing's getting by Juicy right now.
Yeah, it's a great fake by Juicy. Trebl, you know, we talked about maybe trying to speed up an offense. He does. It's weird that he slow plays offense so much, but in defense, he is just full speed ahead. Juicy's dribbling into the middle slowly. Trebla's thinking, well, how can I play this quickly? I'll go for a flip reset on the inside of my post and then try to challenge. Yeah, didn't work out, and he's starting to fall out of this series a little bit here.
Yeah.
Kickoff win for him is big. Juicy is sticking around, and once again, Juicy just being annoying. He's refusing to give Trebl what he wants.
Yeah, you could call it a kickoff win, but Juicy got the boost. But Trebl does finally win it. Has a good scoring opportunity here. Great defense by Juicy yet again. And Juicy, again, nothing's going wrong for him. Every challenge is working on offense and defense, but Trebl has got to find something soon.
Here's a spot that Trebl should just go quickly at. Juicy has no boost. Trebl does gun straight for him, and there you go. Direct route one pays off. He had Juicy boost starved, and I love that he's just gone straight for the goal. If he takes any extra time, that just gives time for Juicy to pick up small pads. And he did not have that time, as Trebl went straight for it.
Yep, the aerial dribble bump so hard to defend, especially when you're flat-footed as Juicy was. So well done by Trebl there, but another kickoff loss here. So Juicy's just going to take it slow. Go back corner Barry, as you like to call it. Yeah, what's happening? But Trebl off the seal and a quick move on defense. We talked about defense. He's doing that offense, though, taking it a little too slow at times. But it makes it work here with the misdirection on the slow play. Well done for him.
Well, it's a bit fortunate from Trebl. Like, he misplayed the back corner touch just a little bit.
He did.
Invited Juicy back into the play, and then he accidentally dunks him on the follow-through. But credit to him, he was a player in the attacking position. You win 50s near the opponent's goal. They might just go in.
Another
Oh, what a shot. Juicy just sniped bar down and in with the kickoff. Just a quick flick here, no time wasted. Just pops it up and then gets under it with a flick. And Trebl was really hoping that was going to hit the bar and go out.
So I'm not counting, but I think Juicy has like 7 kickoff goals so far through these 3 games and like that was not happening when he played his last match. It was only 20% of the kickoffs went in on the first possession. Right now, though, Juicy has figured out Trebl's kickoff and is just making him pay. But Trebl's only down 1 goal here, but Juicy going for the air dribble bump. He gets it here. Trebl trying to shadow defense, but Juicy read him the whole way.
There's been a lot of fake pre-jumps by Trebl in this matchup, so this one didn't really do anything. When he jumps to the spot, Juicy ignores it and just continues with his plan of attack. You know, I mentioned earlier on I want to see more mix-up in timing from Trebl, and he's not done that, so that's definitely, in my opinion, one thing that's lacking from his game plan. He's continuing to just go straight on in, and yeah, this inside goal recovery off the post has failed both times he's tried it. So this is another pattern that we're noticing. He's not mixing up the kickoff enough, and he keeps hiding inside his goal for no reason.
He did that on back-to-back saves too. Like he jumped on the inside post to clear the first attempt and then goes for it again. Maybe it's one of those misdirections. Like he's not going to do it twice in a row, but it just didn't make any sense there. So Juicy will take a comfortable 3-goal lead here.
Yeah, it's a good play to keep momentum up, and it can.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more. It's not really a 1v1 thing. Oh, good shot, Trebl behind Juicy with a goal. He's still. I mean, we're talking about this match really negatively. It sounds as if Trebl is totally out of it because Juicy's had such control, such good control. But game 1 is close. This game's close. Trebl is still in this, and we know his mental game is incredibly strong. If he can just get 1, then the comeback could begin.
Both on no boost. Who's going to bail first? Trebl does, so Juicy will take the corner boost. No bumps happen, though. Trebl in an awkward spot. He does get the challenge by Juicy. Absolutely needed that.
Yeah, that's a great save. Trebl and I intercepting. Putting up together some good defensive stops back to back. Can he hit Juicy at the other side? There's that little brief flip cancel mid-flip before releasing it for the delayed launch. Oh, Juicy's caught him out. In no man's land, it's going to be 7-4. Trebl really trying to force the issue.
Yeah.
And Juicy sees everything coming. I mean, Trebl's covered in the wall there, thinking Juicy's going to try and play it up, but Juicy just cuts in field.
Yeah, I don't mind him trying to force something. He is only down 2 goals, but Trebl is just trying to figure out anything right now. But Juicy, again, it just seems like he's just reading him so incredibly well on all these plays right there. Trebl again goes for the fake jump challenge. Trying to throw Juicy off. Another jump challenge. Juicy is just going to park the car. He's just going to park the car and wait. Trebl is just going to jump like a bunny rabbit multiple times here, and it doesn't matter.
I mean, Juicy's just in his head. He's
no.
got such a good read on Trebl's defense in this matchup. He's realized that Trebl is going to try and throw himself at the ball. He's going to try and fake pre-jumps. He's going to try and flail around, try and bait Juicy into conceding the ball for no reason. Juicy's just waiting for all of that nonsense to be finished.
Yeah.
And then scoring or continuing to attack, steal boost, whatever it is. Juicy is getting productive plays, and Trebl, unfortunately for him, is not.
As a parent, it's kind of like when a kid has a temper tantrum and you kind of just got to let them get that energy out, and you just have to wait patiently. Wait for it. But Trebl here with the flip reset aerial dribble goal over Juicy is exactly what he needs here. Juicy even calls a nice shot on this one. Trebl, he's still alive.
And he's still got those peak moments where he just shows us what he can do. And that'll help all of his fans believe that he's still in this. Oh, there's the big inside kick.
The inside.
Juicy. He's invested so many kickoffs to the outside wall. He's conditioned Trebl to think that's where it's going to be going. And then he just slams it into the wall closest to him. And it bounces straight on target.
That's the exact goal he won game 4 overtime versus Jorius. A huge one in that match to keep his tournament hopes alive. So Juicy figuring out those diagonal kickoffs, figuring out the head-to-head kickoffs as well, puts in another kickoff goal.
Yeah, he's just brutal, isn't he? He's just so efficient. Trebl has not done enough to really confuse Juicy at any point in this match. And Juicy is on a fast track into the semi-final. Can Trebl gain any momentum late in the game? It is still, possible. Outside chance of getting 5 goals in under a minute in ones. It has happened before, but we're talking, maybe once all time. So now we're getting into unwinnable territory here. I think Trebl is just playing for momentum. Has he slotted this? Yes,
yes.
He's the 6th goal.
The double post, you love those goals. Just take up the whole entire net. Trebl, all right. A half a minute left, down 4, but it comes down to kickoffs now.
I think we've seen the goal technically. That wasn't actually in. It was bouncing across the goal. But I mean, he had to do something.
Yeah, I mean, he was sitting there. He's like, all right, this is basically in anyway. Why not tap it in? But it's going to come down to kickoffs at this point, and Juicy has been all over them throughout this match.
Oh,
so
no.
He'll get one, and Trebl gets the demo, but unfortunately, can't see the ball through the smoke and uncles.
Yeah, there's nothing going there. That is just super unlucky for Trebl. That bounces on target from that position. He would have had a free possession, but unfortunately, Juicy's pinch is, great pinch for Juicy to be fair, bouncing it in off the back corner. But that's going to be game to Juicy, and we might see that timeout be used. If Trebl is going to try and maximize his time in the RLCS main event, this could be his last chance to use it.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the no forfeits, because like I was confused a lot of times when people would forfeit. I'm like, yeah, you just never know, or you have more time to figure things out, because you can use this as a tactical timeout, right? Like, he's obviously not trying incredibly hard here. It's more about just a mental reset. You get a little bit of extra time. He does call the timeout here, so he will get the extra minute on top of that, but he could have forfeited and called the timeout and lost, 30 extra seconds. So well done by Trebl there to try and, maybe kill some momentum.
Yeah, now is the time for Trebl to really just dig up his bag of tricks, look up whatever weird kickoff strategy he's got. He needs to use it in this next game. He just has to, because he's been too predictable in this series so far from the center circle. And unfortunately, his tendencies in defense especially are getting picked up on by Juicy as well. So it's not just about their starting point being Juicy favored. All of Trebl's fake challenges, his fake pre-jumps, we saw the, inside of the post recoveries a few times. I think I misspoke at one point during this match saying that it hasn't worked, but it's worked, I think, once.
But then it was back-to-back, yeah. So.
Yeah, it's not like it's working and resulting in a really good position for him. It's just not really doing anything. But yeah, Trebl is despawned, so we'll hopefully have him back in a minute for these.
We have a chair stream. Chair streams are all the rage on Twitch, right? So there you go. We'll see what Trebl has in store. Do you think a car changed now?
You know what would make sense?
That's my wonder.
Trebl, to me, the play style seems like Dominus. First, yeah, can we just see Dominus?
Okay.
From Trebl? Here he is. He's back. All right, so he's locking in. He's always really well dressed for the occasion as well. God complimenting him on his fashion choice. He's ready to go on to the next thing. Doesn't matter what you need him for. He's probably dressed for the occasion like he was yesterday. So dinner later on after I imagine he's booked it for like 11 p.m. after he wins this event. he's already set to go, and he's vibing.
But I need to know the playlist, because he even paused the playlist when he left, and then he just hit play when it was back. So it's that important to be at the exact moment there. Trebl, here we go. You're down 3. And honestly, most things have not worked. He has been close in a couple games with some scrappy play. But at the end of the day, what matters most is those kickoff plays. What matters most is maybe how patient we've seen Juicy been, because he can just wait for the play to unfold and then react to it. So Trebl has to find a way to get Juicy on the back foot, but that hasn't happened through 3 games so far.
Let's see if he switches anything up. Nothing really looking too different so far, as he just plays for the standard kickoff and loses. That's better, though, from him in defense, just actually challenging. A bit too much flailing around in defense in game 3. And this kind of proactive challenge is going to work. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I thought you missed that. He's hit the opening goal after 2 early challenges. No fake challenges, fake pre-jumps. He's just gone. Yeah. So that's a great adaptation from him already. Honestly, I mean, you guys might be wondering, why are they talking about this so much? It really is this big of a deal. I swear if he just delays one kickoff, the match changes on its head. Just could absolutely flip on its head, just like that. Juicy's rhythm could be ruined, and then Trebl could actually come back.
Juicy wins a kickoff to his right yet again. That was his favorite rule kickoff all day yesterday. He likes to win them to the right on the head-on. I didn't keep track of that on my spreadsheet, but I was noticing it was 90% of the time he goes right. So we'll see if Trebl can read those. It doesn't look like it really matters. Juicy, though, just small touches around. Can he get the angle? He does to tie this game up.
Juicy dodging the demo here, setting up the shot from distance. He dodged early there to make sure he get the ball past Trebl. Wasn't really concerned if it was on target initially or not. Trusting himself to hit the rebound as well. And yeah, at this point, I'm not expecting to see too much, variance in Trebl's kickoff game. I think we've seen everything we're going to see at this point. So it's going to need to be pretty much perfect midfield play if he's going to have a chance in the matchup.
Good save by Juicy. The Trebl does a boost control. Goes for a dive early, though, trying to be more aggressive. Does play some good defense there, though. So Juicy will grab all this boost. Trebl has nothing, but I think he grabbed mid. No, he didn't grab mid, so he's on pads. Juicy going high. Cannot get the angle on the read.
Yeah, look, Trebl had an orange trail on that one. Oh, he's been faked again. Juicy's taking his time as well, just to rub salt in the wound. Had to be a bit careful there. Well played by Juicy. He was blindly dribbling the ball into the bottom corner after absolutely faking Trebl.
So Trebl, it's all about being aggressive, but you have to attack the ball, not the play at this point, because Juicy is just faking everything right now. So you have to be aggressive, yes, but it has to be aggression towards the ball, not what is about to happen, because it seems like Juicy is just letting plays unfold for him.
Yeah, he does need to just go for the ball in defense more. I totally agree with you there. Too many fakes working out for Juicy. And the other end of the pitch, moments ago, we saw Juicy, taking that advice, is going straight for the ball and getting a successful challenge. It's it's smart to at least force your opponent to outplay you in these kind of situations. Pre-flip attempt there from Trebl. I mean, he's got all the ideas. He's got so many.
There we go, clean win.
Offense, and he does score enough to get a win in the matchup. Really, for me, it's all about defense in this game.
Nice job there. Just, maybe a little bit of a misplay, but that's because Trebl is just in his face, just trying to wait something out. But Juicy, another win, another kickoff goal.
Yeah, Trebl messed up mechanically on this one. Tries to get a wave dash recovery, but he jumped so early there on his approach that it's very difficult to land a solid hit on the ball. And yeah, he knew that he was in a bit of trouble there. Tried to dodge as early as he could, and he just couldn't do it there. Just completely flubbed the wave dash. Chance here for Trebl to tie again, though. Possession in the midfield, 100 boost, and the air dribble.
Goes up, gets the reset, gets the dunk on Juicy. And again, we talk about Trebl, like maybe not his best performance, but this game's all tied, Johnny.
That's a great finish, and the follow through, dunking on Juicy's only saving angle. It's still playable for him. Still absolutely in this series. And like we've mentioned before, he's clearly got a great mental game, so all he needs is one. And that's a counter-attack on now for Trebl. Can he take a lead in the matchup? Slots it from distance. Trebl has a lead as we approach halftime.
It's exactly what you want. Just a little bit of a rally score here. Juicy tries to do a little bit too much. Good save by Trebl. Turns it into a counterattack. Taking the lead.
This is huge for Trebl, and now he has to solidify this lead. Looking for a bump onto Juicy, who avoids it. Now, Trebl has a free shot, though. Juicy forced into an overhead save. Trebl's going to keep the pressure on. Oh, beautiful play. Trebl just going to watch it go in for 5-3. Turning the kickoff pressure into another goal.
Just park the bus and watch your goal. That's what Trebl does here. He's wasted a little bit of time, maybe an extra half second there. Well done by him. Taking a 2-goal lead. He's not out of this.
Another chance for Trebl to take control of the possession, and he does. Juicy is right on top of him, but doesn't have a clear angle of attack. Trebl again on the counter. That's open, and I think he's missed it. Juicy had to save anyway. Trebl getting on the wrong side of the ball there. All good, though. He's still in control.
Gonna go up the wall, gonna take it slow because Juicy, ooh, great read by Juicy to speed down off that wall to change his timing on the challenge to gain possession.
Yeah, Juicy still has a lot of time to work with. Stealing double blocked by Trebl. Juicy off the back wall, gonna slot the open net. What a recovery by Juicy. The pressure got to Trebl there. He got a good save initially. That's a phenomenal read, but unfortunately, he centered it with his clearing touch.
Well done by Juicy. Just a quick land, just a little double jump, just tap it into the corner as well. But it was more about the defensive opportunity on the wall. He kind of fakes being up the wall, then boost all the way down to just misplaced timing for Trebl and to gain possession. And then once you have possession, it's just all about you have to capitalize, and he did so there. Trebl with his possession gets turned away by Juicy. Treble's trying to be close, though. A 50-50 challenge into the corner. This shouldn't be too dangerous for Trebl. He should be able to clear it out. And now, back corner barrier for Juicy.
Oh, look at Trebl, the ceiling challenge from Juicy's own back wall. Juicy did not see that one coming. He's still going, though. Reset. Forces Trebl to knock the ball to his own crossbar. Creative defense prevails for Trebl. Juicy
isn't it?
Rushing back. He's not recovered well here. Trebl should still be able to keep the offense going. Juicy missed a small pad pathing there, and he is still reeling from the pressure.
Trebl had a huge advantage there, but because of that small pad miss by Juicy, he tried to just throw a hard flick in. He wins this challenge on the wall, though. Cannot snipe the shot, though.
Wait,
Juicy though, misplay. Trebl 3, 2-goal lead.
Now this is more like it. This is a Trebl game if I've ever seen one. He's missed a couple of open nets, so he's got his opponent to miss the ball, and now he's up by 2. One possession for Trebl is all he needs to really put Juicy under pressure, and I think he's going to get it.
I think Trebl's figuring out this inside wall kickoff by Juicy at this point. Juicy misplay. Trebl just needs to flick it high a little. No, he's going low. Juicy had no boost. You just got to place that high, but he decides to try to fake him out. But it's all about wasted time. It's all about wasted time for Trebl. It's just played safe. Played safe.
Yeah, a back corner barrier there would have probably been the game win, but Trebl's going to try to score again because that's just who he is. And every passing second brings us closer to a game win for the underdog of the day, the underdog of the season. Can Juicy get an attack going quickly enough? Oh, he will actually. He gets one.
Oh, no.
It's winnable. 3 seconds ago, Juicy scores to make it a 1-goal game.
Trebl, all he's got to do is just tap this ball to the corner, but hits it with the underside of his car, slows it down. Juicy gets the demo, and here we go.
Yeah, look out for the left wall kickoff here from Juicy. Oh, he delays it. Trebl barrels through the ball, though. Great play by Trebl to flip directly into the ball there. If he didn't do that, Juicy would have had a free shot. But there's the confirmation. Trebl takes a game. Do we get... No, he's already timed out. You can't winner's timeout, Juicy. I was so excited there for a second.
The timeout buff is real, though. Trebl getting the win. We've seen it already. We've seen someone be down 3 and come back and win the series. That player was named Nass, though, and this player was named Trebl. So I expect it to happen again, John. I expect it.
This is it. Trebl trying to do the impossible. Trying to start off his Championship Sunday debut with a reverse sweep on Juicy, who has played the best 1v1 we've ever seen him play this weekend. But we I think saw massive improvements in that game in defense. Trebl is more decisive. He only got faked once really badly. He was just playing the ball more, and that's going to work well against Juicy, who's trying to mind game a lot, trying to 50-50 a lot. But we also saw some improvements in results when it comes to the kickoffs. Didn't really see much adaptation, but the results were improved. So even though he's not making really obvious changes to his strategy,
Small angles.
he's making small angle changes. So he could just be playing them better mechanically. But all in all, better showing for Trebl, that's for sure.
Because for the first 3 games, I was reading everything when it comes down to the rally scoring, where there's a lot of time between possessions, just doing so well on both offense and defense. So Trebl just got to make sure that the kickoffs are under control, and he's got a shot. But Juicy, full possession here on the first one, just going for a quick flick. Trebl will throw it up high.
And Trebl looking to counter-attack off that, but Juicy, as always, has a recovery plan. That's a really aggressive challenge, and it nearly paid off for Trebl. Juicy has to be careful. Trebl is not afraid to challenge in these extremely advanced positions way up the field.
Oh, the snipe by Juicy. Near post shot for him. Had no boost, had to pick up this mid along the way, and Trebl was just not expecting this power shot near post. Doesn't get the angle. Well done by Juicy.
Yeah, Juicy saw the opening, and he slots it. 1-0. Looks like he will be winning the second kickoff in the game as well. Trebl unable to control Juicy from the center circle here, but he's made an excellent save here. Juicy might have to bail on this attack, or will he be conceding? It's Trebl on the counter attack. Juicy picked up 100 at mid. Trebl thought he saw an opening in the far post, and Juicy is easily there to save it.
And can he turn over this ball? No, he cannot. The ball goes too far. Juicy's going to do something else entirely and doesn't do much with that, so Trebl gets away with one.
Yeah, Trebl goes unpunished. But now Juicy's outplayed on the turn. He's just a master at these awkward little positions, just drives up to the plate, pops the ball into the back corner, and then turns around and flicks it over Trebl as well. 2-0. Trebl needs to lock in.
Neutral kickoff for both, so we'll get a couple extra challenges here. Trebl will get an extra touch. Juicy bails back. Trebl trying to fake and go for the low 50, but Juicy, again, just patient defense, allowing Trebl to do whatever he wants until it's the moment for Juicy. Low boost, though, for him, so Trebl has another attack attempt here. Going for the flick, but Juicy, great read on the challenge.
Yeah, unfortunately for Trebl, his main variant of flick that he's been trying this match is some kind of delayed flick, some kind of advanced flick. His standard flick, not something he goes to too often, so there when he needed one, didn't pay off.
Some good wave dashing for momentum on the wall by Juicy to allow this clear to happen and get some boost. So we're back all square, 100 boosts each. Juicy off the seal and reach Trebl early, but the ball spills into the corner. So pretty much a neutral challenge. Trebl trying to fake him out on the wall, going for the flick attempt. It's gonna be some bumps happening from one of these two players, but no, the ball just rolls down. Trebl though, big with Juicy, bigger bump. Can he get the goal as well? He does on another bump on Trebl. The physical play by Juicy was unmatched.
Well, initially that looked like a fantastic half flip challenge by Trebl, but Juicy's recovery was too good. Turns around and bucks Trebl away from the plate. 3-0. It's starting to get out of hand a little bit here. Trebl has to get a goal pretty soon for his confidence, in order for his fans to believe that this is possible.
Juicy though, cannot get the last touch to squeeze that in far post, but he'll hang around, going for some challenges. Gonna waste some clock as well with 100 boosts. Trebl's got a lot as well off the ceiling. Great read by him. See if he can get anything going. He cannot because there's so much momentum.
That's good defense on the boost there from Trebl. He knew that's what Juicy's going for, and now there's the early flick. Trebl with a massive play to get his first goal of the game. And once more, I mean, how many times have we said it? It sounds worse than it really is. The way that we're talking about this match, it sounds like Juicy is completely unbeatable, but it's just a 2-goal game. That is nothing in 1v1.
Big kickoff here. Let's see what Trebl's got. Neutral kickoff or delayed kickoff against the demo. Trebl full possession here is going to try for the power shot half volley. Throws it a bit high. Juicy though on back foot still. Early challenge by him. And Trebl loses out on that midfield boost, so he's got to back off. Juicy trying to get the angle. He does. I think Trebl should have had this touch, Johnny. It was so close.
It was super close. Yeah, he definitely could have saved this. I think he just jumped a little bit too soon. He wasn't supersonic when he jumped, and that resulted in a miss. A slight slow run back to the goal as well, not cutting the inside angle on the corner boost, but he can fix all of that with a goal right here. Flip reset from Trebl, crossbar and in. What a shot! Once again, it's a 2-goal game.
And that's a confidence boost as well, because that's right off the kickoff. That's been something that's been troubling throughout this match, but he gets first possession and makes good use of it. Off the bar down and in. Trebl within 2.
He needs to just stay focused here. Juicy is going to put the pressure on him. Juicy is going to use the clock to his advantage. Trebl just full signs a challenge. Decides that he's invested enough in fake challenges to merit just going from distance. Even though Juicy could see that one coming, he couldn't really see it coming, if you know what I mean. 100. We just got 1 minute 20 to go. Trebl in control of the ball.
Going for a low challenge here again. Juicy, just the patience on defense. Like, yeah, Trebl, just do what you want. I will be grounded until the very last moment. Trebl just gives away possession, but he gets it back.
Wow.
Going off the wall with the flip reset. You cannot get it, so Juicy turns it away. Juicy trying for the power shot clear attempt into a goal. Somehow wins that challenge. The flick, though, is not enough. Trebl turns it away. He's got full boost. He's going on the attack.
Yeah, here comes back corner Barry again, though, and now back wall Barry.
Trebl followed him.
Ceiling challenging, and he's on the wrong side of the ball. Juicy speeds up the play, gets away from the attempted demo, and there was no coming back from that position for Trebl.
And that's why he went, though. He knew he had 100 boosts, and he's like, I have to attack here. He tried to follow him. He did that earlier in this game, and it worked. This time, though, read by Juicy, just keeping up his momentum and getting the free shot. Juicy off the ceiling. Great challenge read, and this should be a goal. No, he doesn't get the angle again. Trebl needs something now.
Needs boost here. He's trying to...
Yes, he needs everything.
7 boost, but Juicy's not having it. Juicy... confirming the win as safely as possible here. He's taking the ball where Trebl can't follow. And this could be it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a ceiling shot by Juicy to make it 6-2. The Cinderella run is over. Trebl won the hearts of so many fans this weekend, but he will not win this match.
Juicy, just clinical throughout this match. Just one hiccup in one of the games, but outside of that, it looked like he had the whole playbook down.
Oh, he's delayed a kick. He's picked a kickoff now.
Yeah, a little late. A little late.
Oh, of course, Trebl like switches to kickoff when he's lost.
Yeah, and the forfeit comes out. GG's from Trebl. Juicy will put one in for the road. Trebl, a great tournament for him, making it this far to the final day. But Juicy has been red hot, Johnny, throughout this tournament. And now he's like that new underdog throughout that lower bracket that has a chance to make a run.
Yeah, Trebl is nothing but good vibes. He's all smiles. This was an unbelievable performance from him to make it this far. Like I said in the pre-show, you're top 6 in the entire region. One of the strongest regions throughout one's history, if not the strongest. And you're top 6. That's the same as making a grand final in 3v3, where there are also 6 players. I know, quick math. But Trebl can be super proud of what he's done here. I hope we see more of him in the future in 3s, 1s, whatever game. They'll just let's get Trebl on the screen. And I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Oh, absolutely. He was seed 39 coming into this tournament. He wasn't even supposed to make the Swiss round based on that, but he made it through Swiss, barely scraped by 3-2. Kind of just scrappy play throughout the tournament to just keep his hopes alive, and well done by him throughout this tournament. But at the end of the day, Juicy, we haven't seen a lot of his ones gameplay, but been absolutely clinical throughout this match.
He has. Well, you know, Trebl, player with massive potential. Good luck to him in his next endeavors, and good luck to Juicy in the next rounds. We're going to see how he goes on later on in the day. After the break, we got more quarterfinal action.
feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. time for me to go. I wanna sail away. I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other.
know how great Juicy is after winning that series 4-1, but I really want to speak to the fan favorite of Trebl. Trebl, GGs are in order from making it to the top 6. How's your ones experience been?
Yeah, it's been crazy lately. I've always been very nervous in like other like tournaments like Saltmine and stuff, but I don't know what happened. I made this new Spotify playlist and I don't know why, but it's just been working out and I've just really been able to focus. So yeah, I think that's it.
I gotta ask you, what have you got on your playlist bangers? Because we saw you in your head.
Okay, it's actually a funny story. It's actually like Sunless Khan's documentaries he has made on like YouTube, and then it's like very important moments when players like they go crazy, and then I feel like I go crazy when I hear the same music.
I love that from you. So you called for a timeout. Did the the timeout that you called going on to a victory have much part to play in it?
Yeah, I guess I have like a thing with like washing my hands with warm water because it makes I don't know why, but it makes me play better. So I always go out and do that when you see me go. And I guess it also just took a couple minutes to like clear up my mind and think about, especially the kickoffs with Juicy. He like switched the kickoffs up so much from last time I played him. So yeah, that was one thing I wanted to think about. So yeah.
We saw you call for a timeout during that Mawkzy game yesterday as well. Was that another go wash the hands situation?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was a wash your hands moment. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you managed to watch the interview with Mawkzy, but he gave you props. He said that, you were not, that was not an easy game for him by any means. And myself and everybody watching, Trebl, you have an unbelievably entertaining play style. So what do you think it is that makes your gameplay so entertaining and different from the pros that we're used to seeing?
Ooh, that's a hard question, but maybe it starts with just like I'm a keyboard mouse player, so I guess that could make a difference in like my movement. It could be, so I maybe use different techniques, but I think that's probably the number one thing. And I've always focused a lot on mechanics, like when I was younger. So I have a lot of different varieties. I think that's how you say it. I have a different like things I can do with my with the ball, I guess.
Is this you saying that for all of the keyboard and mouse non-believers that it is well and truly possible KBM over controller?
I think it's possible, but I will say, when you start playing the game, it's easier to like learn controller. But I think when you master keyboard mouse, you can do a lot of different things like stalling and like with your delays, especially like breezy delays and stuff like that. It's way easier to do cancel flips on keyboard mouse, I would say. But yeah, in the start, controller definitely easier if you pick up.
All right. Well, you know what, Trebl, throughout the duration of this event, you've maintained high spirits, and even during your defeats, you're incredibly positive. Even now, you're incredibly positive. So how do you kind of keep up that positivity?
Yeah, I guess it's just like I'm happy to be here, and it's because like Gibbs said sometimes that I was 39 seed, like it was not expected of me. I'm just here to try my best and show the world what I could do, and I feel like I did that. I feel like I could have done a little bit better against Mawkzy, also today against Juicy, but yeah, overall pretty happy, just like overall with the results. So yeah.
You know what? You've had a fantastic showing. You should be incredibly proud of yourself. And I don't know if you know, but you won the fan vote. You had over 60% of people rooting for you in the chat. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor. What do you want to say to everybody in the chat that voted for you?
Oh, thank you guys so much. Thank you. Wow. Oh my God. I really appreciate it.
Honestly, Trebl, you've been absolutely astounding. GGs, and thank you so much for taking part. We're excited to see where your journey takes you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Guys, that was so
That's awesome. He's so happy, like, legend. Oh man, what a guy. Like, go follow him on Twitter, everyone. His name is just Trebl with an underscore at the end. Just for the vibes alone. Like, yeah, sure.
This match all the way.
Yeah, this match didn't go his way, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, again, C39, not supposed to be here, playing with house money, and he played with house money. He just had a good time the whole time, CJ.
Yeah, he was absolutely vibing. I mean, the reverse sweep was it on. Maybe he got a game in the end, but I mean, Juicy just way too good. Those kickoffs we were talking about in the break there, Gibbs.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to kick off coach just to tell him which way to go and whatnot, because he really struggled there. But I mean, such a fun journey, as he said, 39th seed to top 6. He's got to be happy with that.
I feel like for Juicy, maybe this momentum carries over for his next series. What do we think? He's going to be facing Dralii next.
That's a tough one. That's a really tough matchup, but you do get the advantage of warm-up like on the day. But obviously, Dralii, I assume he would scrim Mawkzy because they're on opposite sides of the bracket, but who knows? But the best experience is before Juicy getting that warm-up match. So it's going to be tough, but Dralii looks like the favorite for the rest of this tournament, so it's going to be a really tough one for him.
Well, coming up next on the broadcast, we're going to have Atow versus Nass. How do we think this one's going to shape up?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Atow, if he peaks, can win this. But Nass coming into the event, one of the tournament favorites, if not the tournament favorite. I know Johnny Boy had him coming out on top, #1, right there with Dralii. But Atow Gibbs, I mentioned it yesterday, he didn't quite have the peak that I wanted to see from him. But on his day, he could create an upset here.
To be fair, that was against Dralii, who now looks like the tournament favorite as well. And Atow, yeah, if he peaks with his high-flying playstyle, it is possible. Nass has looked odd at times throughout this. When he played Vatira, it was very close when it mattered to even qualify for top 8. Then against apparently Jack, loses the first 3. So it seems like nerves are playing a factor in the early games for him. So he's got to clean that up. And if he does have those nerves and he goes down a 3-0, I think Atow is going to find a way to win that match. So he really has to pick it up early here. But for Atow, so it was kind of odd because he didn't really have nerves yet, right? He played Dralii. There was an upper bracket game versus your teammates. They were both kind of having a little bit of fun as well throughout that match. So now the nerves are there. Everyone's on 1 life for the rest of this tournament. So we'll see if that plays a factor for him as well.
I don't know, man. I just don't see a world in which Nass is genuinely not concerned, not nervous, is cool, calm, and collected. Because, when I asked him, NIP haven't even made it to 3s. Are you feeling the pressure of, at least being able to show up for once? He was like, no, I'm good. No, I'm cool. I mean, it is what it is. You lose games sometimes, you win some, you lose some. So from you guys' perspective, between the Nass game against AppJack and now against Atow, is there anything in particular you feel like he should change up in his approach and playstyle?
I think you take a lot from that best of 7 reverse sweep. I mean, that's a huge game. Also switching to the Octane, he was undefeated after game 3 when he did make the switch. So I think kind of that was the series Gibbs to get the nerves out of the way. He kind of shook it off. He didn't look himself in the first few, but he really, now he's made it through. I think he can kind of breathe and get into his game.
How are you thinking predictions wise? Who are you rooting for?
So 1v1 is not an underdog game. It's usually favorites. And, at the top, we'll get that, glorified match. But I'm going Atow here because I feel like he's that dark horse that could actually win the tournament that is one of those underdogs that is not one of those top 3. So I'm going to pick Atow. I think Nass has been shaky at times. And if Atow has that high-flying play style and capitalizes early in games 1 and 2, I think he can take the series.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to take Nass in this one. I think he's going to be too good. Dralii took down Atow, and now Nass will as well. The Moroccans will be too good, so I think he'll go all the way. He'll make it to the final.
You know what, Gibbs? As good as your argument was, I believe in the Nass power I feel like it's a new day. Maybe he's learned from his mistakes of yesterday. I think he's going to be able to show up when it really counts. And for the fans, seems like they're believing in Nass as well. I'm super excited to dive into this one. Let's go ahead and get straight to it. Nass, bro, I believe in you. You can do this with the Atow versus Nass. Go ahead, keep sending them your cheers, your predictions, and give them your energy.
The Titans of 1v1 up here in this upper bracket. We are headed into Nass and Atow. I have Johnny with me. These guys have played each other a bunch in show matches and tournaments, and the reality is when it comes down to the wire, when it's a tournament elimination, Nass has been the one to come out on top. What are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Nass just seems to have the ability in these key moments to elevate his game. And although Atow is the player with more competitive experience, more RLCS experience, I think it's just so hard to go against Nass in these situations.
Yeah, Nass. I mean, Atow can get the win. It's important to point out, as Gibbs was mentioning, Atow is like, I think you had a recent Showmatch win against Nass. He's definitely got a chance here.
Yeah.
But Mr. Clutch when it comes to 1v1, if you didn't believe me, maybe you didn't see the reverse sweep when he had his back completely against the wall yesterday against Jack. Nass is going to have to do a legendary run. If he makes it through Atow, his reward, Mawkzy. So it's not going to be easy, but he is the first one on offense. Atow, though, going to save, counter, demo. He actually went underneath the ball. We'll see if he can get around it and get a bucket. He will.
Yeah, nice quarter flip here from Atow. Just quickly turn around the play. That's a simple play there from Atow's POV compared to what you're likely to see him score later on in this match. I just realized Atow does have the run of death. If he could win this tournament, it would be one of the most impressive feats in 1v1 history, if not the most. We're having to go through Nass, Mawkzy, and Dralii in a row. The 3 tournament favorites, that's more like it from Atow. I don't even have time to talk about his potential run because he's hitting clips.
Yeah, and this is not against any defender. This is against Nass. This is the best defender here in this game. Nass gets a touch on it, but it's actually crossbar down and in. He only got it after it was on its way into the net. So impeccable from Atow. An insane run he'd have to make. Oh, Nass, nice big win. Get himself started here in this game. The one thing I was going to say is that Atow would have the better run, there's no doubt. But in Nass's credit, he can't play himself. He can't play himself. He's playing everybody else. He's the toughest people except for himself. So he's going to have a tough run too.
Interesting to note that Nass is back in the Fennec for this game. Yesterday, he started the Fennec against APAC, lost 3 games, switched Octane and won 4 games. So clearly that was a matchup-dependent switch, and he thinks the Fennec is going to be his main card today. Oh my, one challenge by Atow. He's got the open net across the other end of the pitch. Nass isn't even going to try and get back, knowing he can't make it. And it's Atow again, up by 2.
Yeah, what a save on the air dribble bump. If you get frustrated at air dribble bumps, the good news is they can be stopped. They can be stopped. They often need to go up over the top early or prevent them at all. But Atow on a hot start, and it's actually, you know, pretty surprising to see Nass here in the Fennec. Will he wait longer if he has a tough go of it? Now, the good thing for Nass is he's not starting out like he did against Jack. He was not himself. Today, he is.
Welcome to 1v1, guys. It's just clips at both ends of the pitch. If you're new to watching this game mode because of the addition to 1v1 and RLCS, then you're going to need to get used to this. You know, what would easily be a top clip of the day in 3s is maybe a top 6 clip of the match in 1s generally, because they do, of course, have more space to make those mechanics shine to a different level.
Atow now off the ceiling. Nass does have boost to work with. Nice challenge from the back wall. As he runs out of boost, he decides to flick it away. Maybe decided that was his best option. Atow actually going to do a little bit more of the same. He's going to give it right back. Both of them on low boost now. Nass.
That was great setup to take it off the bounce. Atow getting an eternity to set this up and really get to 50.
Oh, that's a phenomenal adaptation coming out of Nass here. He pops the ball, makes it look like he's going to go for another backboard double initially with the way that he was flying up at that one. That's what Atow covered, and instead this time it's a low 50. Had a reset on the back of the ball just in case. And it's, again, tie game. There's a delayed kickoff by Atow. Something we will most likely be seeing plenty of in this match.
Yeah, actually all of the KC players, oh, nice fake from Nass. He is so good. I was going to talk about the kickoff, but we have to go back to Nass and his ability to read defenders through the air. It is tough enough to take an air dribble in the first place. Well, maybe just for me, but for him as well. And you come up with a plan normally, and if you stick to your plan, you will oftentimes get beat in 1v1. Nass, I don't even know if he has a first plan. He jumps up in the air, sees what the defender is doing, and does whatever he has to do in order to get the win.
Yeah, that is the, in theory, best way to play. Oh, what a challenge from Atow. Nass did not think that angle was available to Atow here. Thought he had some of the ball no matter what in this engagement. Atow, the key factor there is not just to get the ball past Nass, but also to get his car past Nass. He's holding boost there as he flips the ball over Nass so that he doesn't get demoed in the follow through.
Yeah, Nass, I mean, it's oftentimes in ones when, oh, nice
play.
Body out. We saw Nass do this body out against Jack late. You know, it's not just bump game in 1v1, it's also car positioning to cut off landings and just take away space. Anytime you can't get those 4 wheels on the ground, get your flip back, you're going to feel lost. These players are so used to playing really quick. You throw them off, you're likely to get yourself a goal. So Nass is going to body to do just that as Atow takes to the skies. He's not going to go all the way to ceiling height, probably because he wants to discourage a ceiling challenge, and he forces Nass down and just beats him to the left side of the net.
Well, it looked like Nass had the read on this play. He was right there in position to save this, but the shot was just too powerful. Atow slamming it through right beside Nass, and it is another tie game.
This one is neck and neck right off the starts. Nass gave us, that was a bit of a mistake. I was about to say just how great it's been, but Atow will convert. I'm not sure if Nass
he got
out of the corner.
Oh
yeah, he did get faked. Okay.
It was I think he probably just overthought that one because Atow didn't really sell the fake that hard. He didn't really make it look like he's shooting, but Nass is thinking of the possibility of a shot and then didn't realize the shot was, well, the more dangerous thing was what's happening after the shot doesn't occur.
Nass taking this one down to the ground. Atow able to make this save. Actually didn't pick up the boost count to cut back in field to grab it, but he still has a clean possession. Straight down the center field. Atow keeping that ball came on. Very unique to him and his dribbles. Nass, he got this save, recover, and keeps it out. How did he get that air dribble bump save?
Well, Nass realized he couldn't get around Atow, so he just knocked Atow back into his own shot, fighting physical game with physical game of his own. And now it's a Nass back corner play. Atow shadowing super close. Has to be careful on the retreat here not to get demoed or tripped. Nass does try to do that, and Atow escapes.
Atow picking up corner. He did a great job of winning everything away from Nass, forcing him into the back. Nice flick, but it does get denied. Can Atow recover? Nass wants to shoot as quickly as possible and kept it on the left side of the net to make sure no chance for Atow.
Well, you're not wrong. It was a really nice flick, but Nass somehow saved it anyway, and not only saves it, hits Atow on the counter-attack to tie the game once again, and this is turning out to be as close as we'd hoped. I've heard you say this before, Fear. In these situations, it's even harder to bet against Nass. I mean, Atow needs to really run up the score at some point here for me to think that he is the favorite.
Yeah, Atow not going to this kickoff. I like that mix-up here. He did have to play some tough defense against Nass, but it looks like he's going to have himself a nice air dribble. Reads that Nass is faking there, turning to a shadow. Now back to his favorite position. What happened with Nass?
Well, Nass just, again, completely overthinks the defensive play while Atow's on the air dribble approach. Nass grabs the back corner boost, and then he backflips by mistake. Atow didn't really have too much more in the tank there, but he didn't need it.
Yeah, that was actually really dangerous. I was pointing that out. I'm like, if Atow does not clutch this one, he's in a really tough spot. I like this again. Not playing into, letting Nass get wins and earn this back. It's a little bit of a safer play style, but he does get and stop this one. Can he pick up 100 and get a possession going? Nass is going to try and be a pest. He knows that if Atow has a chance to really slow this play down, get full control, he's going to have to force it back from him with a 1-goal deficit, but Atow might be getting that possession right now.
It's so important for Atow to not get demoed in that position. Here's that same sequence we saw earlier. The only difference now is that after the flick gets saved, Atow's there in the midfield to deny the counter-attack and dusts Nass to make it 8-6.
I was on Nass POV. I got jump scared. I don't know what Nass was looking at. I knew Atow was somewhere over there, but Nass was trying to beat him. Next thing you know, it's a fully clean beat from Atow. He's a guy who never lacks speed. But with 32 seconds left to go, it's not the end of the world. Nass just needs a kickoff win, and that is not going to be it because Atow steals the boost, and now is going to play a little keep away.
Yeah, big brain play there from Atow. Spotted the boost that Nass was trying to go towards, took it away from him, and Nass needs to get possession. There it is. He does really well, actually. Doesn't take a massive risk to net it, but he has to go all in here if an equalizer is going to happen, and it's not because he can't get the first goal. Atow will win game 1. And he did it with some stellar defensive plays. 9 saves to just 4 for the Moroccan.
Yeah, Atow sets the stage early with the air dribble bump stop. Show that he can stop Nass's offense. Nass, I'm really excited for, a great series. Nass played a good game. It's not like he was flubbing anything. Atow just rising to a whole nother level. And that level is a level we know he can be at. He has that insane peak. If he keeps that all day, maybe we're talking about the wrong people in terms of, Nass, Dralii, and Mawkzy. Maybe we got to throw Atow into that list. And he's for sure got a good chance of winning this one after he goes up 1-0.
Oh, and look at the size of his water bottle. This man is prepared for a long series. He could, if he refills that in his timeout, he could drink maybe 2.5 liters of water during this match without getting out of his chair.
Absolutely impeccable water drinking. He does have a cap, by the way, so no spilling onto his keyboard.
As well. He's so prepared. Atow bringing the gameplay and all of the preparation outside of the game as well.
We talk way too much about the flip resets, about the kickoffs. It's about your setup. It's about the towels. It's about the keyboards. If you're Trebl.
I mean, do you have a towel next to you when you play to dry off the hands?
I don't. I'm actually more. I don't get too sweaty, so I'm okay. I know that there's been players who have gotten Botox in order to take their sweat away, and that's not me. I'm okay.
You're not a sweaty ranked player. You're not sweating too much.
Not from the hands, at least.
No, that's good. We'll leave it at that for now. But let's get the game to Atow. Has all the prep. He's got a towel and he's also got a bottle of water, the size of a small human.
I can't believe you worked a towel into the broadcast.
Thanks for noticing. I do appreciate that you picked up on that one.
Oh, Nass. Maybe punishing Atow here for diving in a bit deep. He's not going to have the quickest counterattack, but Atow's not going to be in a lovely spot. Double nice play to read the defense from Nass.
What a shot by Nass. Again, the aerial mix-ups coming through. And like you mentioned earlier, he doesn't commit to one play. He waits to see what the defender's going to do. Realizes the backboard's open. All good. He can just double it in off of that surface like he's in free play.
Both these guys delaying the kickoff, which is always funny when they delay it the exact same amount. They don't really get the benefit they were hoping for, I think. But at least a little bit slower kickoff. As Atow now trying to race away. Not going to be able to catch up to this one with a hook shot. Can he look for a demo? He's always looking for the demos on the back line. I believe he'll be able to cut it in unless Nass gets the perfect spawn, and Atow will tie it up.
Yeah, it's not easy to demo Nass in these positions. That's a really good read by Atow. Nass was trying to dodge the demo by not really moving too much. Maybe trying to hoping that Atow would anticipate more movement than there really was. Now half-flip kickoff coming through for Atow. Just gives the ball initially to Nass, but with the boost advantage that he's got, he's hoping to survive this attack and then be able to take control in the midfield. But okay, overall, net win there for Nass. With the boost disadvantage, he put up good enough shots to win possession.
Now looking for a 50, not able to muscle it in enough. Atow, great possession now, keeping that ball cam on his POV, such a rare thing to see. He doesn't turn it off very often on his ground dribbles, which throws off lots of players. Not Atow, he's practicing that nice dodge of the demo. Saw it coming with the reverse cam and jumps over the top of him now into an air dribble where he feels most comfortable. Nass knows that he should not let anything happen, so he cuts him off early, but still not out of the woods on the goal line. Pre-jump and everything that Atow's doing, using up all his boost. Starvation is going to start now. Atow is going to want to force the issue, but Nass, good job to approach the play and not let him get anything going.
And Nass is playing this so well. That was an extremely difficult position. Such a massive boost disadvantage against a player of Atow's caliber. I think Atow might have killed the attack by killing the bounce of his dribble at some point, but he's got a big bounce to work with here. Flip reset denied by Nass, and the recovery is good enough to fight for the next play as well. Atow tries to pick a mid boost grab and then score in reverse, but Nass refuses to leave the net open.
Yeah, Nass is so good at that. How he always seems to make the right decision when he's on the goal line. He has these 1v1 situations read. Atow has a reset, wants a catch. Nass waits it out, and it did just enough. He forced Atow onto the post. Not going to make a save. Not only that, it's going to be a quick counterattack.
Well, living on the edge, Nass just doing enough to deflect the ball into an unscorable position. Atow was millimeters away from taking the lead, and the counterattack goes the other way for Nass. Look at the time. We've already gone nearly halfway through the game, but the tension has been so high. It honestly wouldn't have surprised me if I look up and see 4 minutes left. Ridiculous defense from Nass.
Nass with a big kickoff win. A lot of separation between these two. Nass going to take it off the bounce to the air. Looking at Atow, reading him, noticing that he's not going to be able to make that play if he gets a reset, and he puts it over the top.
It's like he's got a flip reset button. He's air dribbling. Oh, you're jumping? Okay, let me just get my reset and use it to get the ball past you. All good. If you don't jump, he's just going to 50 it or fake it, or maybe go for a ground pitch if you back off. Both these guys just have so many options in the air.
Nass headed back to his corner here. Look at the dodge demo. I mean, I don't think people are looking for demos there very often. I think Atow probably clips many players in this situation, but Nass is ready.
Yeah, he thought he could sneak in from the other side of the ball and catch Nass out of position. I mean, to be fair, the only goal that Atow has scored this game was a back corner demo, so he's trying to run it back. And Nass is hitting him on counterattacks pretty consistently.
the way Nass plays defense, it does not surprise me that Atow wants to throw in a demo here and there. It is what he's good at, and Nass is being kind of patient and reactive, which sometimes leaves you open for demos, but then of course he tries to go for them and Nass just dodges them. So Nass doing everything he needs to do right now. He's down in the series, but looks like he's on his track to bringing it back.
Yeah, less than half the game to go. Nass delays the kickoff. These guys are trying to mess with each other's kickoff a lot more than Trebl and Dralii did. Trebl and Dralii was more of a mechanical kickoff battle. This one's been mechanical, but also all about strategy. What save again by Nass, saving his dodge to go past the air dribble bump, and I think he might have slotted this one. He has. It's just in the bottom corner for 5-2.
Yeah, Atow had a really heavy first touch on his air dribble, which meant he's not going to be able to catch it and do a lot of resetting, but he made up for it by getting out ahead of it and kind of just protecting the ball. But unfortunately, Nass on the other side of the field says, I don't care. I'll find a way to dodge you and still get the save. 5-2. Kickoff mix-ups from Nass right now. He's trying to lock in his win. As he has a 3-goal lead, he will throw in a fake. And actually, nice read of Atow, who thought he was going to go for a wall to air dribble. Instead, he pinches it away. Now he needs the angle. He didn't get it, though.
Yeah, he was so eager to put that shot on target, knowing Atow was recovering, that he jumped so soon. And the angle closed itself. Atow now punishes him on the counter with a huge dunk off the back of the air dribble. Well, Nass will be kicking himself for that, because not only has he missed a glorious opportunity after such a good play, the pitch to outplay Atow, but he's conceded at the other end.
Credit to Atow for playing quickly. The ball pops up in the air off of them, vying for control, and he doesn't blink for a second. These guys so good at getting to the ball and just using any setup that they're given in order to force Nass to play defense as early as possible. Makes his angle not as great as we've seen from him before. It allows Atow to get that 50. Can he zap dash back this? He might stop Nass from getting there. Nice little recovery from Atow. Almost left it open, but he fixed it.
Yeah, he boxed him out. Just Nass was too scared to turn into the play. That's a big man game win for Nass. And the shot is good enough to go past the recovering Atow. Just, it looked like it should have been easier than it was. And oh wow, Atow has forfeited with over a minute left. This is the second day in a row he's done this. He forfeited yesterday with I think the exact same score. Was it 6-3 when he forfeited to Dralii?
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, it was. And now he just doesn't like losing 6-3, I suppose.
Or getting mind games, because I think he got, well, actually he didn't get mind games. He got red on a fake kickoff. But this is really surprising. I think one way to think about it, which is maybe not the best way to think about it, but it's how I'm going to think about it, is let's imagine he gets an immediate kickoff goal right away, which happens in ones. Then he has a full minute to get two. And again, he really has a full minute to get one, and then he can do some 0-second wonder. I mean, this is just very doable for 1v1.
Oh, this is so doable. I mean, okay, he's on his feet. Oh, it's a light. He needed the light on the background. Oh, I mean, I reckon he could have done that during a kickoff replay. That didn't take very long. I don't think he needed a timeout for that one. But yeah, 1v1, over a minute to go. 3-goal difference. That's like forfeiting because you're down by 1 in 3v3 with a minute to go. It's not that much. Like you said, there's not even any urgency. You don't even need to make any crazy strategical changes. You just have to go for a kickoff possession and you're back in the game. So I'm very surprised to see that one. I was pretty surprised yesterday as well. But Atow trying to, again, forfeit down 6-3 and then just reset going into a fresh start. Didn't work yesterday. After his forfeit down 6-3, he lost the next, or after his forfeit and I think timeout as well, he lost, yeah, he lost the following game. So not a lot of evidence to suggest that this is a good idea, but let's see what he can do.
I wonder if he turned the light on last time, though. This time he's got the light.
Yeah, we'll have to just see. What is Atow going to bring to the table here? We might not understand it, but we don't understand a lot of things that Atow does in the pitch, so maybe he's onto something. Just wants to get into the next game, and here we are, into the game. This is what he wanted. Can he take advantage?
Nass, a win in the Fennec. His first win in the Fennec here on the mainstream for 1v1 RLCS. Surprised it took this long, but you'll probably see him stick it out. Atow will be the first to score. A nice reset down to a wave dash.
Oh, there you go. He's a genius. Like we said, forfeit, just get into the next game so you can score. That's what we've been saying this whole time. We're just going to edit out the rest of our criticism about Dralii forfeit. clearly it was a good idea because he scored the first goal in this game. And maybe more.
Make it 2-0. Make it 2-0.
Yep. Genius.
These guys have been they've been playing high. To start this off is a good way to kind of get a defender beat through the air, use resets, go over the top. I'm thinking we're going to start seeing more of what we just saw from Atow, where he now takes it down to the ground, goes for a wave dash. Nass looks silly up at the top part of the net, but for the first start of this series, they were just slotting them there. I mean, think about that Atow shot to open up. He put it literally perfect, so Nass is worrying for that now. And this is when the mix-ups are going to start to come in to cash in. Nass, what a touch, couldn't get the angle.
Oh, wow. He's not done, though. Looks to see where Atow is and then bumps him straight away. As soon as he's done with the attempted flip reset double, the attack continues and he gets on the board.
Great thinking, way to not give up on anything. It's never over. Atow is actually one of the guys who loves to do that. Mawkzy loves himself a shot that he's not necessarily fully committed to, although I think Nass kind of was, but then looking for that follow-up demo to guarantee it. Nass, great shot here. Makes it seem like he's falling down underneath the ball, maybe going to the ground, but no, he uses the flip and slots it.
Yeah, it's so tough to read from Atow's POV. He drove down the wall, thinking it might be a mind game, could be a low 50, could be a wave dash, and then Nass just gets back underneath the ball from his POV to flick it up in the air. It's just so impressive how quickly he can turn a reset into a goal.
Atow going down the ground again this time. Insane save. Nass
goodness.
with a demo as well. Nass was up on the back wall, so he again positioned like he did last time to try and make a high save. This time he's ready for Atow to go low. Just barely gets a save, gets a follow-up demo. He is absolutely cooking right now.
I mean, how many times in the past year have we seen those shots going in? The flip reset into the wave dash shot seems to be unstoppable. Not for Nass, as he gets a counter attack on the back of one. Atow going to give it another go. You'd think we're watching a freestyle only 1v1 if you just tuned in and watched this game alone. But this is just the meta these days when you put two world-class players up against each other. Nass gaining incremental advantages. Oh, look at this ball cam dribbling to see Atow over the ball. Advanced vision by the Moroccan.
Yeah, even, not just turning ball cam on, pulled the stick up to see what was going on. It's not going to pay off, though. He does get the boost steal. Atow going to have to back out. Nass switching the field. Does he want his other corner dribble, or is he going to try and catch Atow? I think Atow pressured him close enough that he didn't feel good about setting it up. So instead, he'll go for a carry. Atow's been really, really passive, and what's a good way to counter that? A double jump bump, but Atow fights through the bump and still gets the save.
It's outrageous from Atow. He got clapped in air while trying to pre-jump save this, and then he just continued flying. He caught up with the ball. Atow with a chance to tie, grind to air dribble, has to lean back into a reset and goes underneath Nass's pre-jump. Atow finds a way through.
These guys are so reactive to each other. They're proactive, really, when it comes to trying to stop aerials. Nass wanted to get up and prevent Atow from doing his reset magic. Great read from Atow to immediately lay off the ball and allow the ball to go underneath. Sometimes you don't get fully clean beats. This time Atow did, got it ahead of Nass, and now we'll tie the game. He's going to put a testing shot. No, it's not going to be a testing shot because he's going to catch back up, get a demo, and it'll be a goal.
That's so well played by Atow again. Hard enough hit and forced Nass's hand. Nass had to jump in that position. There's no other way to save the ball. Atow knew exactly where to be to catch him out with the demo. Nass actually trying to fight the ball back corner now off the kickoff. Atow's going to beat him to it. He's even sealing away the small pads. Nass goes for the far post under. That's going to give Atow space. And now here comes Nass. A lot of power being sent into that challenge. And actually no boost available to steal because Nass grabbed it before the attack commenced.
Atow still in control. Nass waited out for the 100. He can't do it twice. It is really hard to stop Atow from forcing this 50 in, and this time it's going to go in favor of the Belgian.
Yeah, this is another example of Atow's adaptation. Both of these players are jumping into the air and then reacting to what kind of defense their opponent puts in front of them. We talk about Atow being the dark horse of the tournament. What a level he is playing at right now. Once again, multiple mind games. He's got Nass just driving around in circles, but he might have overplayed this one. Crossbar to the rescue, and Nass just slaps it down the middle. Atow's going to be there just to knock it into the post. Oh, wow. What a read by Nass, though, on the rebound.
Nass just staying calm and clutching out a counterattack here. Atow I mean, it's crazy. Maybe if you haven't watched this much ones before, on that dribble setup, there's like 50 different fakes and reactions going on and back and forth mind games. Nass is able to come out, stay steady, get the win, and get the counter as he is trying to bring it back here, down 1. Another kickoff not in his favor, though. Atow going for a classic 1v1 setup, this time on a roll. I think he wants that bouncing preferably, but he does get a 50, and Nass has been so quick in defense. He has just been chasing down the ball, ready to risk it if it doesn't end up working out, but for so far, it's worked pretty well for him.
Yeah, it's such a close game again. Atow boost start, but staying on the ball. Still such a threat, even with no boost. And oh, Nass has missed it. He tried to deflect this into his back corner. Shakes his head in frustration because he's trying to be too precise there. Didn't want to hit it hard. He wanted to take control, but you need to make contact.
Yeah, and Atow playing on 0 boost too, so not only that, you know, maybe Nass was thinking about, ooh, not only am I going to save this, I'm going to prep for the counter because I know Atow is so starved. Nice body out. Nass has done this multiple times. He knows how to put himself in the position that the defender wants to get to guarantee the undercut.
Yeah, and he flipped into position there as well, just covering the ball as it goes middle, making sure that there's no way for Atow to access it. 1-goal game again. Nass feels inevitable at times in these high-stakes 1v1 matches. Can Atow stave off the close game comeback like he did in game 1? Long-range air dribble, reset, he's all in. No boost for the recovery. Nass slightly faster back to the ball, but he doesn't realize just how slow Atow is going to be. Takes his time on the counter-attack, faking a cut in field, and Atow does not fall for it.
Nass has made these kind of decisions in the past. I still think he probably should have taken the shot, but he really trusts in himself to eventually get his goal once he has his advantage, but I'm not sure he's going to here. I think Atow has officially escaped and now has an air dribble of his own. Hope Atow changes his finish here. Last one was so risky. This time he goes to the ground, tries to keep himself grounded, but he lost control. Nass demo. Can he converts? No, too far of a bounce.
Earlier on, Nass might have underestimated Atow's recovery speed. He definitely did there, but he's still in control. Reset, looking for the double. He can't get it underneath the crossbar. Atow's backwards, but he's able to turn and jump and counter. Latso's so close once again, but not close enough. Atow leads by 2. 19 seconds to go. It's still plenty though. All Nass needs is kickoff possession.
Diagonal kickoff, probably the most volatile kickoff there is. A good chance for Nass to make something happen. He's gonna go slight delay into the wave dash. He loses it into his back corner. He has boost, and Atow's on 0. He cannot take his sweet time, but he does have a moment here. Atow wave dash challenges a fake double jump up against the demo. This one should fall in. Nass within 1 with 7 seconds.
And this is a perfect illustration of why we're so confused by Atow's forfeit last game. 2-goal lead is nothing in 1v1. 1-goal lead with this much time on the clock. So many options available to Nass, but he does need to get ball control, and it looks like Atow will be the first to get it. Maybe more than that as he tries to score. Yeah, it's going to be game. Atow doesn't even have to do anything else, and he's up 2-1.
What I like to see from those positions is a heavy delay. Often we need to chip the ball up and make sure it's 1, but that's not what Nass wanted to go with. Did not get it into the orange half. Atow was able to force it through. And so Atow 2-1 back and forth series between these guys. Atow with the lead against, you know, the tournament favorite. It's tough to say. Maybe tournament favorite just because he's having to play from so far, you know, down in the bracket. I would have had Nass, but he's got a really, really tough road, and it starts with Atow.
Yeah, I'm impressed, especially that Atow's been able to win these close games, because those are usually the ones where Nass is the most dangerous. He's so difficult to outsmart in these positions. But Atow's staying right there with him. Nass could be tournament favorite. He's definitely one of them, I think, with himself and Dralii, but he had a slow start yesterday. He's down again today. He's been trailing in both of his series so far in the bracket. Still, not the reverse sweep today. At least he won't need to do that.
Yeah, I mean, previously I would have never doubted Nass for a moment. Jack found us a way to have me doubt for a little bit, and then he still clutched it out. So, you know, it's definitely not too much to worry about here from Nass. Clearly knows how to lock in. By his own admission, doesn't get nervous, and his playstyle today has certainly not looked nervous. So I can agree with that. He is going to stay Fennec as we hop into this game. Will we see Octane, you think, if he loses one more time?
I think we could. It worked yesterday, and I think it depends on the manner of the loss here. I think if he gets completely blown off the pitch, Atow could do that to anyone. It wouldn't even be you know, a really bad showing to lose badly to Atow. Atow has done that to everyone he plays against at some point. Just scores 10 world-class goals in a row. He's going to need to wait a bit longer for his first one. His first attempt to clear the ball has actually just set up Nass for the aerial shot 1-0.
Really close to making that save. The good news, though, is that even if he did, he's going to have to use everything and be in net. Nass is very likely to follow it up. Nass, goal line. Ooh, tried to get the goal line. Perfect cut save and did not succeed.
That was a great try. And Nass realized the shot was a good one. Little power slide catch. And I'll tell you what, if I reckon if he let go of power slide just a fraction of a second earlier, that side flip probably would have saved the ball. But he was very, very close to keeping that one out.
Atow getting pressured by Nass. Nass making sure that Atow doesn't feel comfortable. Sure, he got 100 boost, but the ball's slightly in his half. Don't let him control it for free. Make him think about your presence up there. That's what Nass does. Nice save from Atow. Able to react, but the bump comes in, hits him in the corner, but it's not a demo, so Atow's still alive and will clear it away.
And will Nass double up on physical plays here? Well, not first try, misses his touch. That allows Atow to close the distance, his foot start to put the pressure on him. And Nass getting a little bit red right now in offense. Atow has a massive pile of boost here that he can use to defend. Now it runs out though. As Nass manages to get him into a tricky position and then cuts the ball past him for 2-1. Atow decided the time was now to challenge. Nass saw it coming.
Yeah, from Atow's POV, you see him taking a path here, picking up as many pads as he can. He can try and stay in position or maybe even chase down the ball, but the reality is trying to play extended defense against Nass on 0 does not result in escaping. It's just eventual goals. So he takes a little trip, picks up a few, hopes that maybe if he can get one challenge on his way out, maybe he can use that boost to escape, but that challenge does not connect. Atow, though, quickly will score back on the next kickoff.
Just clinical. Confident flick from Atow. Low boost positions like this, often so scary to go for that crossbar down flick. You know, if you do hit the bar, you're in a really bad position. You're just getting counter-attacks, but Atow doesn't think about that for a second. Oh, look at this drive kickoff by Nass. Doesn't really get much of an angle on it, though. It's an interesting strategy, one that I think is a bit underrated, but yeah, he goes very goal side on it. Now, it might sound a bit counterintuitive, but you want to go a lot more side onto the ball there if you're going to use that strategy, just driving into the ball, and Nass did not do that.
Yeah, Atow delaying slightly too, and when you hit that ball straight on, just plays right into Atow's hands to tap it over the top of you. Yeah. Nice challenge here from Nass, so able to make up for that mistake. I was on Atow POV, he was doing the frustration toggle because he knew he got beat, but 3-3 at 3:33, the best scoreline in ones.
Threes in chat. If you also see the threes at the top of the screen. Half flip kickoff for Atow. Will it go punished? No, it won't. What saved by Atow with a crossbar pinch. Even collects the possession after the fact as well. Now he can get to work at the other end. Nass not giving him any openings. He's just trying to pop the ball over Nass's head here. Looking to make it awkward for him. And then the mid boost is there as he circles back.
Nass trying to pre-jump Atow. Atow took it up over the top of him, and these are layups when you're Atow.
He just shrugs off the contact like it's not even there. Nass bumps him mid-air after realizing the ball's out of reach. Atow uses that to his advantage. It just increased his efficiency as he went for the double.
Another lead for Atow. He's doing what he needs to do to make us believers, not just up in the series, but giving himself leads frequently in all these games. Nass trying to flick top left. Actually missed maybe just the perfect amount, I thought, because it was going to follow up for him, but Atow makes the recovery and gets the goal.
Nass underestimating Atow's recovery here. Atow lands on the inside of the post after making the save and then beats Nass to the ball. He didn't just play that one defensively. He shoots it, and we've got daylight. 2 goals in the lead for Atow. He is undefeated with his warm room light on.
He's now going to take this ball back. I don't know if he's doing this just because it's a 2-goal lead. Certainly, we're way too early on to start playing your lead, but it's not a bad idea in general just to take your possession back corner berries. You were saying earlier, it's not the worst thing in the world, but this time it is not going to work. So maybe don't steal strategies from Shogun.
Yeah, Atow wanted to take control there. It's so difficult to bring the ball down, just in general in Rocket League. especially against Nass, who likes to stay close to his opponent when there's not really a threat of a long shot happening. Half the game to go. Atow still up by 1. Can he double up with the ground to air dribble? Oh, he actually just shoots it. Nass did not fall for that, but Atow's trying to catch Nass pre-jumping. I mean, he caught me out there. I thought he was going to air dribble, so I would have been down by another goal there for sure.
Yeah, and there's actually, you know, from a initial POV, it's like, well, he was just a shot and a save, but you're completely right. There's so much that's going on. A worse defender maybe pre-jumps, but Nass has been very patient. He's been very patient and willing to, you know, slightly react as long as he makes sure he gets the right read. He has gotten those reads and makes the clear now, trying to get a catch and save. He doesn't want to just get a save. He wants to clear this ball and stay in possession. He's willing to keep it around the net if that means he has control of it, and that does eventually earn him this chance in the air. Reset far away from the ball, fake the flick, fake the dash, and he goes in.
Once again, Nass perfectly adapts to what he sees in front of him. Atow's backed off, gives him a little bit of space. He just kisses the ball as the wave dash
touch
to bounce it in over the top of Atow. Not a little bit, not any too much power on that one though. He got the perfect amount, just the Goldilocks touch to score to tie the game.
Atow delaying the kickoff heavy, now out of boost. Nass doing his best to get a clean possession. He wants to take it back into his corner. Atow looking for a demo, can't get it, and he's all in. This should be a Nass goal.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful when you try to demo with Nass in his back corner. Or any of these top level guys, if they've got somewhere to run to, then you better be thinking about it. There is no recovery plan there for Atow, and he has been punished.
It's going to force this one into the orange half. Awkward position here for Nass, who 180 wave dashes, sends it to the corner, but Atow boost steal. He's going to be able to grab the midfield, but Nass has bought himself enough time. He'll be able to reset on boost. He elects to pick the midfield 100 before setting up his shadow defense. Still not easy to beat Atow in this position, and that is a great decision to go bump when Nass is forced to swing wide.
Oh yeah, earlier on in the series, we saw Nass bumping Atow back into saving his own shot, and here we see when this isn't possible, that's when you're supersonic midair. There is no bumping the attacking player there. They're just going to go right through you. Oh, Atow messed up his kickoff approach. He recovered it pretty well, but it is going to be Nass's ball.
Big challenge does not trick Nass. Nerves of steel here. Can't win the 50 on the goal line, but Nass, he is down to extend this possession more. Atow actually has a ton of boost to work with, though. Nass has not really starved him out yet and actually made a mistake there on the aerial, allowing Atow to confidently take it away. He is looking at an open net, but he's going to fake it instead. I mean, it makes sense. It felt like it was open, but Atow does him dirty.
Yep, it was Nass messing up at one end, lost control of the air dribble, and then Atow just lets it bounce in. Absolutely savage. 42 seconds to go. It's another close game, and it's another lead for Atow.
Big kickoff here. If Atow able to get possession, there is a world in which he can start baiting Nass into challenges he otherwise would not want to make, but it's a bit awkward here on the back wall. You could see flicking it away, trying to get anything going. Nass hovering, making sure he can capitalize. Double reset, can't use the second one for wave dash, but he actually does get the boost. Atow taking an unorthodox angle in order to maybe not get contacted. Now these guys racing to the corner. Nass is going to double jump over the top of Atow, grab the 100. He has got him in a great position. It should not take him more than 18 seconds to score, and it's going to take just a couple as he ties it up.
I thought you did the near post there. I can't believe he just went for this one with such a powerful shot. Maybe he didn't know Atow was absolutely starved, but he's so confident, even from tight angles like that. And it was an unbelievable sequence. Nass turning around and Atow 100 boost defensive play into a goal for himself. All tied up. 13 seconds left. Oh, the mind game by Nass. He faked the mid boost grab. Atow's turned around and made it back.
Ooh, undercut now. Another position that Nass is so good at capitalizing in. Atow, a quick demo, the ball in the air. I think it's going to hit ground before he can do anything about it. Nass, why are you trying to keep it up? That felt like a big mistake from him, but we were going OT in game number 4.
Straight spawns, the midfield play is a likelihood, but huge bump by Atow will win him the game. He takes Nass out of the play, and he takes the ball into the net. Just when you think it's going to be Nass's possession, he gets slammed from behind.
Yeah, Nass falling directly in front of Atow, who is single jumping, saving his flip to be able to dash. Maybe his initial plan isn't to go for a bump, but with Nass sitting right in front of him, it makes his decision quite easy. He slams into Nass with that burst of speed and gets himself a game win. You have to put yourself in these positions against Nass, and sometimes it doesn't even matter. You can't finish it out, but he's got 3 chances to do so.
Well, you know, we do a timeout from Nass here. His last chance to use it after a loss, so it makes sense. He got 4 in a row against APAC to come back yesterday. He needs 3 in a row today to come back against Atow. And credit to Atow. You know, we criticized him for his seemingly early forfeit, but since then, he's won both games. So he did make it work. I don't know if he changed preset or if he changed something other than his light in his room, but whatever he has done differently has worked perfectly.
I saw Nass get up. We might see a new IRL decal. There is a chance. Yeah. We also might see the Octane. What do you think? Are we going to see Octane Nass?
I don't know, actually. It's very interesting to think about that, because it's not like the matchup is going really badly for him here. Nass will feel like he's had winning chances in every single game that's happened this series. He's just losing out on the very, very close situations at the end of games. I think the Octane works especially well in the APAC matchup, because Nass probably thinks he is himself just slightly more mechanical, if not just flat out more mechanical in that matchup. And he didn't want to run into more of a Fennec on Fennec, big brain 50-50 war against one of the smartest players in the game. In this matchup, though, I mean, is that a good idea against Atow? Do you really want to go mechanics against this guy?
No. No, you really don't. Nass is one of the guys who actually, you know, can to a certain degree match it. I think to get to the level that Nass is at, as somebody who's won recent ones tournaments, you have to have a really well-rounded game. You know, you can't just play a ground game. You can't just play an aerial game. It's the same with the other guys like Mawkzy, who's won tournaments. People like to say, oh, he's only a ground guy. No, you can't get away. You just won't win tournaments without being fully rounded. I would actually say Nass is leaning more through his aerial attack and his aerial reads of defenses. But yeah, a mechy battle where you just try and go for clips in top 10 plays. I mean, there's no one you want to do that against, and especially not Atow.
Yeah, you don't. I don't think you want to Octane against Fennec against this guy. I'd be surprised. And yeah, we are going to see more Fennec Nass. He decides not to bring out the Octane like he did yesterday. Did he change his shirt? I actually didn't look at what he had on before, but you guys are saying he changed his shirt. So the IRL decal change for Nass. Will it pay off for the second in a row?
It is absolutely going to pay off. I looked at his shirt earlier, but I forgot to check just now. But I'm going to trust chat. I always believe them.
Oh, the new one's better. Just miles better. That wasn't even close to a save for Atow. The new IRL decal, 1-0 on the day.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Great confidence booster. Not that he needed it. Once he had the new shirt on, he already knew he was going to be scoring. But into a diagonal kickoff now. Nass forcing through. Atow in general has been much more willing to delay. Anytime I've ever seen Atow play, he almost like more times than not will put some little bit of delay on his kickoffs.
Yeah, it's a great thing to notice, and it's an important thing to do in 1v1. It's something we talked about in the Trebl matchup earlier. I wanted to see him do that. You know, a delayed kickoff doesn't always have to be the same amount of delay. There's so many different types of delay, and Atow is an expert at keeping his opponent guessing.
Nass trying to bump Atow away here, make a challenge on the ball. It wasn't enough. Atow still around to get there. Let's see if he goes for yet another delay. See, even that single jump, like far out from the net, stop boosting early. It is a slight delay for that wave dash compared to how some other people go for the wave dash kickoff. Atow gonna hit the goal line save as Nass tries to be a pest. Atow going quick. This one bouncing off the back wall. Nass will control it. He's gonna send it high, and he is not gonna take a moment to breathe. He's gonna instantly try and play off his aerial. Atow meets him up there. I don't think this is scoreable, but hey, he almost got it.
Well, this is unbelievable control by Nass. He is gonna take the ball back and start the attack again. The pace is definitely noticeable for Nass here to kick off game 5. Late reset, completely blocked that time. Atow had a hard read on it, and the long shot looks good. Off the back wall, Atow with a tricky open net makes it look easy.
Yeah, Atow, just a great sequence there from Nass. We talk about how much Nass is able to break down defenders. He saw the early jump. He brought it down to a wave dash. Saw Atow was close, popped it hard. I mean, Nass did almost everything right when it came to trying to beat Atow, and yeah, Atow made sure he stuck around. Little landing dash there, attempt to try and clip Nass, but didn't get it. He's already up. He was up way before Nass started. He's now floating in the air, and Nass brings the ball right to him. Now bumping Nass as a way to try and see if he can secure this possession. Neither one of them, I think, got the 100 there as they're going to chase to the other side. Atow will win the race there, and Nass will dash his way out of the play.
I mean, you just wouldn't believe that this is the actual 1v1 meta. If you saw this a couple of years ago, that you'd think there's no way that that's actually a competitive ones match. Was saved by Nass with the crossbar pinch to deflect the ball wide. These guys are taking it to a new level defensively. Just 10 boost for Nass, and it's too good. Atow puts it over his head with the reset. He's up 3-1. He is speed running his way to the semi-final.
And it's so important here from Atow to clip this out. The sidewall setups that happen in the corner, if you don't think about it intentionally, it's very easy to set them up in a distance where one jump off the back wall can connect and get a save. But Nass on 0 boost, Atow needs to make sure he makes a full commitment. He plays that ball away from him. This is such a speedy play out of the corner. Atow 4-1.
Well, Nass is in real trouble here. It is all Atow. Even with no boost, the wall dashes were just too much for Nass to predict. And this is why you cannot go toe-to-toe with this guy mechanically. You turn this into a pace-off, you could be in trouble. And is it too late for Nass to try and slow play his way to a victory? He could be in trouble again here. Atow with 100 boosts in mid. And the ball is in a decent spot for him. Kills the bounce, maybe by accident though.
Yeah, you have to think by accident with the result that we're looking at right now. Nass in full control. This time Nass does read the defense, and he'll get a second with his new IRL decal.
Yeah, I like the bailout there from Nass. Even when he's bringing the ball back down to the ground, he wants to reset as a threat anyway, just to keep Atow honest, just keep him thinking twice about challenging. But Nass cannot afford to make many mistakes from here. Atow's level today has been, as you would expect it to be, at an all-time high. But what a difference Atow's made to his game defensively compared to 1 year ago, where he was one of the most dangerous players in offense, but unreliable in defense. That is no longer the case. He is so hard to get the ball past, and he's showing it right now.
Yes, this was one of the best tests of Atow's defense that you could possibly ask for. No better time to praise it. He was on maybe a pad of boost with Nass. There might be no better offensive player to eventually break you down and get the goal, but Atow survives for a fifth.
I mean, it's a little bit of a brain fart from Nass there, because he did not have enough speed to demo Atow, so really bumping him in the corner didn't do anything in that position. And yeah, just gave another goal away to Atow 2 minutes to go. Nass facing elimination. Atow has just absolutely slammed a no-jump half volley back into the arch half.
Nass gonna start again. Atow with a full tank. This air dribble is away from the net. It's actually towards the back wall. Nass bails out of it early, but not early enough. Atow will get the counter.
Atow is just stopping every Nass attack. And we might be running out of Nass options. 4 goals, 1 minute 40 to go. We saw Forfeit a similar kind of score yesterday. Atow against Dralii. We're not going to see one here as being the potential last game, but it's 7. Atow is just dominating.
The side flip on the kickoff too. It's not something you necessarily see very much. A diagonal setting up to try and force it over the top with a side flip. It works out beautifully. 7-2 back to his old reliable wave dash. Nass now can't do what he loves to do anymore, which is that slow breakdown of defenses to eventually score. He is still in it, but it has to be quick. Atow, every touch is gold. Seems like it's soaring back to Nass's half. Nass with a quick psycho redirect puts it over here, but I think he's just panicking. He's just trying to rush back to the ball. He knows he lost it. Atow is freestyling. 8-2 Atow.
I mean, it just got out of control. Like you mentioned, Nass can no longer play his preferred style. He likes to just gradually improve his position and then eventually score on a helpless defender. But when you're trailing by 4 or 5 goals in the final 2 minutes, you need to go route one a little bit more. And Atow knows that. He's predicted every single aerial play to perfection. And he just needs to stop, I think, 1 or 2 more attacks. Probably just 1 more, honestly. And it'll be game over.
But that's not it.
Though. Okay, he does. We have seen 5 goals in 1v1 in a minute many times in the past, but never in a situation like this, in as high stakes of a situation as we're currently in.
This would be the craziest lesson to Atow about early forfeits you could ever hope for if Nass is finding a way to bring this back. He has another kickoff in his possession. Every kickoff needs to be in his possession. Atow dodges the bump and goes underneath.
That could still be a goal though. Oh, Atow's recovery is just immediate. That was the chance. Nass had Atow dead to rights with the bump, but Atow recovers and makes yet another save. Nass is going to keep trying. He needs to win every kickoff from this point, but Atow's just in his head. Nass can't get past him. he takes him out, because if you can't score on him, you might as well just remove him from the pitch. He needs 4 goals in 31 seconds.
Again, not impossible, but man, it's going to be tough. There's going to have to be some cheese plays. It's going to have to be like a heavy delay here or there to get 1 or 2 of them. But Nass not even going for it. He just wants a direct win. Doesn't get it. Atow going to take it away. That is a secure Atow taking down one of the tournament favorites in Nass.
Wow. And Atow's playing this one so intelligently. He knows that the only way the Nass can win is to get a quick goal and then score some kickoff goals. So he's not even really trying to score. He's just playing the ball around the pitch. And what a performance. Not just to eliminate one of the tournament favorites, but to do it with a 4-1 score. Statement from Atow. He's not just he's not a contender, not only a contender, he could be going all the way.
Yeah, I honestly didn't even really notice these guys calling the GGs, maybe saving us from 1 second here, or it looks like they'll tap the ball either way. But yeah, because of how Nass is able to come back from any situation, I was actually not even realizing the fact that it was 4-1. I'm like, yeah, but you know, we saw what Nass did yesterday. It's going to end up being a close series. But the fact that Atow closes it out here, that the IRL decal change wasn't enough, a 4-1 win. Atow is making that toughest run that you talked about, at least so far.
Yeah, Atow, he's got to beat all the pre-tournament favorites if he wants to win this event. He needs to, well, he's just beaten Nass. Now he has to beat Mawkzy, and then he would presumably have to beat Dralii in the final. We're not actually sure about that part yet, because Dralii does have to win his semi, but the hardest possible run on Championship Sunday is what Atow's projected to have. The thing is, though, if Atow could beat Nass, I think he could beat Mawkzy. I think his matchup into Mawkzy is probably more favorable than his matchup into Nass is. So I fancy his chances, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, one of the things that I like to talk about, I don't know if I'm right about it or not, is how players can play on a specific day. If you're feeling hot and you get to play the whole Sunday bracket all on the same day, which Atow is going to get to, sometimes you can take advantage. Look no further than RLCS 3s with Genji and GK, so it's definitely possible.
Atow looking to make a run all the way to the final potentially and play against his teammate Dralii again, the player who sent him down to the lowers yesterday. But to do that, you'll have to beat Mawkzy. That match is coming up later, but after the break, we've got Dralii going up against Juicy.
'cause we're children of the sun.
Back everybody to the Birmingham 1v1 European Open. We've just seen Atow walk away with a victory 4-1 against none other than Nass. Atow, congrats, bro. I gotta ask you though, this is the first game we're seeing you under a little bit more pressure, no second chances. Did that affect your mindset heading into this game at all?
I mean, not really, because I'm playing like I have nothing to lose, because it's not the tournament. I mean, the tournament of my life. I would like to win it, of course, and to go to Birmingham once. But if I lose like Connect, I'm already top 6. I mean, top 4 now. But yeah, I just wanted to play the game and wanted to beat Nass, because he's always winning against me in tournament. But yeah, so I'm proud of myself.
Well, you won against Nass in the Fierce Showmatch just a few days ago. Did that help inform how he would play heading into this RLCS?
Yeah, I mean, especially because I was using a lot of kickoff against him, and like the Showmatch helped me a lot to work on that, and it carried, to be fair, the series.
Well, we saw you talking to someone after one of your forfeits in the timeout as well. So who are you talking to and what were they saying?
Oh no, I was talking alone. I was singing.
What were you singing?
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot. What song are you singing?
It's Nino. It's a French rapper. Yeah.
Go on, tell me. Everybody in the chat is gonna put on some bangers as well.
Yeah, of course. You have to put every song. Just Nino. You go Nino and
Well, you're gonna be facing Mawkzy next. So talk to me about how you think he's gonna be playing that game against you.
I mean, I lost against him last match for the singing match, so I want to take my revenge, of course. But yeah, I mean, Mawkzy is like the best player in the world in ones, I think. I mean, with Dralii, of course, but it's not gonna be an easy match, and I mean, I'll try to do my best, but yeah, Mawkzy is really annoying to play.
Is there anything you want to say to Mawkzy if he's listening to you right now?
I mean, good luck to him. I mean, yeah, just good luck.
Good luck. Whether or not he's going to need that luck is a whole other story. Best of luck to you for the next one. Atow, and GG's again.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know, man. A lot of these players seem to be talking to themselves, putting on some bangers. I don't know how I feel about that.
Do you believe it? Do you think that's true?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I feel like this.
Singing along, rapping along. Let me know. Let me get in on some of that action, you know?
I feel like Atow in this match, though, is like he did everything right. I feel like it was an offensive masterclass, like game one, like both players scoring crazy. Then Atow later in the series, just the defense, the counterattacks, Johnny, were unbeatable.
Yeah, he was just perfect today. I mean, we know that he's got it in him to match up well against players like Nass, but to see him do it in that manner, defending so well, is not the manner. I thought if Atow won this, it would be, you know, non-stop offense, aerials, and his style of play that we're more accustomed to seeing. But he's showing that he can defend with the best of them as well.
I feel like, you know, Nass was certainly putting up a fight as well. Despite the IRL decal change, unfortunately, it didn't manage to go his way. But did you guys expect a little bit more fight coming out from Nass, especially in the earlier games?
Yeah, like absolutely. I feel like he's the tournament favorite coming into this weekend. Obviously, he hasn't shown that form all weekend long, so I think like everyone knew there was flaws there, but you expected him to battle back maybe a little bit closer and make this a series. But at the end of the day, that's what happens in one sometimes. You know, you start getting tilted a bit, and one player is getting, you know, magical touches left, right, and center, and things can get away from you.
Well, the next matchup is going to be Dralii versus Juicy. Johnny, how do you feel about this one? Is it going to be a juicy matchup?
Well, it will be a juicy matchup no matter what happens, but I think it's really hard to go against Dralii at the moment. He's already coming into this event one of the best ones players in the world. Atow, his teammate, just said it there. Maybe a little bit biased, obviously being teammates, but I would agree with him. I think Dralii is up there. He was, for me, he was equal tournament favorite with Nass coming in. I think maybe Nass 51%, Dralii 49%. But he's shown this event that he is truly the guy to beat, going undefeated so far.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. Like, I think the only flaw he's had is he lost to Mawkzy, like in the top 32, and that was a game 5 loss. So Dralii, outside of that, like in the group stage top 16, he's looked unbeatable.
Do you think it is plausible that we're going to get another Dralii Atow, but this time in the grand finals?
I think so. I think it's probably like the match I'd go for right now. I thought coming into today that it would be Nass making the run, but Atow's taking him down, so I'm going to move the favorite on that side of the bracket over to Atow, because I think obviously Mawkzy is a absolute contender, but Atow just put up an absolutely devastating performance against Nass, so I have to think he can go all the way.
What about in regards to who you think the fan favorite is going to be?
Here, Casey, the blue wall is obviously tough to beat, but if there's one fan base that could do it, it would be the Gentlemates. Is it the green suits? I'm always confused by Gentlemates because they're the green suits, but then they also have pink everything. So what's going on there?
So many questions, some of them unanswered, majority of them unanswered. But my question for the two of you is what your prediction is. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top?
I feel like when we saw the Dralii Atow match, I think a lot of us were saying whoever wins that's going to the grand finals, and that's no disrespect to Juicy. It's just he's kind of the new age 1v1s, right? We haven't seen him that much, and it just feels like Dralii is one of those contenders to win this whole thing, and you expect him to take down Juicy, but we've already seen some upsets throughout this tournament. It's possible for Juicy, but I have Dralii here.
Yeah, same for me. I think Dralii is the guy to beat right now, and Juicy's already at an all-time high for 1v1. This is an incredible result for him, but I think this is it. I think Dralii's just going to be too good.
I'm going to have to disagree with the two of you. I feel like Juicy coming into this is going to carry over that bit of momentum boost from the victory against Trebl. And I don't know, I think his head's definitely in the game. I feel like he could walk away with a victory.
It's fair enough, fair enough. I feel like his kickoffs were great versus Treb. He scored like 8 kickoff goals, so he's going to need that versus Dralii. It's a whole different beast.
So many non-believers in the chat, but you know what? There's only one way to find out which of our two players will be making it through to the grand finals. Out of these two players, is it going to be Dralii or Juicy? Either way, we're going to have an absolute banger.
We might have just witnessed the tournament favourite getting knocked out, but another Moroccan that looks to stand tall. Dralii's been waiting all day for this one, Fear, but Juicy is in form.
Juicy is in form. What he has done so far has been great against everybody who isn't on that S tier as far as tournament favorites. He has had a tough time against guys like Mawkzy, like Dralii. He is going to have to show that not only does he have the consistency to beat everybody underneath him, but he also has the peak, and Dralii is going to force a peak out of Juicy if he is to win.
Yeah, I'd say we talked about it yesterday, perhaps one of the, if not the best player in the world at the moment, but Juicy only has to be the best player on Championship Sunday. Starting off strong there. It was actually Dralii not going for kickoff, just letting Juicy take all control, and control he did. Beautiful reset to start off proceedings.
Dralii even dropping him the nice shot. Not often these guys get active in the quick chat, but to open up the series, he's feeling like he owes a little respect over to Juicy. He's going to get bumped off this one. Nice recovery from Juicy, but Dralii will muscle away the 100. Oh, I shouldn't even say muscle because he did get sent away as Juicy now pushing the ball into the midfield. He's going to have a chance to grab 100. We'll see what Dralii does with his first attack. I like what Juicy is doing so far. He is not backing down and not letting Dralii bring the ball to him. He's even chasing him right now underneath him, low on boost. Couldn't get contact. Now Dralii has to show that he can punish. That first touch, not great, so he has to play it to the back wall.
Yeah, he just dragged it too far across goal there, had no angle on net. I think Juicy so far in this 1v1 tournament has proved that he's pretty adaptable. He's able to combat multiple play styles, even Trebl, who, my goodness, how good was he looking at some stages. But so far, Juicy, he's had a pretty good run. I mean, he finds himself into the lower bracket now, obviously in the semi-final, but has a great chance here, and he's got the first goal on the board still, putting pressure on Dralii. As you can see, both players low boost. Dralii just dips out for that back corner. Juicy reads it, just throws it away, trying to secure some boost of his own.
Dralii, is he going to try and make a play off the back wall? Juicy able to cover it, pinch it into the opposite corner. Dralii now going to go to work. Lots of boost for Juicy, and actually the first touch isn't great, but Dralii will make up for it. This is why Juicy starts to pull out of the net. He saw what I saw, which is that this dribble is going nowhere. Only Dralii found a way.
Yeah, he just got that instant reset on it as soon as he saw Juicy pop up underneath. Able to get a nice flick, ties this one up. Dralii, we'd have to expect, would be coming into this a little bit less warm, but I feel like ones is different. I know Gibbs mentioned it before. Would Dralii be scrimming Mawkzy, waiting in the other semi-final? I think the beauty of one sphere is you can just play ranked. I mean, you don't, ranked threes isn't really a thing to warm up in the 3v3 setting, but certainly in ones, and Dralii's going to find another opening end to end.
Yeah, nice long shot. I would guess that Dralii is playing ranked. The only sometimes the problem could be that, your fellow top players are currently in a RLCS match, so you don't get to queue into them. But there's a lot of people playing today, so actually might be one of the more active ones ranked times right now. I'd love to see if that were the case. Nice read from Dralii. Just gets a nice wall to air dribble off the kickoff win. Juicy prepping on the back wall. Gets beats by the flip reset.
I mean, how do you stop this? He had so much control. First touch was perfect. Finish, sublime. 3 goals since Juicy opened up this game one. Dralii, as I said, I mean, it's ridiculous. 3v3 game at the moment. He's looking like the best player in the world. 1v1s, he could be announcing himself as well. If he can take out this tournament, all roads lead to Birmingham. Here is Juicy, trying to cause that upset. He's got it in a nice spot. He goes to low 50 and he's found it underneath. The challenge came through, but found the dunk underneath.
Yeah, it doesn't launch the flick right away. You can see him turn his car. He's threatening that big diagonal flip to launch a flick. Dralii jumps to stop that, only later recognizes, oh, I'm getting faked. Tries to do his best to boost back down, but at that point, the job had already been done by Juicy, able to force the 50 in. And now Dralii, little 50 around his side. He's got no boost. He wants to chain a demo, or chase down a demo, I should say. But I'm imagining he's going to have to leave the play here soon. Yeah, it'll be a Juicy control. Ground dribble for Juicy. Dralii swinging wide. Juicy was maybe hoping to fake, but the pop is far too strong, and he just hands it over to Dralii.
That was really smart from Dralii. He faked the back corner boost grab, and in the end, he just took a tighter line to challenge, which Juicy wasn't expecting. Thought he might have had a bit more time on his hands. Here's Dralii, instant reset. Juicy this time. It's high enough to cover all angles and the fake. Can he get around this one? He's done well to grab both boosts. Dralii in such an awkward spot. Any shades of apparently Jack yesterday as he's getting boost run wall to wall. He's stuck in that prison you spoke about, but Juicy probably didn't want that much of a ground pinch. He's lost control of this ball for now.
Yeah, I think this is a crucial possession here. Dralii is not necessarily out of the woods, though I think he's about to be very soon. Yeah, there's the 50. So Juicy had Dralii in the worst spot in ones. And if you're going to win a series, you're going to have to win, honestly, a vast majority of those. It's not easy to get Dralii back wall with no boost. And if you're not converting on 80% of those chances, you're going to have a tough time. The first time we really see it, Dralii survives. Not only that, shortly after, he gets a goal himself.
The difference was in that play you analysed in the pre-show, Nass was going for the more percentage players, kind of throwing soft touches on net, wearing down the boost, whereas Juicy kind of went for the hard-to-control ground pinch that just sent it into the crossbar, but still, 2-goal lead. Juicy needs to get to work. He's got a little bit of space here. Dralii, huge sweeping fake challenge, and he probably knew he was too close. Turns it into a backflip. Minute 12, still Juicy needing 2, but kickoffs, which were huge in the previous quarterfinal against Trebl, have been going Dralii's way, so it's an early win for him, and with a minute left, he's got a lot of control.
Yeah, the first attack didn't work here. Willing to take it back, although second one still not as good as the first. Can he stay with this possession? He gets undercut. If he somehow finds a way to stay with this ball, then it's no chance for Juicy. But Juicy does what he has to. He's kept the score low. So even though he's just finding his third goal here late in the game, he is within 1 and can definitely equalize.
Yeah, channeling his inner Tony Hawk there, I think. Juicy just got the angle grind on top of Dralii and got knocked off that boost. But in the end, I think it was Dralii getting drifted upon, but Juicy does well, finds one goal back, needs his second. He's got it in a tough spot now. He's given up possession. Dralii with a flick. That's going to be high. Juicy test to go on the read. That's a poor flick from Dralii. Try to get the challenge. Juicy's ready. Can he turn it into offense? Does he have a flip? Don't think so. Still in a great spot with the demo. Here he goes. Can he shape up? 23 seconds. Needs a goal right now. Dralii off spawn, low boost. Beautiful top corner flick. It's too good. He has to still turn on it and will find the equalizer.
So close to losing it. I was ready to call it for Juicy. He needed, just like before when you had him on low boost, you get a demo respawn. That's a huge advantage, Juicy. It was a great flick. Luckily, he kept it close enough that the follow-up is there. So 16 seconds left to go, and it's almost going to feel like a Juicy steal of a game if he's able to score in these next 14 seconds. Half flip from Dralii. Juicy tapping this one away, and he's low boost. He is just going to leave. I was going to say, if he stays close, Dralii might get a beat early and have a wide open net. Juicy elects instead to defend at 0 seconds near his net. Air dribble bump. Juicy gets over the top of it, just needs to hit the ground. Actually, Dralii got under it for first, but it will land in the corner for OT in game 1.
Really well played there from Juicy. That's a terrible position. Having to face the potential air dribble bump off the kickoff, though. Dralii's going to throw the shot on Juicy with the save. Both players with low boost. Then Juicy fakes the corner. Actually forces Dralii to shoot. So smart from him. Look at the possession he's got now. Dralii fake challenges. Now it goes reset. Dralii reads the fake. Juicy should be able to run it back with possession, but this is just anyone's game right now. Juicy keeping control. Dralii waiting underneath. When does he challenge? Goes now. Still though, this is where Juicy can get to work.
Juicy off the ceiling. Not going to be able to get that ground pitch. Dralii's going to get there in time. This one gets forced into the corner. Juicy stops the first attempt on net. Dralii's actually going to take a shot. I thought that was maybe a little bit of a mistake, but he got Juicy to hit the inside of the wall, so it's actually going to pay off for Dralii, who now has a reset. Looking for a flick. Opposite side. The double is away. So close to getting in the angle. A minute into overtime in 1v1 is actually a bit rare.
Yeah, he's had a perfect chance there. Juicy will still have to back off. Dralii, no harm done. Keeps possession. Awkward spot reset. Yep, Juicy sees that, recognizes the chance to swoop in, grabs the ball. Dralii back corner. Can Juicy find it? Just doesn't quite have an angle on net. Dralii covering every possible option. Juicy just turns and shoots, fires. Now we'll have to back off, leave it to Dralii, but instead he's got a bit antsy. This is rare from him, Fear. Just kind of throwing pot shots on net.
Yeah, Juicy had used up all his boost for that last play, and I think Dralii maybe thought he could capitalize on that by forcing Juicy directly into net and then try and put him in that cage, but Juicy escapes quickly. A bump here. If he can get a great cut, he should be able to get it. Juicy is going to take game number 1.
Another mistake out of nowhere. You can see Dralii just wanted to go to the ground, but yeah, that's a really rare misplay. Surely he'd be expecting Juicy to look underneath for the bump, and the bump he did find. Juicy takes the first when really it was looking dire for him. Couple of goals down, 30 seconds left. Made the comeback and got the OT win.
OT Juicy clutching it up. Dralii maybe thought he could get away and hold on to a little bit of that boost. He had a ton in the tank as he fell to the ground. You can use some of that as a way to try and dodge demos, but when you've already used your flip and you're at crossbar height, fall into the ground, there is no easier time for that opposition to line it up and demo you. There's so little movement you can do when you don't have that flip. Juicy connects.
Yeah, usually in that situation, you can see he'd want to be staying close enough to the ball to kind of threaten a pop over the top or something like that if he knew Juicy was going to go for the bump. But, I mean, in that case, he kind of just torpedoed down to the ground. It was so obvious what he was trying to do there, Dralii, and Juicy read him like a book.
I think we're going to see a strong series here. I mean, I think there was maybe some slight worry that Dralii, you know, playing on another level with his match against Atow. We just saw what Atow could do to a tournament favorite in Nass. You know, I think Transitive Property tells me that this should have been an absolute rout of Dralii versus Juicy, but Juicy keeping the game at a pace that he can deal with. Like I said before, I mean, he lost as far as the clock goes. Way more of the game. It felt like he was trying to react to Juicy. He was playing from, or sorry, trying to react to Dralii, playing from behind, but never out of hand, finds a way to finish it. I think Dralii, he's the kind of guy who can blow games out, and he might need to do that if he wants to take this game number 2.
There we go. I guess on the Dralii side right now is the fact that it is a best of 7, and he wants that can feel like an absolute eternity, a mental battle. I mentioned the fatigue setting in. I mean, without too much 1v1 experience fear, I feel like that's going to weigh more than even a 3v3 best of 7. So you'd have to think that Dralii has that on his side. A little bit fresher, he can warm up into this series. But so far, Juicy's looked fantastic. Here he is again. Going to steal this corner boost. Keep pressure on. Dralii ready. Tries to turn defense into offense. Can Juicy get back? He will. He's got to worry about own goaling. The double touch. As Dralii says, what a save.
Yeah, it's actually an insane save. Dralii thought he had the beat. He went for 2 heavy touches quickly to just get it to the net without an air dribble. Juicy found a way to get the save. Does he get this redirect? I think it's just wide. So instead, it'll pop up. This can be a tough place to handle the ball. Drali's actually going to use all his boost in the tank to just tap it away. He'd rather reset, let Juicy have the ball, play a bit of defense, first touch, reset. Juicy put it on top shelf, but Dralii able to cover it. Boost steal. Gonna be awkward to get around this ball. Drali's gonna make it even tougher by putting it on target, but Juicy has a chance to get a possession going here. Dralii hanging out just in the perfect spot to throw Juicy off. He actually dodged the bump pre-flip, but he missed it, so he will not get anything out of it.
That would have been a disgusting read. He actually was perfect from Juicy, but he just couldn't get a shot on net. He's found a nice challenge again here. Ground pinch. He's gone low and it's got 0 power, but Dralii bit on the first touch, and well, that was enough.
Yeah, this ball headed down to the ground on a high bounce. So often in ones, players like to play off that high bounce. When you want to start an air dribble, you usually want it to happen when you don't have to create that kind of vertical momentum yourself. So you play it off of a big, heavy bounce. Drali's ahead of that. He's thinking, I'll just get up and stop him before it happens. So Juicy mixing it up, pinning it down on the ground and rolling it makes Dralii look silly. And a 1-goal game, another low-scoring game. I think the win condition for Juicy is going to look like games like this, where these guys battle back and forth, able to sneak out one here or there and come away with a win. He's going to get demoed here. Dralii, barring a perfect spawn from Juicy, should be able to score. Wait a second! He did not hit it hard enough. Juicy with the pre-flip save.
Well, he just had no boost to work with the demo as well. I mean, even though Juicy gets me to the ball, then he's out of trouble once again. Dralii just not finding any power. He's not looking as on song as we witnessed before. There's the reset. Nice save this time. Drali's defense still has been pretty solid so far. It's just the offense that's left a little bit to be desired. He's thrown a lot on net, but Juicy has read everything, but he's in a world of trouble. He's done a 360 on the ceiling, and Dralii gets an open net.
Yeah, Juicy, he went for a double off the back wall, didn't get it, and then trying to improvise right away, said, maybe I'll go ceiling. And once he's on the ceiling, he's like, wait a second, what am I doing here? He tried to flip his way back, but it was too late at that point. Ball was on the ground, so one of the easier shots that Drali's going to get. And the crazy thing is, he's only scoring when it's easy. I mean, Juicy has done a good job of covering every tough option as he's going to go for a ground double. We actually looked at a Juicy ground double in the top 5 plays from yesterday. We'll see if he can get this extended attack. No, looks like Dralii should clear it away, but Juicy, oh my goodness. I feel like Juicy could have got that if he didn't jump immediately.
Yeah, perhaps it was the perfect shot in the end, though. He didn't need the post. It was just bottom left on. I'm not sure. I think he was just too far away from that one, but Tell you what, it's been a funny old 1v1 series, particularly, you know, considering we just witnessed from Atow in the previous. It's a lot less flashy, this one. It's, as you said, Dralii's kind of scoring the tap-ins, but nothing too much being created. It leaves me to wonder if they're overthinking this one or perhaps just so used to playing each other, I fear that, you know, it is a bit more of a tactical battle.
I think this is Juicy's game. I mean, looking at what he's done previously, you know, not dealing with any of the lower seeded players, like not really getting chances to get upsets on him because he plays kind of a really well-rounded ones game. Something that nowadays in ones, as far as championships, titles, usually this kind of play style ends up not paying off because there's somebody who on the day is playing at a level just completely unmatched. You know, they're playing like Atow quad resets. There's nothing you can do. Those usually end up taking it. But right now, Juicy is doing more than enough. Nice read from Dralii, talking about some nice aerial play. He's going to show us a bit of that.
Yeah, there he is. I mentioned before, he's just needs a game to warm up, and he was looking a little bit slow earlier, but that's perfect. End-to-end air dribble with the reset, and he just times it on Juicy's challenge. Pop over the top, 2-goal lead, and it's feeling similar to how last game was going, but this is where Juicy put on the afterburners. Can Dralii just get another goal to secure it? He's going to fake the flip. Goes again with a reset. Perfect. Puts it in on Juicy, 4-1.
Absolutely beautiful read of Juicy here. Has a reset, goes to the ground, is faking that shot there. Juicy, you can see, is slowly creeping forward. He's trying to keep his momentum in defense. He knows he has to go slow, but he doesn't want to completely stop. With Dralii taking longer and longer to make the play, he forces Juicy to creep out past that near post and then finds a way using the reset to get it, which was actually not easy, but when you're Dralii, it is.
Yeah, I think that's more the Dralii that we have witnessed previously. Is just he just picks apart the defense. He always chooses the correct option. If he's not going to challenge, he's not going to flip. His time there, just Juicy could have probably gone for a bump and stole the corner boost. Instead goes for mid, finds the challenge now. Dralii finds the bump. Will boost spawn? No. So he's in a bit of trouble. It's a race for that back corner and a race to get bumped as well. But Dralii is outpacing Juicy now, and he's got 0 boost with 30 seconds left. This could be game with one more goal. Juicy so awkward. Dralii. Oh, look at the face. Stop it.
Dralii is absolutely flexing on him. I think it was a long time ago in RLCS when people would celebrate and they would just drive back and forth after their goal when the goal cam used to actually watch the person. But yeah, that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Dralii flexing on him. He is celebrating his goal before it has even gone in, and that is the Dralii we expect to see in this series.
I mean, that is a play that if you're defending, that can just break your brain. I mean, the amount of fakes that Dralii just threw in there, and in the end, he just walks it in the bottom left corner. Great response. That's more the tournament favorite, or one of the tournament favorites, or a performance that you'd expect from a tournament favorite there in Dralii. And perhaps first game warm-up, but Juicy's still right in.
Yeah, for sure. Juicy, I mean, they actually played Juicy's game for all of game 1 and for a majority of game 2 as far as the clock. But at some point, Dralii got cooking. You're going to have to prevent him from doing that. That's not an easy thing to do. A lot of his 3v3 opponents will tell you that as well. So I'm not sure it's reliable. Maybe this is where Juicy's run end, like I talked about before with his play style. It's just, you can't bank on these KC guys not popping off.
They're insane. It's all about the French, but maybe it's all about Calmy Corp right now. They are absolutely flying. Could be, both of them in the grand final, the way they're playing right now. But yeah, Dralii, after that first game where he looked sloppy, he looked slow. He just didn't look quite on song. He was just kind of throwing shots on net. Juicy was reading him like a book. But this time, the fakes coming in, the mind games from Dralii. This is more like it. This is a performance we're expecting, and I'd say it's looking scary if he keeps this up for Juicy.
Well, game number 3, Juicy locked in, ready to go into this lobby quickly. He's ready to shrug it off after Dralii went on a clip fest, clearly feeling comfortable. Could afford to get a little bit of momentum here after only scoring 1 goal in that game before the forfeits. It is definitely all Dralii right now, but I think Juicy's actually going to have a decent opportunity as Dralii resets. I'm not sure this first touch is the best. Taking it towards the side wall kind of cuts off his opportunities, forces him to take that hook shot, which he does. Dralii makes the save, and his counter is also denied.
Here is Juicy. 30 boost. He fakes the musty. Now goes to flip. Dralii saves his second for the save. Close defense. Juicy going to turn straight away. Low 50. Dralii just eats it. He wants the mid boost. I think this is where Juicy, there's something about his calf here that when it's those 50-50 close, awkward bumps, he always comes out on top. He goes to reset, perhaps a fake. I don't think that's exactly what he wanted, but yeah, it certainly feels like Juicy prefers that scrappier play where it's in close.
And I think that is where he will be able to shine. If these guys start doing a little aerial battle, we saw Atow versus Nass. It was back and forth. At one point, it felt like a freestyle match. Dralii is winning a freestyle match. There's no question. But if Juicy can make it bump and grind here around the ball, he may be able to come out on top. And again, he's got a 0-0 game, which is kind of like a Juicy win here to start. Nice save. I don't know if he put it in that part of the net perfectly to double it on purpose, but it's going to work out great. Although he's not out of the woods. He's on low boost. Dralii, can he pick him apart? We saw a million fakes last time around. Juicy stays on the ground, and Dralii forces the 50.
Yeah, you can see Juicy was trying to hard lose that back left, but in the end, he's just lost it into his top right corner. He just didn't quite get it where he wanted it there. Dralii with all the boost and all the control. It still feels like that's where Juicy likes to play, as you said, those kind of engagements. But this time it is the delayed kickoff. Does he get the shot? He dodges the demo. Has no boost for a flick. Tries to go low 50 instead. Rips it bottom left. Smart play from Dralii, but he is getting starved by Juicy. He's completely bumping him off the ball and won't have time to grab. In fact, he's gone all the way back corner. There's the pop. Doesn't get the shot, though, and won't be able to recover in time.
He knew Dralii was coming up. He decided to go over the top of him. And that just goes to show how tough those doubles are. We see a lot of players in this tournament see somebody pre-jump on defense, and they just go, just go back wall, tight angle double. You know, it's nice to see some of the pros be human here and there to be like, no, when people hit this, it is really hard. It is way easier said than done. And Juicy, unfortunately, a great cheeky delayed kickoff where he launched the ball straight up. I think he kind of needs to convert on those. He's not going to be able to get away with those very more. He's shown that card to Dralii now. So in the back of Dralii's head, he's going to be thinking, all right, he likes these delays. We saw yesterday, Dralii saw a ton of delays from Atow, and in one of the crucial moments of the game, he just chips the ball right over the top of him and scores. Dralii going to get his second. Ooh, a little power slide cut, a little fancy finish.
Yeah, might have delayed half a second there. Can be all important at the end of the game, but he just dusted him in that back corner. You can see where Juicy likes to play. It's high risk, high reward when you sit that close to the ball, and that time, Dralii too quick, finds his second. Half the game gone. It's been a lot lower scoring than what we saw with Atow taking on Nass with 11 goals in half the game. Just the 2 here in game number 3, but Juicy with a flick over the top. Oh, he's found it. He's found one. He's found what he wanted. Gets his first of the game.
This is the benefits. This is the benefit of Juicy's style. 1v1. At any moment, you can get a goal, and if you're able to keep it close, you know, I mean, Juicy, it's crazy because this felt like a Dralii domination even so far. But at the end of the day, any of these non-scoring moments in the midfield, extending, wasting time, leaving upset chance towards the end of the game is a Juicy win. And talking about Juicy wins, he actually has a big 50 win. He's going to try and slot it, but instead he's basically own goal. Actually, credit to him for being able to get it back. Oftentimes when you miss high off the backboard, you are just giving it to the other person in 1v1. Another great save from Juicy on his goal line to the skies. Dralii pre-jumped it. If Juicy could convert, it'd be great for momentum, but it looks like the attack will probably end there.
Yeah, it's fizzled a touch, but Dralii went for the shot. Juicy ready. You can see how important cranking your game sound to 200% is in these little exchanges. You want to hear exactly when your opponent is jumping. There's the instant challenge. He was using the ball as a smoke screen there, Dralii. Juicy doesn't get punished for it for now. Finds a nice 50. Has the boost advantage. We'll be hoping that Dralii backs off this. That's a huge double. Could have been an open net down the other end. He does find the back corner. Juicy this time with 0 boost. Dralii's done him. Should be a goal. Will be. Yeah, he just hung around long enough here to steal that corner boost.
Yeah, Juicy has been so patient. He has been playing the smartest of the ones game, and any time he thinks, okay, I think I've done enough, I'll take a little grab for boost. You know, I'll leave the play for just a half second. Punished, instantly punished. Juicy has to be perfect on the ball 24/7 or he's getting scored on, and that is just too much to ask right now from Dralii, although that's a great catch on the side wall. Tried to get crazy Mawkzy with it. Not going to make anything out of it, and it is a 4-1 lead for Dralii.
And this is why you see Juicy often not going for those aerial plays. They're just going to be riskier than sticking on the ground. This time Dralii covers every single angle of that reset. Turns it into his 4th goal. And he's well and truly assumed control of this series. You might be expecting a timeout after this game the way it's going. There's another beat. Could be a fifth coming up. But Juicy with enough boost to recover.
Yeah, trying to tap it around him. Juicy. Can he get anything going here? So far, it's looked like he's been completely lost on offense for the past couple games. He's had a couple nice saves. I mean, even there, putting himself in the right spot to stop that shot. But a heavy first touch means all of his angle of attack is gone. It's not really a big deal here for this game because he's very likely to lose this one anyways. But Dralii, he's freestyling. He's 360 and he is feeling comfortable.
I mean, and Juicy says that'll do me. He just completely ate that 50. 0 boost. Well, 1 pad he picked up and then was able to run it down the other end. He has dominated that game. Still, Juicy, he actually had more shots in the end, 11-9, but Dralii's quality over quantity there. Juicy wants the timeout as well. Just wants to take the extra time to try and figure out how to get back into this one.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's even worse for Juicy, the fact that he does have the shot advantage. So oftentimes you can look at that to get a trend of how the game is going. But the reality is that game did not trend in his favor at all. And clearly, it's not because he's not getting possession, because he has gotten possession. He has gotten chances on net. 8 saves for Dralii, and most of them, well, I shouldn't say most of them, a lot of them are pretty tough, but you can start to beat yourself up when you're playing against a guy like Dralii. You put something on target, it gets stopped, You're going to have to start taking risks. I talked about it before. Juicy's going to have to go crazy. You can't just play his normal game. The only problem is if you're not used to playing that insane play style, you're going to end up missing shots to the back wall. It's going to get even worse. So Juicy hasn't really gone for that yet. I mean, maybe right at the end, you saw that reset shot that he went for that got denied, but I think that was kind of half effort, like feel something out. He kind of already knew he lost that game. He'll have to find his momentum in that sense some way, or we might be just watching 2 more Dralii wins.
Yeah, you mentioned the Dralii defense. There were times where Juicy was attacking, he had full boost, he had all these options, but you were just staring at the net, and it just looks like Dralii is covering absolutely everything, and it is intimidating trying to attack against this guy who's looking so locked in. He's just feels like every angle he's got locked down. I mean, where do you see it, Fear? Where do you see the angle for Juicy? You mentioned how he prefers the ground game. He doesn't want it to be a freestyle 1v1. How does he find an opening in Dralii's defense?
What he needs to do is something that happens a lot towards the end. You mentioned how Dralii looks like he has the whole net covered. A lot of that has to do with the first touch of Juicy. Juicy gets a possession. What is he going to do to set it up? Oftentimes people, you know, marvel at the finish of a play, but the first couple touches are everything. What you need to do is put the ball in a position where, even though Dralii is one of the best defenders in the world, you can see, you know, which path he might be able to mess up. I don't care how good you are. If you get the right setup, even if it's like, you know, the classic example is maybe just a bounce dribble midfield, like in the old ones days, you never know when they're going to hook shot. No matter how well you're doing, like it's not guaranteed. So Juicy needs clean setups, clean first touches. Towards the end of the last game, he had really heavy ones, maybe because he's rushing it. Next thing you know, you have no options, and it's easy for Dralii to cover anything. Can Juicy change the trend? We will find out in game number 4.
It did look like Juicy was trying to challenge a little bit closer than now. I'll tell you what, kickoffs can help. Maybe just win every single kickoff, and you'll never lose another 1v1. You can see here, Gibbs actually mentioned it after his series against Trebl that he loves going right on most kickoffs. It's almost like he's right-handed or something, just his preferred way to hook across, and that time was able to cover that ball. Get the first. This time, wave dash kickoff from both. Juicy wins his second off the ceiling straight away. Sees Dralii go for boost. That's one more. Dralii's so quick. How has he scored off this Veer?
It's just, this is just the Dralii difference, right? I don't blame Juicy for trying to find a little bit of that magic we're saying he's going to need, but he just insists on perfect execution against him. You have to do everything right, and if you show any sign of weakness, he converts.
I don't know how he's cut it. I mean, the sparks on the back of Dralii's car, it was on fire, but he just refused to get demoed there. You can see the pixels involved, just how close the margins are in 1v1. Dralii reset. Doesn't want to use it yet. There's the huge flick. He tries to turn it into a bump. Juicy comes out off the post. Can he get across it in time? Dralii will be back. Popping up, trying to find the bump of his own. Dralii does get bumped. He got a touch on it, but wasn't able to change the momentum.
Yeah, Dralii, he set up his aerial such that he made sure he could get back in time. He actually had completely 0 boost, so he had a chance, but oftentimes late recovering defenders on low boost can become victims of that jump. There's no way Dralii can get up over the top of it. You kind of have to be there early, and you have to have the boost to do so. So credit to Juicy for taking advantage of his situation. He'll have to take advantage of every one of his positive games or his positive moments. He had one right here with Dralii rotating back. And it's not over yet for him. Dralii with a ton of boost. It's not going to be easy to take him out, but he's going to have to. Dralii 50 and Flick has now immediately relieved the pressure. He's going to steal Juicy's 100. Now he swapped to the other side. Juicy missed touch. Actually, Dralii had a chance there. He went quickly and hit it off the back wall. Now, conversely, these are the situations when Dralii always seems to be converting. Bouncing behind the ball. What a shot on the air roll. Juicy had so much covered, but Dralii gets around the side of the ball and gets insane movements.
You can see he did have a cover, but last second he thought, well, maybe he's not shooting this, but just look how wide Dralii threw that off the post. Pretty much as wide as he could without it, well, being off target. And he's so clinical at the moment. I mean, perhaps a strategy for Juicy, as we saw before, were the air dribble bumps. We haven't really seen him pull out against Dralii, but it worked before. He's Dralii with a reset. This time doesn't use it. But he's so good at just these single jump challenges, the recoveries, forcing Juicy to use all the boost in the world. Seems to come out on top when it is a 50-50. Juicy just to get back. He's getting bumped. Dralii's trying to find it. Juicy actually does really well. He gets the bump and mid boost. And Dralii's just walked around the back corner.
It's going to enable Juicy an opportunity here with a bit of space. Heavy touch on the first touch. I was talking about it before. It's about the first touches here. When Juicy puts it that hard on net, there's nothing else he can do. He can't get around the ball, get a reset. He can't really change it. He can just follow it up, which makes his attack very one-dimensional. Dralii's going to look like the best defender in the world when he has his attacks against him. I mean, he might already be anyways, but it's even easier when Juicy's not setting it up correctly. And then Dralii, I mean, there's been way too many times he's been able to just create an outplay as Juicy, you know, he has that poor first touch. He tries to stay with the ball. And it's almost like he knew this was my opportunity. Now I have to try and make sure I still get it. I'm going to try and stay around the ball. I'm going to make sure I win it instead of just giving up. And now another dunk from Dralii. This could get out of hand.
Yeah, you mentioned it before. It almost feels like when Juicy has Dralii low boost, he's too comfortable. He thinks, okay, this is my time. I'm going to get space. And Dralii can work with such little boost. Just picks up a pad. He can turn it into a goal down the other end, and right there, just the insta challenge, mixing it up. Delayed kickoff this time. Juicy walks right through it. Dralii with 2 pads. But yeah, there's the other setup play where he's just getting it too close to the net. He doesn't have the options. He's making it really hard for himself. Dralii with a shot on. That one will be high. Juicy in a decent enough spot. He's just struggling to find that killing blow, that bump, and all his attacks are leading to, well, offensive corners where he can't get to work.
He's setting this one up for Dralii. Double reset, top shelf. Dralii goes the distance.
Stop it right now, Dralii. Perfect setup, the flip to get the first reset, into the second reset, bar down, and a little bump for good measure. 5 goals to Dralii. He's too good.
He's too good. I mean, I think that's the reality of what's happening. Juicy going to have to flip off, and even then, you know, Dralii's doing everything right. He's not just doing insane plays off his own back wall. I mean, we've seen so many people just hand the ball over on those half-up kickoffs. It's not going to be Dralii. He's going to go the distance once again from the back wall. He'll finish with the flick.
I think he's found the recipe. You put away the aerial plays for a while there, Dralii, but back-to-back, whipping them out. This time it's a reset into a little mustard. 6-2. As you said, when it's a freestyle 1v1, he just looks more mechanical. He's got more tricks up his sleeve, and Juicy cannot defend those right now.
The dribble from the back wall is something that is so useful in the ones game. Dralii able to do it from this one without getting pressured. Oftentimes we'll see players kind of forced into it on the back wall, but I mean, I have to wait. Every time Dralii's in the air now, I'm like, we can't talk about anything. We have to see what's going to happen. This time he shows that he actually is human. But Dralii, one of those few people who can consistently go the length of the field. And now he is up 4 with 1:40 left to go. Pre-flip, he's getting cheeky. I think he's going to turn into his freestyle, you know, comfortable mode, and that's going to be really, really tough for Juicy.
Yeah, I think he is. Look at this. He's getting into freestyle 1v1. We're nearly has to change his name to Dralii as the way he's playing at the moment. Full pitch aerial plays. Juicy scoops up 100 in the corner. You can see Dralii this time not opting for the fake challenge, but These 50s are so good. Oh, he's just not even on it. He's going to go sidewall to himself, put in a little 360, and Juicy has had enough of game 4.
He has had enough of the freestyle Dralii game. I mean, he's like, I'm not going to sit here and let this guy freestyle me anymore. Clearly, Dralii feels comfortable. He had a 7-2. I mean, he finished, I guess, with a 7-2 lead, 4 gold lead. Juicy needs to keep it close. He managed to do that a couple times, but if he lets Dralii get away, I mean, he's putting on a show. Shout out to Dralii, because you know what he could do? He could just tap in free goal after free goal after free goal, and maybe the fans go, oh, this is a little bit boring. He's dominating. No, you got to stick around. Dralii might be winning, but what freestyle thing is he going to hit next?
Well, this is the thing, though. It's low risk for him, because the way he's setting those up, as you mentioned, when you create space, when you do have the perfect setup, it's so hard to defend. We mentioned aerial plays often being riskier, but I mean, when he's getting that much control, when his resets are just on command, and he's basically then just, you know, I mean, Juicy's just along for the ride. He's the cameraman right now for the Dralii show. What do? You can't defend that. Those setups have just been perfect.
Was it a time? Juicy did use timeout. Was that right before this one?
Yeah, he already timed out.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I mean, he still needs it. He needs timeout number 2. Sure, he's had first timeout, but can he have second timeout? Because
he needs
my goodness,
he needs something. Go to the grog or the Scarab, but he needs to just find some angle right now, because yeah, since that first game, Fear, it has just been Dralii warmed up and getting scarier.
It's not the grog here for the next game, but it is this octopus decal that has become a very popular one from Juicy. Maybe he can pretend like he's a grog here. Actually, wait, did he go for Aquadome? Is he actually the biggest brain player I've ever seen?
Oh. Is he trying to blend in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe specifically pulling out for Aquadome, because he wasn't in that before, right? Or am I crazy?
He may as well go swimming with the fishies, because Dralii is absolutely on a one-way ticket at the big dance to the grand final. He is well and truly cooking. And Juicy is, well, no timeout left and little hope at this stage. Dralii's absolutely on fire.
Yeah, Dralii's looking so comfortable. And everything, these are the little things that have to go Juicy's way. These midfield 50s and stuff, you know, that's the world in which Juicy potentially wins. Juicy is grasping for straws right now, can't find anything. This could easily snowball.
And easily right now, the favorite to take out the whole thing. We've obviously got a cracking semi-final coming up after this, Mawkzy Atow, but wow, the way this guy's playing, he's going to be tough to beat. Here he is again. He's on the low 50. This time goes wide. I'm just excited to see what he does next.
I know.
Sidewall looking to defend it. He's just dunked him to make it 3. 38 seconds into game 5. It's the Dralii show once again.
Oh my goodness, I'm loving the Dralii show. I'm subscribing for more Dralii show. I'll continue to watch this forever. He is the guy who gets comfortable. I've seen him, you know, I've seen him go for some really crazy ground freestyles as well. We see players do, you know, a lot of fancy stuff in the air, but I want to see some 360 dribbles, something crazy. If he's able to continue this going, I mean, a backflip challenge, every touch is gold. This is a wide open net, but when you're Dralii, why not double it for some flair?
I mean, this is getting on top of your opponent, and then, as I said, there's making your opponent your cameraman. And this is unpaid labor at the moment for Juicy. He's just getting all the right angles for the Dralii show. The freestyles are coming out. He's got 4 goals in under a minute, and he's doing as he pleases. Reset, rips it across. Great save this time by Juicy, and he's not able to turn it into attack because Dralii's all the way back. And here is Dralii as welcome. Reset, stop it. One more. This time doesn't fire.
Juicy has to get something going. I'm not even sure if there's really anything he can do. And Juicy, I want to point out, really high level ones player. He was setting the level for everybody else. Anybody who was trying to make their way, you know, into this top favorite crew, he was crushing them. He was taking down guys like Jack. He was making sure that he drew the line, but clearly there is another step up. I just want to point that out because it's not like Dralii's going up against the 50th seed here and putting on this show. If you just tuned in, Juicy is a really solid ones player. Dralii is just that much better right now.
Yeah, I just need to see Dralii play Trebl just to be sure that he is that good. I think he's a great litmus test, but 6-0. I mean, it's once. There's a lot of time left, but there's a lot of time for Dralii to pour on more and more goals. We want to see something special now because, I mean, we talk about the mental side of 1v1 fear. He's got him covered.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At this point, it can't be much different than how it's going before mentally for Juicy. He's just... He has to feel like he already lost even maybe coming into this game because Dralii is 7-0. I mean, it's just free play for him.
And every play starts from the defensive half, gets it up, the late reset, and just drags it over the top of Juicy. Oh, this is sending a message to the other two combatants waiting in the semi-final, number 2, because he is looking scary. And as I said, looking like a favourite. This time he's going for the Psycho, and he has hit it. Won't be getting much power on it, but he's warmed up and looking unbeatable.
I have a new challenge for Juicy to lock in here with 7-0. Opening game, he actually won. Remember, he did get a game. In OT, 5 goals scored. Since then, 4 goals scored over the course of the last 4 games. So we want to see, can he match that game 1 performance in all these games? Can he get 1? I think people really like to see 7-1s as well, so not a bad time to score it if he scores it now. But Dralii will do a little bit of that freestyling on the ground I talked about. I'm not sure he has enough boost to do it, but still did a couple cheeky wave dashes. And actually, I think Juicy's got an open net.
Come on! He gave the people. I mean, he's doing everything. He's even conceding at the right time. We wanted the 7-1. We get to Brazil. There's a chance. Tell me there's a chance.
Juicy kickoff win. We are now, into the range. That's, if he wanted to, throw up the white flag, he could, but he's not. He's sticking it out. Dralii's going to get an 8th as he continues to extend it.
There's no chance. There's no chance. We're looking for the Barcelona now. That's about it. 2 minutes left still. It's a long time in 1v1, but yeah, this is this was pretty much over 30 seconds into this game. He absolutely cooked him with 4 on the bounce, and it's, as you mentioned, it's ridiculous how the level that he's just able to hit right now, where it was a 50-50 game at the start of this series, but he's really just gone up 1 or 2 gears, and Juicy hasn't been able to match him. He did well. We get the Barca.
Juicy's gonna need a second, but I'll be honest, maybe this is some slight disrespect, but I think I'm looking towards what Dralii might be playing against in the future in terms of Mawkzy and Atow. It seems like he's gonna get past, and you know what? I'll go ahead and take the L if I'm wrong about this, but Mawkzy is the kind of guy who, if I had to pick between who plays a little bit more similar to Juicy, I'd have to say it's how Mawkzy plays. Mawkzy plays that safe one, but wait a second. Okay, let's look at Juicy.
Stop thinking too far ahead. You just did that right now. He's back. My boy's back. We always believed that there was a chance when he was 7-0 down. He only needs 5. I mean, this is so doable, surely.
We were roasting people for a forfeit like this, in a different series context, forfeiting now. I would say you really got to stick it out, especially tournament life on the line. So I guess I take it all back. Juicy.
Go on.
Can he cook a little bit more? Again, the first touch, not great. Made it so he had to really rush back, or sorry, chase down the ball is what I mean to say. And he can't really do much with it. But okay, space. Dralii doesn't give this often. Juicy to the skies, reset. If he scores it now, actually pretty good placement, but it's just Dralii is covering everything.
Yeah, he probably should have gone left side, but I mean, that's just me being a hindsight Harry. Demo comes through. That's over. I never believed. You never had this. 6 goals in a minute. Come on, don't be silly.
Well, it doesn't matter whether or not you believe, CJ, because Juicy believes. We are headed to another kickoff. He has got 6 to make up in a minute 8, so about a goal for 10 seconds. It doesn't really take 10 seconds to get a kickoff goal, so it is definitely possible, but you have to win the kickoff goal or the kickoff possession. You can't just let Dralii have it, and Dralii's gonna get this touch in. Ooh, I think he went for it, but he doesn't need to score quickly anyways. He's the only one around the ball. Make it 10.
Oh, I was about to tell Juicy never ever under any circumstances ever not give up. But he said GG's. He's called game. And 7 goals might be too much in 55 seconds. Dralii will be our first player through to the EU Open Grand Final. Wow.
Dralii, I mean, he did this work yesterday. We were talking about Dralii, Atow, Mawkzy, and how he's trying to set himself up on the side of the bracket where he doesn't have to play those guys early. You know, we were saying Juicy might be a little bit of an easier matchup. And, you know, sometimes we get proven wrong. Dralii proved this right, but I think Dralii still hit a level that we were not ready for. It's going to be pretty tough to try and vote against Dralii in this upcoming final.
And just such a dominant semi-final. When you're thinking 4,000 players down to 4, perhaps it's going to be close. That one was not. Dralii is through, as we mentioned. The question now for you is, will it be his KC teammate joining him? I mean, surely whoever he plays, Mawkzy, Atow, he's still the favorite going in after that.
Yeah, I mean, he beat Atow earlier. He beat a player that plays very similar to how Mawkzy plays, but Mawkzy Atow is going to be some of the most exciting Rocket League 1v1. We are not done yet. We just saw a masterclass, but coming up next, it is Mawkzy versus Atow.
Tokyo.
The Birmingham 1v1 European Open has continued to deliver banger matchups, but Dralii walking away with a 4-1 victory against UC in our first grand finalist. Dralii, that's got to be a pretty feel-good feeling knowing that you're the first ever grand finalist for the 1v1s.
I mean, yeah, I'm glad to be part of, the first 1v1 tournament. Was kind of historical, you know. I mean, it's an honor.
Well, from that, losing that first game 1 and then winning 4 back-to-back games, do you think it might have been a slight bit of, needing to warm into that series?
Yeah, because I can't lie. That was the first game was my first game on today, and I didn't expect him to play that well. I mean, he played really well, honestly, in the first game and kind of caught me off guard. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I kind of warmed into the series, as time went on.
Yeah. So did you not have an opportunity to warm up before heading into the official match?
Nope, I didn't. Well, I got on literally like 2 minutes before the series started.
You know what? You would not be able to tell at all because you managed to, get 4 forfeits in a row out of Juicy as well. Did that help build your confidence at all, continuing with the rest of the series?
Yeah, of course. I mean, at the start, I didn't have any momentum, but as soon as I got started, I kept, I kept getting increasingly better, and yeah, that helped me a lot in the series.
Well, we saw you smiling at the end of that series, at the end of that matchup, so I'd like to think you're in pretty high spirits. Is that going to carry over regardless of whether you face Atow or Mawkzy?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I know that if I can play like I played against Juicy, I can definitely win, so it definitely helps me mentally.
Who do you think you will end up facing? Who's going to win that next series?
I'd like to say Atow. I mean, there is a chance he makes it, but I kind of think Mawkzy has the most chances of making it to the finals because, he's a big 1v1 player. He's been playing very well these past few days, and I think, he has more chances of winning against Atow. But Atow can win, of course. It's kind of like 40-60 to me.
40 to Mawkzy.
No, say 60 to Mawkzy and 40 to Atow.
I don't know how well your teammate's going to be taking that, but you know what? At least you're honest. I like that from you, Dralii. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm going to let you go ahead and get some warm-up.
Okay, thank you.
No warm-up and then to show up like that, boys?
Disrespect. Absolute disrespect. It was disrespectful on the pitch the way he beat him, and now, to say, actually, the one win you got was my warm-up game, so does it even count?
I think we saw 5 warm-up games. I think it was just, he is still in free play. I mean, the way he was moving around on the field, he might as well just be trying to hit whatever he possibly could. I mean, is there a world in which he maybe gets too comfortable? I don't know. I mean, he just went crazy.
Boys, I'm super excited for the next matchup that we've got. What do you make of the fact that he said, you know what, I think it's 60-40 in favor of Mawkzy winning against my teammate?
I'm interested in that. I mean, it sounds like the most honest answer because I can't think of a situation. If he'd said, I think Atow's the favorite, we'd be questioning whether he really thinks that or he's just saying it because they are 3v3 teammates. But if he says he thinks Atow's, not the favorite, then he must mean it. And he's, at least on paper, correct. Mawkzy is the favorite based on where they were in the bracket to start the day and based on how well Mawkzy's been playing and even historically, how well Mawkzy's known for playing 1v1. But I guess Dralii's not really thinking of Atow as a teammate today. They're all opponents, just for this day only.
Is that easy to do, though? To just kind of switch off that part of your brain and be like, you know what, I'm going to beat you regardless?
I can't tell you. I've never been a competitor. I'd love to pretend like, me, yeah, no. When I change with my teammates, it's really easy. But I think you might have to ask one of them.
I think yes, in this case would be my guess because these guys are so fiercely competitive. I think in some other cases, maybe not. Maybe it would be difficult for players to really go 100% against their 3v3 teammate. But when it comes to any of the French community Rocket League players, they love to beat each other. So this will not be hard to go full force.
You say that, but Mawkzy was saying the one thing he does not want to do is face off against a French player, eliminate a French player. And then he took it one step further by saying, I don't want to eliminate a French-speaking player.
The Francophones, but now there are only French players left, and Francophones left, with Dralii being part of that community. So he has no choice at this point. And yeah, but Atow as well. He's not French, but he's French speaking from Belgium. So you've got now Mawkzy is probably happy it's all Francophones left in the tournament, and he can unleash his full force on his countrymen. Or I guess what you call it when you speak the same language. I don't know what that word is.
You don't think he's already unleashed his full potential yet, Fear?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's a really good, not sponsorship, like vouch, I think is the word I'm trying to think of, from Dralii. The fact that he's believing in Mawkzy. Mawkzy, he's definitely done the prep. If there's anybody to question whether or not he's done the prep for the tournament, it's Mawkzy. Some of these other guys are just so good, they maybe not prioritize ones. They'll just jump in and dominate without putting in the work. Mawkzy has absolutely put in the work. It's worth pointing out as we get into this matchup. This is actually a seeding matchup that happened earlier on in Group A, I believe is they were in, or one of the two groups. And Mawkzy was actually able to get that one and historically has the slight edge. So maybe that's where Dralii's coming from.
All right, okay. You backing that as well then, Johnny?
Yeah, I think coming into this event, I would have said Mawkzy. Even start of today, I would have said that Mawkzy would be the favorite over Atow. But after seeing Atow's level against Nass, I've changed my mind. I think Atow right now looks to be extremely impressive. And I've seen him cause Mawkzy problems in the past, with Mawkzy being so well known for his kickoff game. Atow's mixing up the kickoffs really well today. So I don't think Mawkzy's going to have an easy time getting into that rhythm.
I will say though, Mawkzy's turned off the Galaxy starlights that he had behind him that gave him a little bit of a buff.
Yeah, he was on blue team last time. He was on blue team, and those blue stars, they fit so perfect in the little player cam. I thought, the aesthetic was great. He is on orange team this time. Maybe he doesn't have orange lights. I actually doubt he's probably doing it for the aesthetic, but hey, I like to pretend that he might be. But yeah, I mean, playing in the dark, playing in a cave, not really how I like to do it, but it seems like a lot of the pros do. We saw Atow, he flicked his light on, and then he ended up getting a win. So maybe there's something to do with lights. I don't know.
Do you feel like if you're Atow though, and you've just heard of, maybe seen your teammates having such little faith in you, you just got to be like, well, hold on a second there. You're supposed to be one of the very few people that maybe have the most amount of faith in me.
Atos is such a troll. I think no matter what Dralii says, he's just going to have some cheeky response and let his gameplay do the talking.
Well, that Mawkzy matchup against Atow that he had previously ended up being a reverse sweep as well. So you think it might be a case of Atow potentially taking his foot off the gas heading into this once more?
I did not actually see that. I think during that upper bracket final during the Group B, you guys so many games flying around. I didn't watch the Atow Mawkzy one as closely. I think there's maybe the Nass Fatira one going on at the same time, which was kind of scary because one of those guys was going to get eliminated. So I tell you what, I'm not sure. I haven't been able to look back and see if Mawkzy has that ability. I think reverse sweeps in general happen a little bit more often in ones. Mawkzy is never going to back down. So I can believe in either of them. Atow, what he really has going for him is Nass coming into this tournament is that guy. Atow beat that guy. Actually, now Dralii is for sure that guy waiting for him. But the next other that guy, there's many that guys, is Mawkzy. So can he add a full list of all of the favorites to his resume in this tournament? Not sure.
Is it going to be a case of the KC fans reigning supreme, coming out on top than the Mork fandom?
I wouldn't mind it, honestly. I mean, I'm just waiting to see that happen at this point, because it's what I'm slightly leaning towards, is that we have a full KC grand final. I just keep refreshing Kamitow's stream. I see that he's offline, but surely he boots up the live stream for that one if we get a full KC final here.
Well, you know what? For Atow's sake, I'm certainly hoping that he's had the opportunity to warm up, unlike his teammate who was ready and waiting for him in the grand final. So, Johnny boy, who do you think is going to walk away with the victory?
Yeah, I've been saying it, Atow, so I'm sticking to that. Actually, correction, yeah, I see Kamito is live. He's got to change the channel. Kamito, tune in. Your boys are on the pitch. Yeah, I think Atow's going to take this because he's had a decent matchup against Mawkzy in the past, recently, especially he's caused Mawkzy's problems, and today he just looks unreal, so I've got to go for him.
Yeah, I think I am going to go with Mawkzy. I'll take the other side. I think this is one of those coin flip type matchups. The way Mawkzy's played historically, I think he's had the slight edge over Atow when I was doing a little bit of research. There's no question that Atow's on his game, but what that means is a great game for us. I'm going to go ahead and put the 1v1 main with a slight edge.
a great game regardless, but I'm gonna have to go with Atow as my prediction on this one. I know the fans are ready and raring to get the show on the road, so without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into this next one. It's gonna be Mawkzy versus Atow with his teammate ready and waiting. Now is his moment, his last opportunity to prove Juicy wrong and walk away as our grand finalist.
And then there was 3. The final boss awaits in Dralii in the finals, but first Atow and Mawkzy have to duke it out. My name is Gibbs. I am joined by CJ for this amazing semi-final action in the inaugural 1v1 tournament. CJ, how pumped are you?
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, Andy. We are down to the final 3, as you said. We've got 3v3 mains. We've got a 1v1 main. Surely in the 1v1 game, you've got to favour him. I'm going to go Mawkzy for this one, but Atow just looks so impressive against Nass.
Yeah, I've been predicting Atow this whole weekend, and I'll see if that holds true. Great save here off the crossbar for Atow to narrowly keep that one out, but Mawkzy's got all the boost. Atow still has 33 in the tank, though, so let's see what defensive stop he can make here. He does clear it off his post to get the clear, but no boost available for him. He's going to have to pick up some pads. He went for the other mid boost across the field, and now Mawkzy going for another dribble attempt, having full possession for this first half minute.
It's going to be an interesting one here. Could be the first goal coming through.
Wow, there you go.
Perhaps what we saw the warm-up playing a factor in the previous series with, well, I guess Dralii hopping on a minute before, Juicy firing first, but Atow will get the first goal on the board, and he might just get a little bit of a pause. It looks like Atow might be just lagging a touch.
Yeah, his camera was lagging a bit, so he asked for a pause really fast, as you saw in that top left corner. But for Atow, it feels like he had the better warm-ups coming in, including today, but not only yesterday as well. I know Trebl is your boy, but for Mawkzy, that's a little bit more of a walk in the park for him. So it's been 2 days since that rematch that these guys had on Friday, but Atow has had the tougher road afterwards, so maybe that warm-up is going to really help him going into this match against Mawkzy. Yeah,
he certainly had the reps on the board in, I guess, well, certainly today, but yeah, Atow's, it's because we talk about the mental side of Rocket League as well, Gibbs. This is almost a reverse psychology, man. How often do we see an early goal and the other person says, wait, my controller, it's a timeout, but Atow's actually gone the other way. He scored himself and then called for a tech pause.
Yeah, and you see, like, pressure is going to really matter as well, too, because like Atow and Dralii both, who are still in this tournament, their main goal this year is to win the 3v3 championship, right? So Mawkzy, like, ones is his thing. He trains for ones, he practices ones, he does not care about threes at all. This is his ultimate chance, right? His glory. So for him, I feel like there's got to be way more pressure on Mawkzy than Atow. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play worse. He could really play exceptionally well because of it. But with Atow and Dralii, we all know, yes, a 1v1 championship would be great for them, but their ultimate goal at the end of the day is to be 3v3 world champions. So we'll see if Mawkzy can take that pressure and just catapult him to another level.
Yeah, another reason why I think it's I'll say it, I'm rooting for Mawkzy just because, well, it gets another person to Birmingham.
Yeah.
Well, a person that, as you said, hasn't achieved, well, nowhere near as much in the 3v3 format as these KC boys. Gets a chance to go, but regardless, if it's Atow or Dralii, they'll be there anyway. They don't need to play the ones. Whereas Mawkzy, it'd be pretty cool to see him, but more pressure on his back. Back into it now. Atow got to get the first 2. It's a nice midfield challenge.
Yeah, the backflip challenge is always hard to read when you're on offense because you expect them, they're kind of out of position, but Atow read that perfectly, knew exactly when Mawkzy wanted to take that into the air, wins the challenge cleanly, and gets a free goal.
Just perfect positioning. We mentioned the no man's land kind of challenge where it's not too, well, you're just in that spot where you should be closer or you should be further away, but especially against Mawkzy, that's got to be crucial for Atow. We know how, well, he's known for his flicks, Mawkzy, so being able to challenge early was massive there for Atow, and he might be able to find another one. You see Mawkzy with no boost. He tried to find the bump, and Atow knew exactly what he was up to. Drives around him, gets his third.
the recoveries, the counterattacks. This is what Atow did in his last match as well. He's just so quick off the walls or off the inside of his net. It doesn't really matter, and he just catches the player on offense just off guard and just gets those free counterattack goals. It's the speed of Atow that has been looking so good throughout today.
And there he's going to be the first goal from Mawkzy. That's a nice 50. Still needs to find 2 more of it. I mean, we mentioned, well, the boys mentioned in the first series of Atow, turning on his light, turning on his lamp was huge, but perhaps camera off. Atow's a different beast now. He doesn't have to worry about how his camera's looking, how the room's looking. So far, though, he's in control, but Mawkzy has hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, delayed kickoff there by Atow. Like Mawkzy, his real threat is the head-to-head kickoff, or the head-on kickoffs. He gets another goal here on the counterattack. But when we saw him versus Trebl, his heads-on kickoffs were fantastic. He won 2/3 of them versus Trebl. He was about 50% on diagonal kickoffs. So it seems like Mawkzy is more comfortable when it is a heads-on kickoff like this. He wins them more times than not. We'll see if that plays a factor here. We'll see what Atow can do to kind of confuse Mawkzy down those kickoffs. But so far, that's back-to-back wins by Mawkzy.
And that wave dash recovery kickoff is his staple. It's worked again there. Atow just seems to hit the ground first. Able to get the speed. What a flick. Atow should be able to deal with this. He tried to hit the psycho, missed. Mawkzy in control. Insta challenge. You could hear Atow coming, but just wasn't able to get it underneath in time. Another insta challenge. Atow so aggressive, and he's found the demo. Won't be able to get it on net straight away. Back post spawn comes through. Atow, does he get it? No, doesn't find the dunk.
He tried to creep it in under the crossbar, just hit it a little bit too early, but that's just because of how fast he had to do it. Gets another opportunity here with the flipper shot. Mawkzy, a great save, but Atow again, the recovery speed by him is so good. 2 bumps to throw Mawkzy off, and Atow will at least keep this ball just in contention, like in that midfield. Another demo by Atow there, and this time he will be able to secure the goal.
Yeah, I think 3's plays are just quicker than 1's. You can see Atow, they were both low boost. Well, actually, Atow was able to grab the mid, and then he just cannoned at Mawkzy. Found the demo, stole his corner boost, found the open net. 4-2, just bridging that gap. Certainly be a handy lead after Mawkzy was able to find his first 2. But there's another kickoff win. Can he rip the flick? There he is. There's the 1v1 man coming out.
And Mawkzy, he's starting a little slow, but, you know, he wins a big kickoff here and gets the flick. But let's not forget that when they played for that Group B final placement match, Mawkzy won or lost the first 2 games to Atow and then won 3 in a row. So even if Mawkzy does fall here, he's not going to be too concerned about it. You expect him to probably lose this one because Atow has had that warm-up. But he's hanging in here right now. It's only a 1-goal game. Atow, though, with possession, going in the air early, trying for the bump. He gets the bump on Mawkzy, but the ball does not go in. Mawkzy gets the clear out. What a save.
He just, I don't know, he platformed into the crossbar there, Mawkzy, and was able to recover by just eating the crossbar. Another bump, this time actually Atow goes high. Does he turn on net? Mawkzy doesn't get back. In the end, Atow finds his 5th, but that was a ridiculous save.
That's so tough, too, because you make a great save, but then, like, you just don't get a scoring opportunity off of it. So it was still Atow's possession mostly throughout that, and he still scores eventually. So it just makes matters worse, right? Because Atow has the lead and just drained more of the clock as well. But Mawkzy wins another kickoff here, going for the aerial dribble bump. But Atow, big save, and again, the recovery speed from him, the counterattack, 3-goal lead.
How often does he score like this? I don't know if there's anyone quicker out of net. It's just in and out. He finds a little zap dash recovery to hit Supersonic. 6-3. You mentioned the warm-up game being a factor. I mean, if Juicy was able to take a game off Dralii and then we saw how the rest of that series goes, it clearly shows that warm-ups are huge in the ones. And obviously, we know we'll get better and better, but Atow still has had a really impressive start to this game. Does he get another one? No.
We saw another delayed kickoff by Atow. We actually talked about this a lot with Fear in the pre-show on Saturday of like, here's how you counter Mawkzy's head-on kickoff is going for that delayed kickoff. And he's shown it twice now, Atow, and he's done well with them. So we'll see if that continues when it is the heads-up kickoff. Mawkzy, though, with possession. Great flick there. Little 360 on the ground to secure the goal for Mawkzy. He's still alive. 2 goals down, 37 on the clock.
Yeah, he's recognized that Atow's just been insta-challenging pretty much everything, playing so aggressive. Still love the little whip around from Mawkzy to get in position. But that's great recognition. As I said, he knows that Attow's looking to challenge it instantly. He's not trying to let Mawkzy set up the flick. That time, he just flicks a bit earlier, gets it over the top. Nice bump. Heavy touch as well. Does he recovery time? He does. 2-goal swing. It's back to a 1-goal game.
So little bumps on both sides. We weren't sure who was actually going to get bumped more. Mawkzy wins it. Not only that, backs up just enough to get a powerful touch to clear that ball towards the blue side goal. And here we go. 1 goal down, half a minute to play. Mawkzy's right back in it.
He loves his kickoff. The wave dash recovery gets another one. He's going to fake this boost. That has to go back. Worried about cutting it straight on net. This time doesn't challenge. Gets bumped off it. Mawkzy's got to tie it up. 6-6.
Here we go, tie game, game 1, and this is what we expect, just a battle between these two. Mawkzy, great job by him getting that bump there, but Atow, he still almost came off that crossbar and made a save. But Mawkzy, it's all or nothing on these goals because you know that the speed of Atow is so great on those counterattacks.
And this time, Atow, we've seen him do this before. Opts to not go for the kickoff, grab boost instead. Goes to defend, he's overcommitted once again, he throws himself at it. Mawkzy might just be stealing game 1, Gibbs.
I feel like Mawkzy's in Attow's head. Like, Atow is trying to change his kickoff so often, and it's kind of throwing Atow off, it feels like. It feels like he's afraid that Mawkzy's going to win kickoffs more times than not, so he doesn't want to contest them. He'll go for delayed kickoffs like that, or just don't go for them at all. But Mawkzy wins this one as well. He'll throw it on net, but Attow's got one last chance.
He's going to keep it up. Mawkzy, though, with boost, throws it down, and he was 2 down with 20 on the clock. He has found a regulation win. Atow just looked like he was trying to end that game from the get-go. I don't know if he just got the confidence from Dralii, but those challenges weren't working, and Mawkzy adapted.
That's a confidence boost again, because I think Atow, like, even if everyone thought this match was going to be close, the edge in game 1 would have definitely been Atow just because of the warm-up and all of that. But Mawkzy, to take that game was fantastic for him with the comeback as well. We talk about the mental side of 1v1, and to lose game 1 when you're up the entire time has got to feel bad for Atow.
And it looks like it'll just be me and you from now on, Gibbs. Mawkzy has decided also to turn off his camera for, well, I guess performance reasons, maybe a bit of placebo, but that means we get to stare at Gibbs a little bit more often this series. 1 in chat if you're happy with that one, because I know I am. We'll have no player cams. How about we just put me and Gibbs on the player cam boxes and we'll pretend to be Mawkzy and Atow. But in all seriousness, a great start from Mawkzy there. He looked out of it and he found a way in.
Yeah, it really feels like the kickoff game. For these heads-up kickoffs, I think Attow's not sure what to do, or even the diagonal when he just didn't go for it, and Mawkzy read it immediately and got full possession. So I really do feel like Atow fears the Mawkzy kickoff, and he doesn't want to go for normal ones. He will, like, occasionally, because he's got to try and throw off Mawkzy, but it seems like he's a little bit afraid right now. We'll see if that continues through game 2.
Yeah, we will see if this one will continue the trend that the last 30 seconds was on, or the path, and well, it will. It was 14 seconds in. Atow went for boost, and Mawkzy said, if you're going to take that, I'll have the net. Beautiful bump instead, actually. He had no choice. He was on ice skates. He was on an ice rink, and he gets the first.
That's always hard when you're elevated and the cars are near each other, because the other car just has to park right underneath you and you can't do anything about it. So Mawkzy, great job there to park himself under Atow so he can't get his wheels on the ground and get the first goal. He's got the boost here as well. Going to keep it high. He misses the shot off the post. Atow, if he can get there in time, he does. Gets a freebie. I think Mawkzy wants this one back.
How has he missed that? I'm trying to watch that on the replay. He just didn't get around that at all. I mean, the setup was perfect. It looked like he should have scored, and
yeah,
that's costly.
And that's the hard part. In threes, if you misplay, which we've seen CJ do a ton, there's always teammates behind him to make saves, right? But in ones, you make a misplay, it's a 2-goal swing. And that's just how it is. So.
In threes, it's a great pass, you know.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. You throw it off the post, you're like, yeah, I meant to do that.
Yeah, it's costly in ones, and should be 2-0. It's not, it's 1-1, and Atow might be able to get the lead here. He's in.
What a save.
Should it? Well, Atow, come on now. Surely, okay, he delayed the inevitable. He finds the lead.
play with his food a little bit here. I'd be a little concerned. I just throw that in the net, Atow, next time, please. For us, at least, because I'm having a heart attack there. But he does get the goal. 1 minute down. Atow has a 1-goal lead. Still incredibly close. We'll see how this diagonal kickoff goes. Again, Mawkzy's kickoff for diagonal versus Trebl wasn't that great. And Atow just going to do a power shot. He gets enough on it and steals the goal away.
Yeah, he just knew that, well, Mawkzy was going to dip out for that mid boost at some stage. And as soon as he popped out, Atow threw it on net. 3-1 now. And, well, like, you can't get too confident in this guy because we know that Mawkzy finishes games incredibly well, as we saw in the first. No insta challenge, should I say, this time from Atow, but Mawkzy in trouble. He's been demoed. Can Atow get around it for a fourth? Just has to hook it on net. Should do, will do. He's on fire.
And that's the benefit of going boost and not the ball. Mawkzy was like, I'm going to play ball, but he only had like 15 boosts in the tank. But Atow got the mid boost, got back in time to make the challenges happen. And then that leads to a demo. It leads to a free goal. So it does pay off occasionally to go for that boost. Atow does it here again, but Mawkzy has the other corner boost in his hand, and now they're both going to race back into the orange side. Atow with the flick attempt, misses it. Makes it awkward though for Mawkzy. He somehow gets away with it, bumps Atow out, and will secure the goal.
Yeah, Mawkzy just, well, found himself in a position that was very favorable. You just see Atow. I think he got so close that he had that moment of, what on earth am I doing here? He just thought, I am probably in a bit of a rough spot with no boost, and Mawkzy gets a free goal.
Yeah, when you're on the offensive side, then you look in that bottom right corner and you're like, oh yeah, I got like 10 boost in my tank. This is probably not a place I want to be. Mawkzy being chased down here, so he's just going to have to dribble this ball around. Atow threatening at times, but cannot get the demo on Mawkzy. It does open the door up just a little bit. Atow with low boost will be able to get the touch though. Mawkzy also misses the bump. Neither of these guys can connect with their cars.
Low boost now for Mawkzy. Atow's done really well to throw pressure on net while still grabbing that corner boost. You can see he's trying to find that challenge. If he can get on net, that's beautiful play. Top right corner found. And he does have a 3-goal lead, which last game looked safe, but Mawkzy's never out.
Sure. A great job by Atow there to just delay the challenge to get the favorable 50-50 and secure that goal. Here's another heads-up kickoff. And this time, Atow is kind of hanging around, doing his normal kickoffs, not going for the delays as often. See if that pays off throughout the series. But Atow with low boost does get the clear out.
Atow goes back. Mawkzy sets up the flick. What a save from Atow. Top corner found. Top corner saved. There's more boost taken by Mawkzy. Atow's just got a double jump. Toe poke it on net. Mawkzy knew more than I did. I thought perhaps it was going to be bar down. That's a huge flick. Does Atow get back? Does he set up the psycho? He misses. Free shot. It's not the greatest, but Atow doesn't find a recovery.
These are always dangerous when you're trying to double tap it back off your back wall. Go for the psycho, because if you miss, it's just wide open. And even with a bad shot, Mawkzy, he still puts that one home. So, but Atow, like, I get what you're trying to do, but maybe try and throw it into your corner. His guess is probably, then I have no boost, Mawkzy's going to score anyway. But Mawkzy gets another one here off the kickoff, and here we go again. Just like game one, Mawkzy right back in.
Yeah, it's a beauty of 1v1. Any goal can be turned into 2 with a great kickoff. Mawkzy has turned that 3-5 or 2-5 into a 1-goal game. Atow, though, answers right back. It was messy, but he just outpaced Mawkzy.
Mawkzy goes for the bump right here with the wave dash. Atow just parks it just for an extra split moment and gets the goal. Both these guys are going for demo plays, but both players are doing a great job of dodging the other car. So well done there by Atow. We'll see a lot of delayed kickoffs here. Like, I felt like we weren't seeing them that often throughout this 1v1 tournament, but so far here, we've seen Mawkzy do it on the diagonal. We've seen Atow do it a lot in the heads up. See if that continues. Mawkzy will get a big clear here, but it's kind of just going to throw this one away a bit, and Atow's going to make a little bit of a save. They'll both reset with 100 boost. Atow gets possession. He's going to go for the flick. He's going to fake it, go low, make it a little too freestyle happy, and just gives the ball away to Mawkzy.
Yeah, and he hasn't grabbed any boost on the way back, just a few pads. Backflip challenge was good. Does he get one more? Mawkzy ready to chow. No boost now for Atow. He's in big trouble. But Mawkzy goes for the fake, which is really all Atow had to play for, was that touch. But he's been sent to Mars, and he should, out of level, well, get 1 goal back. And it's similar to game one here, Gibbs. He's just sticking around and surging late.
Yeah, we'll see how these kickoffs go. They're going to be very important for this last minute. It is a diagonal. I think that favors maybe Atow a slight bit, but see how it goes. Atow does win this with the boost. At least Mawkzy will control the ball, though, on zero, grabbing the other mid boost. Great play by him to get possession and boost. Going into the air, going off the ceiling. Can he hit the shot? He does. Tie game.
That's beautiful. Mawkzy has dominated these kickoffs. He goes straight off the ceiling, saves his reset, and from there, it is just the world is his oyster. Finds bottom left. Nothing that Atow can do. 6-6. He was 3 goals down, but that's nothing for this guy. The wave dash kickoff has won another. Here is Atow has to back off. Does he get the other fleet? Top corner, he finds it, but it is offline. Mawkzy just sends it to Mars.
That actually does work out, but he doesn't get any boost yet. He's got to pick up this back corner, go from a different angle. Atow's going to try and go low. Not a great shot there. And Mawkzy will take over. He's going to try and throw it forward, but Atow's quick clear and the counter attack. It doesn't have enough juice. Mawkzy, big save. Can Atow finish? He does. Great slow touch going off the bar again. So Mawkzy cannot get the clear, and Atow back up top.
Oh, I'll tell you what, if Mawkzy saved that with 0 boost off the bar with the recovery, it would have been ridiculous. But Atow held his nerve. 21 seconds. Mawkzy wins kickoff, has boost and ball. Atow goes back corner. Mawkzy needs to find those fleeks as he hits the challenge. He actually got it over the top, but the bump came through and he's dusted him. He will be able to tie this series up with a huge final challenge.
Such a smart play by Atow. I think Mawkzy, from the get-go there, was like, I'm going for the air dribble bump, and Atow's like, I'm not going to give you any time. I'm just going to attack. We saw this in his last match. The speed that Atow has is unmatched on the field. He shows it there to get the huge 2-goal lead, but Mawkzy, the kickoff, he's still alive.
What a ridiculous shot as well from Mawkzy. He just popped up, wave dash, off instant flip, pre-flip shot on net, 3 seconds. And he has dominated these kickoffs. There's a chance, but he's got to lock in right now.
Is it a delay for Atow? That's what I'm guessing. Neither one goes for the delay, just the neutral kickoff. Atow's got it cleared. He didn't get enough on him. Mawkzy, can he keep it alive? He does. He grabs his 100. What can he do?
Surely not. Oh, he just threatened the bum. Mawkzy almost catching with the wave dash. But Atow ties this one up. He keeps starting well, Atow, but they're falling in a hole late. But he found that crucial goal. Mawkzy, well, he had a chance to pinch another one.
That was a smart play, though, play at the end by Atow. He went for the demo play to just disrupt, but he went from the side. So, like, if he does miss it, he can turn around immediately, compared to if you go, heads up, then you're completely backwards. It's going to take you a lot longer to actually go back. So, Atow, well done by him to hold his nerve and get that 1-goal game. But, man, oh, man, we have a series here, CJ. Both games so incredibly close.
Yeah, it's this is what we kind of expected from the semi-final. I think the first semi-final left us all confused as to, well, just how good Dralii is, I guess, whether he's 2 levels above everyone else. But this one is what we expected. We knew it was going to be close. The first matchup back in the group stage for seeding was that Game 5 reverse sweep. So we haven't really had, too many Game 7s. We had the reverse sweep, the Nass apparently Jack match. The way this one's trending could be champ field.
It is trending that way, but there's always that 1v1 tilt factor, right? Like, if someone loses a bad game somewhere, it could be compounded into 2 or 3 in a row. So, see if that happens. But it's really going to come down to these kickoffs. So right now, I feel like Mawkzy has the edge on all the kickoffs, and Atow's doing a good job when the ball's just a rally score attempt where both players have possession. Like, Atow's doing well there. So, we'll see if that continues. Game 3 has begun. Mawkzy won another kickoff, but the rallies, the counterattacks by Atow, just a free goal. Mawkzy not expecting the speed of Atow.
Yeah, he always finds so much power on the finishing shot as well, no matter how little boost he has. He finds the first, as, well, he seems to always do here, Atow. He's really strong at the start of these games. Mawkzy kind of just tightens up his gameplay as it goes on, but these kickoffs have been a consistent factor for Mawkzy, and that's a ridiculous flick. That is just lovely with no boost. That's what he's known for. Ties it up.
That's so difficult because the ball pops over Atow's head. He could try and challenge early, but he's in such a bad spot. He kind of has to forfeit possession and just go pick up 2 pads and hope he can make a save. But with that flick by Mawkzy, it's just so good. Now to another delayed kickoff here. Can he get enough boost to get up in the air and throw it on net in time? Mawkzy, big save, but Atow with the follow-up will slot it home and get the lead right back.
It was a game of 0 boost, but the delayed kickoff was the factor in the end there. Atow finds his second. Lovely shot. Nothing that Mawkzy could do. 2-1. And yeah, as I mentioned, nothing's really changed game to game. It's just so close. It's based on these little kickoff wins. And, well, it could be 2-2 right now. Mawkzy has the flick game. This time Atow challenges in time. Can he recover? Mawkzy's a bit slow out of net. Yeah, he's the back all the way.
Mawkzy's hanging around.
And on net, that actually could work out in the end. Atow went for the shot.
Yeah, like Atow, I think, was like, oh, are you going to give me a free net? But then just didn't hit it hard enough, and Mawkzy did get back in time. Mawkzy, no boost, though, for a while here, so he's got to give up possession to Atow. Atow with a low-angle shot. Mawkzy will just play it off his back wall. A very easy save for him. And take over possession. Going for the dribble, going for the aerial dribble bump. He gets it. Tie game.
Perfect positioning. I mean, they're so hard to defend there unless you maybe roll ass with your second flip, but that's just the perfect spot. He's so far ahead of the ball there, Gibbs. There's nothing that he can do to get out of the line of Mawkzy, who finds his second, and it was beautiful defense down the other end as well. Atow this time goes for his no kickoff, his corner boost. Oh, it doesn't matter how good you are, you still cannot pick up those golden peanuts in the corner.
It's like the same thing in Rumble where the ball is frozen and no one hits it. It's like, it's hard to hit a target that doesn't move. Atow gets a shot, but Mawkzy does get the clear out. Atow, though, is trying to hang around this ball, trying to go for some fake challenges. Both pick up 100 boost, and Mawkzy will take it to the air. Going for the fake, Atow reads it the whole way and gets the challenge midfield. Can he recover in time? He does for the demo, and will get the free goal. And again, I feel like when it's Dralii scoring, Atow has that edge. It comes down to those kickoffs, and that's why we keep seeing Atow kind of forfeiting on a lot of these kickoffs, because he feels like he can win the game if it's just played for a bit.
Yeah, it's interesting how Mawkzy, he's got a quicker wave dash kickoff, but around the ground, the recoveries from Atow could just be the 3v3 game. He's just so much quicker than Mawkzy, and he's winning these little exchanges where there's a 50 and a 2's recovering quicker more often than not. It is Atow. He gets the lead. It's Mawkzy just trying to keep this ball away. Atow finds another bump with low boost, throws it on. Mawkzy this time will get space to work with.
Mawkzy did well there. He landed on top of Atow, but did recover in time. Another aerial dribble bump, and it seems like he's figured out something with Atow. The way Atow is playing defense, he's going in like a parallel line or a perpendicular line, and he could just follow right up and just be a fullback for his ball and just lead the way.
He's hit the button. The cringe button is always there. You can look at it just next to your keyboard on your desk, and he's gone, I'm going for it now. Just forget about it. Forget about it. We're going the cringe. He finds another kickoff goal. Mawkzy, this one was just dominant. Atow tried to delay. That's still a really nice shot in the end.
Yes, but this is Mawkzy trying to read for those delayed kickoffs. He flips into the ball, which he normally does not do on his kickoffs, and that's a good way to counter it. You just power through the ball to get through that delayed kickoff. So Mawkzy, a great read there, and that could spell trouble for Atow for the rest of this match.
Mawkzy tries to find a bump. Atow carries it across. Keeps it away from Mawkzy. The demo lands. Needs to get boost. Atow will be able to spawn in time, but not to grab it. Oh, there he is. Gets it in the perfect spot. The Mawkzy flicks back. Top left is found. He's got a 2-goal lead.
And Atow is just like, I need a wave dash to get a little bit closer to this to actually have a chance. And Mawkzy just so incredibly fast on the offense with that flick. And Atow just in no man's land because he wanted to be closer to guard more of those angles. But wins a kickoff here, misses the shot, far post.
Still in a great spot. He's grabbed all of the boost in Mawkzy's defensive half, and can he turn the corner? Mawkzy trying to track back. He's in a bit of trouble. Pops it off the crossbar. Still 0 boost. What does Atow do? It's a solo play. This is risky if it doesn't come off, but more often than not, he just cooks. Reset. Wave dash. Bottom left.
This play is so dangerous because Atow's in the air. Yeah, Mawkzy has no boost, but if he messes this up, Mawkzy makes a save and probably scores. So well done by Atow to just control that down and get the high percentage shot. And another kickoff win, but an unfavorable bounce will go Mawkzy's way.
Atow, though, steals the mid boost on his way past. Mawkzy just has to flick. This one not on target now. He has to find a boost on the way back. Keeps some pace on the ball. Dodges the demo. He's done really well. He's turned Atow inside out. Should be a goal. Will be a goal. Mawkzy, this is a rare position from him. He gets his 2-goal lead back. Usually he's having to make a late surge at Atow, but, well, he's got Atow on the back foot.
There's about 5 pixels difference between Atow and Mawkzy's rear end there, and Mawkzy avoids that demo. Just a little bit too much card chasing by Atow. Give Mawkzy a free one. Another delayed kickoff here by Atow. He's got 100, going for the double flick reset, trying to throw off Mawkzy, but now Atow's got nothing in the tank, and Mawkzy gets a free clear. He's going to go up for his flick, and top left bins. What a shot.
That's lovely. Often you see the 1v1 main just come out, and he just knows where that front of the car is. He knows where the sweet spot is on that Fennec. And it's the same thing every time. He just rips it into the top half of the net. 7-4. And not too much time left for Atow to get to work. Mawkzy trying to keep pressure on. Just peppering the net. Atow wants to take it straight. He finds a good 50, but Mawkzy isn't worried about that at all.
A lot of time wasted here on this possession by Atow as well. Mawkzy on low boosted very well on the offensive side, but now Atow's got a chance to get back into this. Tries to do a self-pass, a little bit too wide. Will continue the possession, but Mawkzy, great read off the back wall. Will get the counter, and that should be the game. Atow calls for next, and we will move on. Mawkzy with the win.
He's had enough. He's had enough of this game. 4 goals, 43 stats. There's still time, but we did see in that previous series that Atow's very happy to just call next and have a clean slate into this one as, well, Mawkzy's found the edge and gone ahead in the series, and there's a timeout call too.
Forfeit and the timeout. He's got to just try and think about, I assume the first thing he's got to think about are his kickoffs and also how to avoid the aerial dribble bumps, because Mawkzy found that throughout game 3. He got multiple goals based on that, based on how Atow is trying to play defense. So we'll see. We'll see what he can come up with, because Mawkzy is looking very, very strong right now, CJ.
He is. He's really in form, and it's still, he's not exactly surging away. He's not putting a Dralii-like performance. It's certainly anyone's game, but those flicks have been really deadly, as I said.
Oh, we lost CJ. All right, so now the show's gotten even better. Hey, guys. How you doing? Here we go. We have Atow, Mawkzy. Like, I feel like it is a back and forth game right now. Mawkzy did get the edge in game 3. I think that's why Atow is calling this timeout, right? Wants to kill that momentum now. Most time you see it in 3s, you wait 2 games and then you call a timeout. I feel like you don't have that luxury in 1s at times. Momentum is such a tilting factor in either way, with Atow on the defensive side or Mawkzy with the positive energy, right? So we'll see if this plays. And the show got worse again. Hello, CJ. Welcome back.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
I just despawned for a second. Someone forgot to just come into my
I just demoed you real quick.
Yeah, the depth of field increased at whoever's operating this game of Rocket League. But we're back. We're back in the game. We're back in business. Timeout over. I took the timeout to just disappear into the abyss, but it wasn't much fun. And I want to get back.
Did you at least wash your hands with warm water? Because that's like most important for casting.
I think it's a Trebl thing only, the warm water.
Okay.
Warm water buff, but I was able to see the script for this event, and I've been told that I can't quite give it away, but let me tell you that you ain't seen nothing yet.
Okay, that's a whole lot of no information, but we'll take it.
What I knew.
Oh, please. I love when content creators tweet. I just love it. All right, anyway, let's move on.
You knew what I knew, because I know so much, and it's so exciting. And I'm not going to tell you, but if only you knew. Timeout over, 2-1 Mawkzy. Let's see what Atow has found as he's probably done a bit of inner self-talk as well. We've witnessed on the player cams previously. How to pump himself up for this one.
And it's only if they knew what kickoff was about to happen, right? That's going to be the main priority here from both these players, trying to fake each other out. We saw Mawkzy get the read on a delayed kickoff at a time. Now Atow's going off the seal. Mawkzy as well. Atow reads it quickly and just pushes the ball forward because Mawkzy's on a tough angle, so if you can get this there quickly, he doesn't have the angle. Great job by Atow.
Trying to channel my short-term memory. We haven't really seen Atow go for aerial plays much in this game, and when he is absolutely dominating 1v1 series, this is, well, here we go. This is what he's doing. It's back corner, and it's full-length air dribbles. Here he goes. Reset, flick, top bins. He's missed. Don't do it again. That's why.
This is why. And this is why those are all or nothing plays, and if you're just slightly off, it is a risky play. A 2-goal swing here. Mawkzy will take the free one. But yeah, mostly we've seen the counterattack goals by Atow. Of just, he's using his ground speed more than anything to get ahead of Mawkzy. And that's where he's scoring most of his goals. Mawkzy, though, great challenge here. Off the kickoff, he also got the boost, so he's going to win that one and take the 1-goal lead.
Well, this is why when you're playing 1v1, man, it is tough to go for those aerial plays because, I mean, Mawkzy's so punishing. He's frustrating if it doesn't come off, but I think that could still be the difference for Atow in this match. Take to the skies more often. It didn't work out that time, but I still believe you got to do it 2 or 3 times at least. You got to keep experimenting to see if it's going to work. 2-1 though for Mawkzy. Good spot here. He's trying to create space. Does he get the flick? Oh, that is just almost locked onto that top corner, but not to be.
And Atow trying for the counterattack shot. Mawkzy just hung around a little bit too long, and Atow just throws it deep. Like, Mawkzy's going for maybe some demo plays, maybe expecting Atow to try and dribble it or something, just putting pressure on, but just a bad time to pressure, and Atow sees it, just throws it at the net. We're all tied up, and this is the thing. The small mistakes will be magnified at times, but another kickoff from Mawkzy. Atow has still not figured this one out yet.
Mawkzy, just the delayed kickoff was perfect in the end. Atow didn't read it at all. He hit it straight into him. Mawkzy finds the opening. Gets the 1-goal lead back. Wave dash kickoff. I mean, he's got to have won 80% of the kickoffs in this series, Mawkzy. He just feels like he's always winning. He's got another goal from it too. He just staunches the 50 and gets his 4th.
Great low challenge here. They both have boost, but it does not matter. Just parks it behind the ball, powers through, using that muscle of the Fennec. And Mawkzy has figured out these kickoffs. No delay here this time, but he does win it, but he doesn't get the mid boost. Just tries to throw it forward on net. Atow will clear it away. The boost race goes to Atow, so can he find the angle? He does not. Mawkzy throws it around, but Atow is still controlling all the boost on the field.
I would have owned gold so hard there, Mawkzy. That was still a crucial touch. He finds the flick with 0 boost. He's going to get demoed. He doesn't get out of the way. He finds that back corner. Still on the ball. Atow just 20 boost. Oh, the best spot. That back corner boost did spawn as Atow might have timed this perfectly. He has to double back. Doesn't get it. He thought he was going to pick it up on the drive-by. Took 2 goes, and he's still on 0 boost.
Still on 0 boost, trying to chase though, trying to apply some pressure, hoping to get this ball out somewhere where he can get boost. He goes through his corner. Mawkzy just power shot, and Atow does well to throw it around. Mawkzy though trying to play it slow, a little bit of a mistouch. Atow will throw deep. Mawkzy can race back just in time, put it into a safe spot on his corner. Atow though going off the opponent's back wall, turns around on the ceiling, and somehow puts that in. How does he do it?
Disgusting. This was, what a catch. The reset, wow. The flip instantly into the reset and throws it right on top of Mawkzy's head for his 3rd goal. He's right back in this. That's where he sets himself apart. He's more mechanical than Mawkzy, and he does have the 1v1 main ground game against those aerial plays. I want to see more of that from Atow.
That was best goal of the day, I would say. That was an aerial masterclass there, and he goes up in the air again. Can't get the air dribble bump because Mawkzy was already too elevated into the air. He's just got to throw it away and pick up the boost. Mawkzy takes control, looking for a power flick. Doesn't get as much on it as he wants, so Atow can make that top save. Mawkzy, though, another poor touch. And Atow challenges early, but Mawkzy does well. Throws another one in. Just so much pressure by Mawkzy. He had a couple missed touches, but he made up for it on all these challenges and did so well on 2 of them back-to-back.
Yeah, it just felt like it was just 50-50 practice for Mawkzy. Atow just kept on flying at him. Mawkzy kept on eating those 50s. And he has found his 5th goal. And I thought he might have missed that boost. Able to scoop it up, Atow. Massive fake challenge. Where does he bite? Mawkzy. Oh, here it comes. It's automatic. And he's got a 3-goal lead.
And this is why so many ones players will challenge so early, because if you allow Mawkzy to have this time, whenever he decides to do that monster flick, it's so hard to defend and guess when it's coming, and Atow can't react fast enough, and Mawkzy, a commanded 3-goal lead.
Yeah, those flicks are just too good when he does set him up, when he gets time to set him up. That's why Atow wants the instant challenge, but we saw he's found another one here. This is 7-3. Already called next. Does he have a concept of how time works? You've got 92 seconds still, and he's had enough.
To be fair, the last time around, we all questioned his 1 forfeit and versus Nass, and he won every other game around it, right? Maybe he's more worried about the tilt factor than about the comeback potential. I would assume he's probably like, there's a 5% chance I win this game, but there's probably a 50% chance I tilt out, like if this gets worse. And maybe he's playing that side of the game. I don't agree with it personally, CJ, but hey, he's in the semis, I'm not.
I have no idea why he's done that. I have no idea why he's done that. That confuses me. That really confuses me, that one. He has a lot of time. I understand he could tilt, but goodness me, he's still in that game. Well, just go for the next kickoff. Just see if you lose the next kickoff. Just
exactly, right?
Maybe, but crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we haven't seen yet. We've seen every forfeit right after a goal. I'm pretty sure they could just do it live. Like, if he loses a kickoff, just like, all right, FF next, just to see what happens. We've seen a lot of kickoff goals throughout this match, mostly on Mawkzy's side, though, and I think Atow is still trying to figure that out, and he really hasn't found that for him just yet. But now he's down 3-1, and he's on his last life. Will he forfeit out of this tournament? I hope not. I hope he goes the whole way, but Mawkzy in full control.
Yeah, well, now no timeout, couple of forfeits back to back, all the momentum to Mawkzy is he would be the story of this tournament. Obviously now Trebl has been knocked out, having the 1v1 main that can't crack it in the threes. He's waited all along. People saying, why on earth are you just playing 1v1s on stream? Why have you been grinding this game mode for so long? Well, here he is, 1 game away from the big one game away from having to take down a second member of KC. Can he do it?
Atow with the boost here is going to try and just punish Mawkzy. Can't really do too much here. Mawkzy will get a big clear to just hopefully go pick up some pads. Atow will get possession. Trying for a bounce dribble shot attempt. Instead, just throws it a little bit earlier than expected. Mawkzy does read it. Atow, though, going in the air, going for the double tap flip reset. Cannot get it. Now on low boost, he's got to be careful. Mawkzy gets the clear. Atow will retreat.
Yeah, good luck, because that flick is always top corner. This time, Atow ready, and there he is. He's the quickest recoverer in the West and the East and all over the world. He's always in and out of net, thinking 2 steps ahead. And Mawkzy, the flick that time was, well, top corner, but Atow.
It was a good flick, yeah. And that's the quality of that save. It's not only the save, he puts it into a spot where when he lands inside his goal, he can flip out quickly and get the counterattack. So much going on defense for Atow, doing a fantastic job there. That's the thing he looked so good at all throughout today. Mawkzy, his flick is so good that he's going to keep trying it, right? He gets the demo here. The ball will swivel back towards his side of the field, though, so Atow will be able to collect some boost. But Mawkzy is going to keep doing it until it's not working more than 50% of the time, which right now, it's been working pretty well. This time, the threat of the flick, he doesn't score.
He's trolling. Surely. Why did he not flip into that? He tried to just disrespect Atow, but there was no angle where he was going to get faked there. Oh, he's got to find a goal surely now. Throws it on. There it is.
All right, at least he got it. At least he got it. But playing with his food, right? Just like a little bit too much BM. And here we see Mawkzy, though. He does find that flick and will get the goal. And that's the danger, though. Like, his flick is so good. He's going to keep going back to it. And Atow is going to have to just find a way to make those saves and get that counterattack. But I think Mawkzy would take that 9 times out of 10. Like, he thinks his flick is better than Atow saves more than 50% of the time, so he will absolutely take it.
Oh, and there's his first miss. I mean, I still can't believe he didn't just score that. He almost said, I'll see you in 10 seconds, buddy, as he hopped down the other end, grabbed 100.
Wasted clock.
Found the goal. 1-1 still, Mawkzy. Solo. This is where he's less comfortable than most, but he's got a great spot now. He doesn't get the bump, though. Atow somehow still steals more boost, but Atow has more than perhaps Mawkzy realizes. He can keep control. He might be able to find the lead. Low 50. Atow recovers. Oh, he's walked around him. He's absolutely walked around him again. And he will find the counter-attack.
So it feels like when the play slows down and there's a lot of these weird small challenges, you expect more times than not that Atow is going to find a way out of it quicker than Mawkzy. We talk about the speed on kickoffs is definitely Mawkzy, but Atow, when it's open field, doing so well. Here he gets a kickoff win, an absolute huge confidence boost for him, and takes a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, rare kickoff win there. The wave dash kickoff often going the way of Mawkzy. That time, Atow winning out. 2-goal lead very quickly in this match as Mawkzy perhaps just took the foot off the gas a little bit. And he's got a chance here with the flick. Atow this time, he's gone for that insta challenge again, which is, I'd say, he's been a little bit more passive in previous games compared to how it was game 1. I like the aggression coming back. It's working, and he's going to get his 4th.
Great challenge here in the open field. Mawkzy's not expecting Atow to actually challenge this. I think he's calling for the bluff on the fake, but Atow just faster again in that open field. Gets it done. Nice easy goal for him. 3-goal lead, trying to force game 6.
Could be scary now, and well, here's 5. I'm going to call it early. There's the reset. When does Mawkzy go? Flick on. Oh. Beautiful. It's just so automatic when he's up in the air, and he has gone up a gear. Is this worrying for Mawkzy?
I think it is. It's when Atow's in the air. Like, that shot was actually not even that good. It's just the threat of the amazing shot that Mawkzy's like, I'm going to guess a fake and go low because I'm probably not going to save the high shot anyway. So Mawkzy tried to guess low, thinking mind games might come out. He guesses wrong, and Atow makes a big save here. Could be a counterattack. Mawkzy trying to bump and will get away with it, but the ball spills out, and Atow's going to chase with 0 boost. He's in a precarious spot here. Will he stay? He does. With nothing in the tank, little surprising, Mawkzy will get the clear.
Space to work with. Needs to find a couple on the board. Does he get the dunk? Does he find the goal? He will. Still 3 back. If this was Atow, he would have forfeited before. So let's see.
That's fair. That's fair.
Make the comeback.
It is puzzling when Atow was just hanging around there for way too long on the offensive side with 12 boosts, 20 boosts, and he was backwards too on the play. Like, he's never going to get enough power to put any threatening shot on, and then just puts himself in a bad spot where Mawkzy had all the boost and possession. So here we go again. Mawkzy trying for the low 50, but Atow challenges early. Mawkzy throwing it up high. Atow another big save to clear it out. And it's really about wasting down that clock. Gets the demo as well. Should be able to secure the skull. This might be a forfeit. We'll see. Mawkzy has not been forfeiting as much as Atow. It doesn't look like he's calling for it.
Yeah, he's got less time than Atow did in the previous game, but he has been winning the majority of the kickoffs this series. Let's see if he can find one. There it is. Wave dash, wins control straight on net. Oh, the flick though, and that could have cost him this, well, potential comeback in game number 5.
That's so hard, though. When you have no boost, you're just trying to do the speed flick as quickly as you possibly can because you know Atow's getting back in time. So he tries for it, messes it up, wins this challenge, though, in the open field. And he's only 3 down with a minute to play. Maybe trying to tell Atow, yeah, don't forfeit these, man, because there's still time. So Mawkzy still in this one. We saw game 1, the ultimate comeback by Mawkzy. See if he can do it again.
Yeah, well, we saw how the kickoff went there. He could have scored off the last one, didn't. The chance here still. Atow's going to leave, so there is space, but time isn't quite on his side right now. Off the ceiling straight away, you can see Atow hovering. He's got the pop over the top. It's not in. He needs to land on it. Needs to be blocked. He needs to be precise.
Wow.
And what a shot. Even Atow says, nice one.
This is Rocket League right here, right? It's just like incredible. He gets bumped as well. It's like, this is what we come to watch. It's just amazing shot there by Mawkzy. Just aerial control through the bump as well. Man, oh man, he's back in this game.
That's ridiculous from Mawkzy. 35 seconds. He's got really good spacing on this too. Atow could be in trouble if he finds top corner. Beautiful save. It was just a touch off target, but Mawkzy keeping pressure on. Atow throwing it. Mawkzy needs to turn now. Face up straight away. Has he gone too early here, Atow? Hang on a minute. We have seen this before.
the mind games in the midfield, like, so Atow thought that Mawkzy, he like faked it the first time, so Atow didn't expect him to actually try again afterwards, and Atow just driving on the ground, giving it up for free. 1-goal game. Mawkzy, big kickoff here, wins possession and boost. Let's see what he's got.
A chance. He's got a chance right now. Where's the flick? When is Atow challenged? Does he find the bump? He goes to fake instead. I'm not sure if that was the right option. 46 boost for Atow is more than enough if he can kill two.
And the demo.
And he might even just be able to walk it down the line. Will Mawkzy had a chance. Atow stood tall. He's kept this series alive.
Oh, man, that was close. Mawkzy, again, almost an amazing comeback, just like game one, and he had that last opportunity. I think he just had a mistouch and couldn't do exactly what he wanted on that last opportunity. But Atow with a huge demo to keep his hopes alive. We will move to Neo Tokyo, where Atow is on his last life. He was on his last life here and survived. He's got to do it 2 more times.
It's still, I'm liking the look of Mawkzy, but Atow did step up. We saw the aerial plays coming through. We saw the resets. He was, I think the big change up as well was just those instant challenges. I feel like he was giving Mawkzy all the time in the world to set up those flicks previously, but that game, he was challenging him. He was right in his face, and his timing was much better defensively. If he keeps that up, yeah, this is going to be a lot closer than probably what we saw in the last couple of games where Mawkzy really found his advantage.
And no timeout here by Mawkzy. And, like, I didn't expect one because of how he was playing that final minute with the big comeback. Like, I don't think he necessarily needs it. He can hold it for after Neo Tokyo, like, if he needs to. So we'll see how that pans out here, but keep it in his back pocket for now. Atow, though, trying to force Champions Field. We haven't seen it since early beginnings of Saturday. Let's see if we can get one here, CJ.
We did say, well, I might have just thrown it out there after game 2 or something that game 7 was on the horizon the way this one was looking, and so far there's nothing to doubt that claim, but that's a great start from Mawkzy to deny it. He finds the pop, the instant challenge from Atow, and he wasn't too sure he wanted to bite.
What a great read here, but Atow, yeah, just was a little bit too far away from that. I think he thought Mawkzy was going to go for the power shot immediately. So Atow just jumps a little bit too soon, and once that happens, Mawkzy can read it and do whatever he wants. So well done for him. Atow will have to claw back into this. He'll take it off his back wall, going for the full aerial dribble sends, but the ball's a little too far in front of him. Kind of just has to give up possession.
Yeah, Mawkzy was worried about the bump, so he just double jumps to keep it out of trouble, and now he finds the flick. Atow's ready. I think you just have to defend top corner. That's the only place it's going when Mawkzy's playing this time. Goes to the air dribble into the bump. Doesn't land it, but finds him on the way down. Just doesn't hook across the ball in time, and that back corner has spawned perfectly for Mawkzy, but Atow didn't need it.
Mawkzy's like hanging around, trying for these bumps, and he does get the boost, but yeah, there are times that boost is just so appetizing that you just get out of position by a hair, and Atow, with his speed in that open field, makes him pay.
Atow beats Mawkzy. Oh, there's going to be another goal here.
Oh, the bumps, though.
Oh, Mawkzy actually threatening the bump has forced Atow off his line, but he's turned the corner on the shot. Oh, save from Mawkzy with 0 boost. Ball is out of trouble for now. Has to dodge the bump. Has to, he's on skates at the moment, but he still cannot get 100 boosts to save himself. He is in mighty trouble right now.
And Atow does find the back of the net. And that's the thing, like, Atow can do whatever he wanted there because Mawkzy was on no boost and Atow had all of it. So yes, it did look a little silly, but Atow knows that he can apply so much pressure because he can recover faster than Mawkzy unless he gets some weird speed flick, which didn't seem like was in the card. So Atow, well done. It looked a little weird, but he kept all that pressure up. Wins a kickoff here as well and grabs both boosts. See if he can keep this pressure up on Mawkzy, who's on very limited boost. Gets the challenge, cannot get the goal. Mawkzy with a huge bump and counter.
Yeah, he's on now. 0 boost collected, just 1 pad. He's in big trouble here. Mawkzy should save in and out again from Atow with no boost. And he's nearly got a goal down the other end. Mawkzy has to worry about the own goal. Oh, what a switcheroo. Someone call the ambulance, but not for me.
Back and forth we go. Atow again. We thought it was in the cards. He's going to go through his net, make a great save, get the counterattack goal, but Mawkzy throws it right back at him off his back wall. He gets the counterattack. Atow chooses to not go for kickoff, so Mawkzy gets a free reset off the wall. Let's see what he can do. Kind of throws this one away, and Atow will take control.
Atow back corner. He wants that boost as well. And he wants his cake and wants to eat it. And in the end, he gives up possession. Mawkzy back corner with the 100. Both players in rear. Well, Atow's in a better spot, but you can see how close these touches are. Mawkzy faking, Atow backing off temporarily. When does he challenge? There's the flick. That's not the usual power. Atow might have been surprised it wasn't a bullet. He's got a chance now, and he's going to take it even higher than Mawkzy does. He's looking for the bump. He doesn't land it. Mawkzy, does he recover in time? Short, and won't find the goal.
Wow, and Atow does get back just in time. Mawkzy, though, he still has possessions. Got to flick it quick because Atow was charging in. Will miss the wide open net, and Atow has survived, but he gets demoed. Mawkzy, 0 boost. Does he have enough time to get around Atow? He does to take the lead.
It's a beautiful play. He had to go quick off the demo. He didn't have any boost to work with. But even with the demo spawn update, Atow couldn't get back in time. 2 minutes 12 for Mawkzy to maintain this lead. It's another delayed kicker from Atow. It has had success before. Mawkzy has struggled to read it, and he's earned himself possession. So that's been a mix-up. Mawkzy's wave dash kickoff has been so effective that Atow has really had to dive deep into his own lockup, find something that works. There's a shot on. Not on target, but Atow was a little bit worried last second there, Gibbs, that it was in.
Yeah, Atow was like, Mawkzy was a little too close to the net, so it's like I thought that was definitely in. But Atow, great backwards challenge here. Mawkzy will keep control, though. Well done by him to go back to his corner. Atow faking the challenge there, grabs mid boost and resets. Mawkzy, early flick. Atow will meet him in the air and get the clear. Just got to be careful of that counterattack on Mawkzy. He'll grab his corner boost yet again to keep possession.
He's done well. The spacing has been really impressive for Mawkzy. He's just kept Atow's arms reach, like right there, or fingernails reach, should I say. As he does go down, he's left the ball behind him. Atow underneath. Looks to pounce. He's got to be worried about the bump, and Atow going through. He tried to sweep on net. There's the flip. It is wide, though. But Mawkzy just so worried about the demo. He's just playing safety first. Means he's got 0 boost. If Atow can find a good challenge, he'll be on, but Mawkzy scooped up the 100, and look at this, we've killed a minute on the clock here, Gibbs. And Mawkzy's still in a great spot. He can get a 2-goal lead right here, right now, too.
He's wasting it, wasting that clock. Great demo there, and this whole last minute was about who's going to get the demo on who. Both players going back and forth, trying to dodge demos, not wanting to overcommit and get demoed. Mawkzy finally finds it, wastes maybe 2 more seconds off the clock as well with that 2-goal lead.
40 seconds, great challenge though. Atow has to score right here, right now. Mawkzy with 100, which way does he go? He goes to the reset instead. There's the pop. Mawkzy's up for it, but it won't be a goal down the other end. Still a chance for Atow. He's got no boost though. This defense, this play the last minute and a half has been fantastic from Mawkzy, showcasing his 1v1 prowess. Atow has to go, 20 seconds. He wants to find the bump or the dunk, something, but Mawkzy keeps standing tall.
The 1v1 main, he wants to make it to this grand finals. He wants to go to the major, and right now, he is icing the game, wasting down all the clock. Mawkzy will challenge Dralii in that final with a final demo as well. Congratulations to Mawkzy. We'll see you in the grands.
He denies the full KC granny, and the 1v1 main has a chance to stand up against Dralii, who's looking like the tournament favorite, but that was very impressive from Mawkzy.
That was just a great match all around. I felt like both players, there was so much going on, not only with the ball, but just like the car positioning on the field where they're both inching for demos or bumps. Then they have to back off because they might actually get bumped instead. So it was a chess match with the ball, but also chess between the cars as well. And Mawkzy did so incredibly well, getting some clutch demos in that final game to secure the win. A very low scoring game because, again, in ones, the average goals is about 11 in a game, and that one had 6. So well done to Mawkzy to try and change up the game plan there and take down Atow.
Yeah, it was a tactical fight, but that's what Mawkzy can bring, and we thought we might have been destined for Game 7, but in the end, he was too good, Mawkzy. He denies the Champions Field final and brings himself into the grand final. It feels like it's his destiny, it's his fate as a 1v1 main, Gibbs, but he's still got a massive hurdle to overcome.
He's got the final boss left in Dralii, who has looked unbeatable throughout these past 3 days. So right after the break, we will have your first ever European 1v1 grand final, Mawkzy versus Dralii.
walking on the moon. One moment to escape. You walking on the moon. I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been.
The stage has been set for our grand final. The best of 7 will be Dralii and Mawkzy. We've just seen them, kind of duke it out. Mawkzy coming out on top. An astounding performance from him. Boys, how did that shape up with your predictions?
Good, really good. I think it was an expected result, and I think if any analyst with some form of integrity in the 1v1 scene and knowledge would have predicted Mawkzy.
To be fair, I picked Atow over Nass and no one else did, all right? So I was just going to ride him as long as I could. It was unfortunate, but that's okay because everyone's wrong at some point, especially CJ. He normally is many times throughout a show. So
I got to put it out there. Has the KC buff lost its magic now?
No, not really. I think it was pretty clear with the earlier matchup, Dralii taking on Atow that went to 6. That, well, Gibbs, Dralii's just the better 1v1 player and might be the best 1v1 player in the world.
Yeah, but I think it was just unclear what form we would see out of Mawkzy. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on him to make it to the major because obviously these two guys that were left, they're both going to go for different reasons. They really want to win 3s, but Mawkzy, this is all or nothing for him. And because of the way his bracket shaped up, he had a very easy bracket, so we weren't sure about the warm-up potential. But Mawkzy looked great throughout this, had a great flick game, had great mind games throughout this, great demos at the end as well. So it seems like Mawkzy kind of found his form through all phases of that 1v1 versus Atow, and I think he is completely ready for this grand final.
But how on earth is Mawkzy's comeback potential so good? He was 0-3 down in that game 1, but this guy just does not know when to quit. And you know what? It pays off for him. How is he so good?
I think he's just got the 1v. He's been built up through 1v1s where you just have to have the mental fortitude. I mean, I can only play 1 game of 1s per month, and I'm done because it is a tilting game mode. But as a 1v1 main, Gibbs, you have to think that he's been there before. Whether he's 3, 4, 5 goals down, he's come back from any situation. So this is no different.
Yeah, he's probably had more time on 1s the past, 3 or 4 years than anyone in the game, right? So, and this is all paying off right now. It's the first RLCS 1v1, and the 1v1 main who's like, I don't even care about 3s. I want to focus here. Finally gets his shot, and he's making the most of it, and he's 1 match away from going to the major.
That's right. He's going to be facing Dralii in our grand finals coming up shortly. But the winner of that match will be going on to face the winner of South America live in Birmingham. But let's go ahead and take a look at how that bracket for South America is shaping up. I mentioned it at the very start of the day. KV1 has been looking exceptional throughout this event thus far. Do we think it could be potentially a KV1 Mawkzy of grand finals in Birmingham?
Oh, I feel like
that would be
that's
great.
Tough. I still am not counting out Yan. I feel like he's gonna get that quarterfinal game against Wisty. If he starts popping off and gets that momentum, I could see the upset there. But Swift on the opposite side, I think he's got that grand finals in the bag. To me, I think it's Swift, KV1, or Yan. It just depends if Yan shows up like we've seen him do so many times before, CJ.
Yeah, I'm going to take Swift. He's already beaten KV1 in the group stage, so a rematch there in the grand final, you'd have to give it to Swift. But, KV1's got that RLCS experience, or a bit more than Swift in the past. So we'll see, but Swift for me takes this one.
You know what? I love this whole edition of the 1v1s to the RLCS for the very first time. So have you guys been enjoying it so far? How do you think the season's been shaping up?
It's been awesome just to see all these 1v1s. I've dabbled in casting 1v1s before when Johnny Boy puts on tournaments and stuff like that, and it's always so much fun. And now to showcase it to everyone else, right? Maybe that casual fan that shows up and is like, where are all the cars on the field? There's only 2 cars. And then by the end of this weekend, I assume they're going to be locked in, CJ, with how cool it is, how the mind games, how the game is completely different from 3s versus 1s.
Yeah, I think the numbers don't lie either. Mawkzy in that series had over 20,000 viewers on his own stream. So, they're coming out in numbers. Well, give us a 1 in chat if you've been enjoying the 1v1 so far. I'd say the commentary's been average, but the gameplay's been pretty good.
Well, you know what? I'm sincerely hoping that we get a fantastic showing and a great turnout for Birmingham. I'd love to see the Mork competing on the big stage at LAN. I'm rooting for it, so make sure you go ahead and scan that QR code, get purchasing with your tickets, and you get to meet the wonderful CJ.
It's true. no guarantees. I'll try and get out and about as much as I can. But yeah, really looking forward to it. With the addition of these 1v1s as well, we'll just have to wait and see who will be that representative.
And it's going to be so cool just to see that 1v1. It's just going to be two people on the stage for a lot of money, but also a bid to the World Championship as well. Obviously going to Birmingham's great, but then to go to the World Championship on top of that for players like Mawkzy, where that's the only opportunity, he's got to do it here, then he's got to do it at the major again. There's going to be a lot of nerves on the line because these players are not used to that. They're used to teammates around them. So who knows what will happen.
It's been quite the journey over here in EU for both of you boys. For me personally, I feel like Nass was definitely a name that I thought would be in contention for the grand finals. Is that a bit of a surprise for you as well?
Yeah, like I would say, I think everyone thought that 3 players could be in this grand final. It was Dralii, Mawkzy, and Nass. And then because Atow took down Nass, he kind of got elevated as well to have a shot at that upset potential. But I think at the end of the day, I think most people would have expected 2 of those 3 to meet in this grand finals. And yes, Nass didn't have the greatest weekend. But for Dralii and Mawkzy, this is well-deserved, and both I think a lot of people had into their grand finals.
Yeah, I think you've got the likes of the guys that can peak on their day. Apparently, Jax, your Jorises and whatnot. But all the focus right now is on these 2 who will be going to Birmingham. Best of 7 for our city to decide. I'm pumped.
I'm hoping that Mawkzy's got his camera back on, by the way. I'm not sure if nerves were potentially getting the better of him. What do you guys think? I feel like this guy should be used to, being on the camera, being a content creator.
I think he just kind of realized that, oh, wait, I can just, turn it off, perhaps placebo. I might just leave it off. And, well, we get to stare at Dralii, I guess, more than anything, because we've only got one camera to look at.
And Dralii, he's obviously a world champion in 3v3 in his first year in the RLCS, now considered by many the greatest 3v3 player right now. So on top of that, he has a chance to be the greatest European 1v1 player. It is very difficult to be the best in both of those formats. So this will be unprecedented if Dralii does get the win. But again, on that other side, you have Mawkzy, who has built his entire career in Rocket League about ones. And this is that golden opportunity. The first opportunity. Can he capitalize it in the very first 1v1?
Well, I think it's pretty telling the fact that Atow has tweeted out at Mawkzy, "See you at LAN, bro." So is that potentially him getting back at his teammate? Dralii didn't have the most amount of faith in him being able to walk away victorious on that one. But you know what? He was right. So fair play to him. CJ, the real question is, are you going to be right with your prediction?
I know that the boys commentating this one will bring it up, but this is just destiny. I talk about fate. Mawkzy, the 1v1 main, he's taking on the man who, well, they made their debut together in their first 1v1 Showmatch, Dralii and Mawkzy. So it's pretty cool that they're here to potentially, well, one of them will be the first ever representative in the RLCS 1v1. But who will that be? I'm going to go with Dralii. I think that he's just been better overall. I want Mawkzy to win just because Dralii's already going to be there, but I've got Dralii.
I was right, Atow, throughout this tournament. I did pick him last time around, but Mawkzy looked so impressive through the mind games, through all the different facets of the 1v1. I'm going to go with Mawkzy here to make it to Birmingham.
I'm going to go ahead and put none other than Dralii forward to walk away victorious on this one. Mawkzy turning off his camera might be a little sign of nerves coming into play, coming into fruition, but from the fans joining us right now, it is finally time for the first ever RLCS 1v1 Grand Finals. The winner of this series will go on to join us in Birmingham and take on South America. Mawkzy, Dralii, it is now or never.
Well, let's get ready for the biggest match in one's history. This is years in the making. Mawkzy and Dralii both made a name for themselves in ones. Mawkzy obviously still making a name for himself predominantly in ones, but they started together. Now, one of them will be crowned the champion of the biggest ones event in European Rocket League history.
1v1 has long since been a window into the future. A lot of the players who are grinding up in RLCS 3s, they showed up first in the 1v1 world. Mawkzy is the exception. He showed up in the 1v1 world and he stayed there. He is hard committed to it, and now he has his opportunity to prove it was worth it all along. RLCS is in 1v1 and he'll be the first to score.
Well, strike it first. Mawkzy with the ground shot. Dralii historically has a great matchup against Mawkzy. CJ did mention that they debuted together at the same time. 1,360 days ago was when that happened. And Dralii took it in game 5 of a best of 5. Let's hope today can be just as scripted.
Dralii has had the edge when we talk about these top guys in EU, as Mawkzy is going to try and hook shot. Oh my goodness, Mawkzy. If this is going to be the level we're going to have all grand final, I'm excited.
Absolute rip from Mawkzy. Dralii tried to read the downward bounce and get clear. He wasn't too far off, to be honest. But Mawkzy letting his intentions be known early on. He's already taken down Dralii's teammate and eliminated him from contention. This would be, really, for him, the ultimate achievement in his career, in the path that he's chosen for competitive Rocket League.
As I was talking about before Mawkzy so rudely interrupted me with a nice shot, he is somebody who's played against Dralii a ton. These top guys over in EU end up getting a lot of matches against each other. And unlike most of the matchups, which are fairly equal historically, this one is actually pretty heavy Dralii. Dralii won that first one, and he's going to win not the start of this game, though, as Mawkzy is able to make it 3.
Well, Dralii trying to scare Mawkzy off this one. Mawkzy's not having it. He says, I don't believe you. I don't think you're going back for that one. And then he just slams in the open net as well. These are confident shots from Mawkzy early on. He is not holding back in the power. He's not worried about missing. He is draining these shots in the top shelf.
I think this is what we needed to see from Mawkzy. As somebody who commentated the Dralii Juicy game, I mean, I thought Dralii had ascended. I had no idea he could ever, you know, see a defeat or see a deficit. Right now, 3-0, Mawkzy has risen to the challenge at the start and is starting to make people believe, if they only tuned into the KC match earlier, Dralii's finally about to get on the board.
Oh, what 50 by Dralii. Mawkzy's actually trying to push this into the back corner, but Dralii manages to stop him and slots it bottom corner away from Mawkzy's recovery. On the board, it's been mostly Dralii in offense so far in this match, but Mawkzy's counterattacks have been effective.
Dralii, he's an early single jumper on the wave dash. Mawkzy, of course, loves that wave dash recovery kickoff. Dralii will do something where far out from the ball, he'll single jump really early to try and get that landing to happen even faster. Caught up on the back wall. Mawkzy gonna get a 4th.
Well, Mawkzy has no right scoring here. He's got no boost. Dralii has 100. And Mawkzy is still able to threaten a backwall demo, still able to get the ball into the middle, and still able to get a goal. That just shows how much respect Dralii has for Mawkzy's ability, that even when he had 0 boost, Dralii's still running away, still afraid for his life.
This is maybe the biggest 1v1 ever played in Rocket League, so you could expect maybe some nerves, maybe some tentativeness. I feel like we saw that from some players earlier. Mawkzy doesn't care. 0 boost. He is landing, he is dashing, he is forcing himself into the play like he knows he can do. He has done this more times than anyone else. I can say it confidently. I think maybe the #1 most Rocket League 1v1 games played ever. I would not surprise me. Maybe there's someone else in some other ranks, but definitely from the top guys, it's him. Oh, and right now, he's going to send this one up to the backboard. Dralii has a good chance here. Mawkzy on 0, and Dralii shoots it low.
In a tough position there for Mawkzy. Tried to land clean on the back wall. He got spun around. I think one of his wheels got stuck in the goal as he tried to land on the back wall, and he never recovered from that bad landing. Dralii able to slot it well away from him, and any chance of saving the ball quickly taken away. Approaching halftime, 2s and 4s on the scoreboard. Delayed kickoff from Dralii. He's got lots of boost left over here. Net's wide open, and Mawkzy gets back in time. What a save! I was ready to say it's going to be 4-3. Mawkzy had other ideas.
Mawkzy now quick back the other way, has an undercut. Mawkzy loves to be a pest. He loves to use the physical gameplay once he gets the ball near the net. He might have made a bit of a mistake here, but he actually had starved Dralii out enough that no quick counter is available. Dralii wants a bump, but he went for it so early. Mawkzy able to get the save. Dralii is still there off the bounce off the post.
Well, that's an outrageous save from Mawkzy, and we get to watch it again because Dralii scored after the fact. Honestly, a pretty unlucky bounce there for Mawkzy. That could have gone up in the air, could have cleared itself somehow. You never know what kind of post bounce you're going to get. As things stand, we do get that 3-4 scoreline. Dralii starting to come back.
Another mirrored wave dash kickoff is going to go in favor of Mawkzy. You can see pulling his camera to try and see what Dralii is up to behind the ball, and now parking it just outside the net, hoping for some 50s. Dralii going to do his best to collect and clear. and actually kind of throwing Mawkzy off of his wheels there is going to make this a lot better than it otherwise would have been. Dralii almost able to score with some chain dashes on the back wall. His offense is still going as he puts a testing shot on, keeps Mawkzy pinned in net on 0 boost. Can he convert on this one? Wanted a bump there, but went flying past, and Mawkzy now with control.
Extremely creative defense coming out of Mawkzy, and now going the other way, he beats Dralii to the punch. I think Dralii just got frustrated. He had so many chances to score. He lost his attack, and in a desperate move to get it back, he just turns a bit too cheekily, perhaps, and Mawkzy, such a fast player to those loose balls, second balls, up by 2 again.
Wave dash kickoff for Mawkzy. He's going to win the race to the corner boost. Dralii is actually chaining some dashes together to try and make something happen here. Normally, you're going to see players back off when Mawkzy essentially wins it that cleanly. Sure, it's in his half, but he's going to have full control of everything. And Dralii now with a rare miss. Flick high over the top of Dralii. Is Mawkzy going to be able to follow this up? He's going to fake it, make Dralii miss, and Mawkzy gets a 6th.
Dralii even gave him a nice shot in the quick chat there. That is a brilliant piece of composure out of Mawkzy. Never rushing the shot, never giving Dralii a chance to make a save, just playing it away from him and then worrying about the open net once it is indeed wide open.
So much respect for Dralii, and for good reason. You know, if he's playing against a different opponent, maybe he tries to shoot that earlier. He knows Dralii has what it takes. Now he's going to throw a delay kickoff. We saw this from Dralii earlier, but Mawkzy made the recovery. Dralii's not going to be able to.
Oh, Mawkzy throws a trick right back at him. Dralii nearly scored one of these earlier. This time Mawkzy does score with the delayed kickoff. Such an important mix-up, such an easy one to throw in. You guys should all be trying this. If you want to give 1v1 a go and you're losing every kickoff, just take a look at what Mawkzy did right there.
I lose every kickoff. I do delays every time. I'm not fast enough. Dralii, he is fast, but right now he's still in trouble. Ooh, what a save. Mawkzy should be around. Has to get a reverse shot, but it's not going to be an issue.
And Dralii's forfeited here. Enough is enough for game 1. That's fair enough. 5 goals, 50 seconds. Mawkzy with a statement win in the opening game. As Dralii just kind of fizzled. He was coming back. The middle of the game was going really well for him. But Mawkzy positionally with some really creative defending. You know, sometimes players panic, they rush back to their goal. Mawkzy is so good at knowing when the opponent doesn't really have anything, and he finds time to grab boost, finds time to build up some momentum, maybe threaten a bump in defense as well. It really is so hard to do, especially up against a player like Dralii who's boost starving.
Yeah, Dralii, I mean, the opponents don't get much tougher. When I talk about Mawkzy, I've actually criticized some of his game in the past because he's grinding so much that a lot of the other top guys aren't grinding ones as often as him. So he's going to have to queue into players who aren't really of the caliber of this RLCS ones tournament. Sometimes I think that can lead to him picking up some tendencies that will work against, you know, the bottom of the top 100, but it's not going to work against the Draliis and the Nasses of the world. The problem for everyone else, Mawkzy basically has a ton of warm-up games against the best players getting into this grand final, so he knows what he's going to have to do to beat Dralii, and he is executing so far.
Yeah, so far so good for Mawkzy. We'll see if he can keep up this level of focus all the way till the end. You know, in one way, this would be the achievement that proves to everyone that it was worth it. I mean, to me, it looks pretty worth it already for him to have gone down the path he went on. He's just chilling right now with over 20,000 people watching on his own live stream. More than 20,000 people watching right here just to see if he'll be able to get the win. Mawkzy, for me, has chosen a unique path and showing that it's viable, but that just puts more pressure on him. For Dralii, this isn't as important. He's already going to Birmingham. There's no pressure on him to get the win here to qualify for LAC.
I mean, we're talking about a guy who just won the World Championship in threes. You know, he has achieved the most. He's not going to be too worried if he doesn't become 1v1 World Champion. Mawkzy, he definitely is. But, you know, I think about how Dralii played, and the fact that he played so well against Juicy, he showed he's on the highest level. That just plays into how well Mawkzy played in game number 1. You know, it's tough to see whether or not that's going to continue, but this isn't just a Dralii on a rough day coming from an easy bracket. I mean, he is clearly peaking today, but so far, it's been the Mawk.
A good save. That's actually got down the middle of the pitch. Dralii with a good trip onto Mawkzy, as he would have had a counter attack down the middle of the pitch otherwise. And does Dralii have the confidence for the long-range air dribble? Oh, you bet he does, as he flicks it into midfield. Actually grounds himself and top pins with the double jump shot. That is impossible to defend.
Dralii is freestyling this flick, this soft flick to keep control. When I started watching 1v1, the only players doing that were the players who were actually freestylers. They were trying to keep dribbles going for extra time. Dralii showing the level of his mechs and so quick to slot that top left. He's combining the mechanics with the functionality with that finish, and he's up 2-0.
There's outrageous efficiency by Dralii. He wasn't even all in there, putting an unstoppable shot on net. The pressure is on now for Mawkzy. Dralii refuses to leave him. Players get tangled a little bit. Mawkzy immediately puts the ball over Dralii's head and then switches sides on him twice, forcing Dralii to put the ball in the back corner. This is still a great position for Mawkzy. Still trying to buff and demo Dralii as much as he can here. Keep him as slow and as out of boost as possible. It looks like Dralii's evened out the boost disadvantage though. Now the attack is his.
The power slide cut, the ode to Flakes is not going to pay off, but a great save from Mawkzy. Dralii is going to try and keep this play going, but Mawkzy on 0 actually got a great shot. He's going to put Dralii into the back corner and actually bodies him out. Dralii afraid of the demo, so he felt like he had to hit the brakes, allow Mawkzy to steal the boost.
Oh, wow.
Now he is going to be able to grab Mawkzy's, who's going to reset the field. And this is the aerial game that I think we're going to see from Mawkzy. He has to do it. A lot of people have to say, or often say he only has a ground game, but he's going to prove me right. Thank you, Mawkzy, through the air.
Yeah, his aerial game's underrated. Dralii might have the edge in that category, but that is an incredible shot by Mawkzy as well. The speed that these guys are firing on net is nothing short of extraordinary. Mawkzy immediately responds to Dralii's pressure on him. And both players actually getting a pretty similar hit on the kickoff there, but Mawkzy has far more momentum, far more boost. Dralii's position is looking a bit dangerous here. Can he get back? I don't think he can. Oh, he can! Dralii does close the door on the near post shot.
Now, quickly into an air dribble, I imagine. He doesn't want to let Mawkzy get a clean reset on defense. He wants him to react late, a fake. Mawkzy does not fall for it. As the first save, Dralii actually just went for the tight angle, tried to punish Mawkzy for not wanting to clear it fully into the corner. Sometimes players will get soft saves so that they can control it. Dralii was planning on punishing that, but not this time. Long shot should force Mawkzy into net, or actually he's going to go for a backboard double, and Dralii left, so Mawkzy missed the pickup. He has to reverse now. He could have had possession, but he has to drive back for it, and Dralii will take advantage.
Wow, big mistake there from Mawkzy. He had possession. He managed to actually redirect that ball upwards, and it would have been his, but he missed the boost in the corner. It's a classic mistake that I'm sure you're all familiar with if you played Rocket League before even once. And Mawkzy is punished at the highest level for it.
Dralii going to force this into the orange half. 8 boosts to work with. Mawkzy on full tank. Dralii unafraid. He's going to try and stick around the play. He gets a little bump and is still trying to make something out of it. Blowing this to the side wall. Mawkzy chasing him down. He's able to evade, so he actually created a possession out of this, falling from the skies. What a shot from Dralii!
This is just ridiculous. Dralii, with full confidence, comes off the ceiling and then deletes the ball in the top corner again with a backflip to keep it high.
Goodness.
I mean, it's kind of a sideways backflip there under the ball to place the shot. What on earth are we witnessing?
I mean, I talked about this the last time we watched Dralii play against Atow. He had that backflip save, that movement that you just don't see other people doing. Dralii is that guy right now, and this is the Dralii I watched play Juicy. He's back.
Yeah, he needed that warm-up game again. So he had the warm-up game against Juicy, what he said was his literal first game of the day, and he lost it, and then he won 4 straight. This is obviously not his first game of the day anymore in this series, but could still have that warm-up game vibe. If he wants to go with that copium for the game 1 loss, he can have it. And hey, he is running away with game 2. And Mawkzy calls next with over 2 minutes to go.
That is, I mean, we've only just started RLCS. It might be the earliest forfeit. I'm not sure if we had one any earlier. The rules don't allow him to do it much earlier than he did, but it's just a Dralii momentum thing. I mean, obviously with half the game left, essentially half the game left, it could always swap back the other way. Whatever Dralii did, Mawkzy could do himself, but man, Dralii really stuffed the life out of Mawkzy in that one to tie the series.
Yeah, that was dominant. Mawkzy had a few moments, but realistically, it was all Dralii this game. He had full control. He was dominant in every aspect of the match. And I think the one moment that Mawkzy maybe could have turned it around was where he missed that back corner boost. That was his window. You know, pick up that back corner boost. He's on the ball and he can bring it back to a 1-goal game. But conceding again in that position just completely gave Dralii too much of an advantage, which he built on. But what a game. The goals Dralii was scoring, just showing unreal levels of control. The kind of goals that I think contribute to, I think a lot of people right now calling Dralii potentially the best player in the world at the moment. When you combine all game modes, there's not many in the conversation alongside him.
Yeah, it's truly what we see often from these winners of these 1v1 tournaments is you have to kind of reach just a new plane that nobody's ever done before. Dralii is reaching it. Mawkzy, he's going to reach it, maybe not the way that Dralii would. I mean, he's going to, like we saw in game number 1, just kind of elite ground play, elite 1 specific play. That's what we're going to need to see from him going forward. The good news is when we watched Dralii get a lead or tie it up 1-1 the same way against Juicy, you could tell Juicy was holding on. I mean, he was just barely holding on for dear life. That's not the case here for Mawkzy. He had a really good game 1. He can bring it back here. We're going to start game number 3 with a delay kickoff from Dralii.
Dralii right back to control. Mawkzy does find an entrance to the challenge this time, though. And he wastes no time working the ball on target. Top corner shot by Mawkzy. All about the pace and the play here for the Frenchman.
Taking it off the bounce, Dralii swinging through. If you slow it down slightly, you force Dralii to make a decision whether or not he's going to try and keep going fast, which he really can't. You'll leave open the near post, so he has to hit the brakes, slow down. Once you get a defender to slow down, a little bit easier to break him down. Mawkzy will take to the ceiling. He actually really prefers this ceiling reset. We saw him do it earlier. The flip is going to get denied, but most players are doing it on the ball. Mawkzy likes the ceiling.
I mean, it's a more reliable reset. You don't need to worry about where this ceiling is, where exactly you're landing. It's a little bit of a bigger surface to land on than the ball, so definitely for wall takeoffs, it makes sense. Oh, that's an unbelievable save. Mawkzy baits the near post shot and then half flips to block it. Counter attack 2-0.
I was just talking about how people can creep out too far and leave a net open. Mawkzy making it seem like he did. It's hard to resist that opportunity to sneak it in, but he uses the post to help him out on the counterattack. And, you know, we've talked about forfeits a bunch today. We had a really early forfeit last game. Mawkzy, at least for now, showing that he's a brand new person in this game.
He actually inverted a half flip there for a cleaner landing. That is incredible by Mawkzy. Knowing that if he flipped normally, he'd land awkwardly in the back corner and maybe get demoed, he just inverts a half flip and continues a supersonic in reverse. That's ridiculous mastery of recovery mechanics, and it results in a 3-0 lead.
Mawkzy is mechanical. Let it be known. You cannot deny it. Just because he plays ones instead of maybe your favorite game mode, it is the truth. As Dralii winning this kickoff, or I think Mawkzy didn't go to it as it went into the corner. Mawkzy now with a rolling ball. Much preferred to have a bouncing one, so he's going to set it off the side wall and get a bounce dribble. He tried to slot into the opposite side. Dralii gets a touch, but not a good enough one, and Mawkzy will force it in.
Well, Mawkzy just really, this whole game, he's just teaching 1v1 fundamentals. This one's all about the angle of attack. He didn't have one, so he made one. He didn't, you know, go straight into Dralii's strong defensive position. He makes an angle with the pass to himself off the wall and then takes the ball across the pitch. There's no rush with the attack there. He's already got a lead and there's so much time left in the game. So he uses that time to build a better position. Dralii now looking for his first goal of the game, but that's not a good bounce for him. He reads the upward bounce way before the ball hit the wall. Double tap, Dralii nails it. He's on the board.
Impeccable double tap. If he tries to shoot this off the first touch, this is an easy save for Mawkzy. He needs the ball high and he needs to be a little bit closer to the net to double it in without Mawkzy being able to react. And he does that like it's free. And now on the board after the forfeit, Mawkzy able to get 4 straight to start this game, but Dralii gets the 2-pointer.
And the volatile kickoffs can result in extremely quick goals. Both players committing everything to that one. Mawkzy had no boost left over, so as soon as he ended up sideways to the play, there was no recovery. Will he pull back the aggression? No, uses all the boosts again. They're just going completely all in for every single one of these. That's a messed up way dash by Mawkzy. Won't be too big of a deal. If he can get back, will he be able to get back? No, he's just sliding on the roof of his car in his net as Dralii scores.
This is perfect positioning. Mawkzy covering a decent amount of that. Dralii sends it in and turtling. Dralii now. Oh, we had a 4-0 run for Mawkzy. Now a 3-0 run for Dralii. It has been a game of runs. Mawkzy not able to run away with this one, and it's actually another kickoff favoring Dralii. He puts it out ahead of Mawkzy and even launched Mawkzy with the pre-flip to tie the game.
Oh, well, if Mawkzy could just rewind time, I think he'd throw a delayed kickoff in here when one of these kickoffs, because he is getting brutalized at the moment. He's got to do something about this. He obviously knows what to do. There is the delay, you know, never too late to make that adaptation, but yeah, he probably would have preferred to see one of those happen instead of a kickoff goal in his net.
Yeah, and for the first couple games, these guys have actually been really good. We've seen both sides delaying, both sides mixing it up. Nobody, you know, slammed their head against the kickoff for too long, but Mawkzy definitely did there. And now what a read from Mawkzy defensively. He's got this into the corner too as well, able to pick up the 100. Dralii faked the challenge and then actually did, but Mawkzy read that and will get a goal.
Yeah, you just can't sneak up on this guy. I mean, the save on the double tap is one thing, but Mawkzy's vision for his opponent's movement, I think for the world of 1v1 is the best in the world, and his flick is the best in the world. You combine those two things, you have pretty much an undefendable dribble, and that's why Dralii wanted to challenge early, but not able to hide behind the ball in his approach.
Yeah, when we talk about Mawkzy, you know, we talk about ways to defend things is to not let him get there in the first place. Oh, what a save! Oh my goodness, Mawkzy! The power slide cut. Who cares what I was talking about? That was insane.
I thought he was going to just hit the ball into his own crossbar. No, the madman catches on his goal line, flings it into the joint, and then tries to retake control. 5-4 lead for Mawkzy stands. That has to take the wind out of Dralii's attack a little bit, but he still has so much time left in the game. They're not even going to be thinking about changing into a riskier playstyle quite yet. 40 boost for Mawkzy in defense. So Dralii's giving it away. Oh. That is an absolutely open net. And Mawkzy might have missed it. It's up and it's safe as well. Dralii with a boost disadvantage here, but Mawkzy has just missed an incredibly open net.
It's still 1v1. It might be the grand final, but it's still 1v1. You're gonna get that on occasion. Nice save from Dralii. Mawkzy thought he saw a window on that near post, but it gets covered. Now we're gonna take to the skies here off this bounce. Dralii behind the ball, late touch, no way to get in front of it, so 50. So he just hands it over to Mawkzy.
Yeah, the last two attacks for Dralii haven't been quite the same level as before. I think that one save for Mawkzy seems to be a momentum shifter, even if it hasn't resulted in Mawkzy completely taking over the game. Taking the sting out of Dralii's attack just slightly. Dralii boostless. He's got to be so careful here. Mawkzy shoots immediately. Dralii does get back to it. He's doubling it safely to the back corner though, as Mawkzy seals the boost away. So much boost stealing going on. Dralii finally can't survive, and Mawkzy's up by 2.
Mawkzy getting a bit of separation. That defense ended up paying off. Really, the whole feeling of the game could have changed. Instead, now a little bit of a lead, and Mawkzy is more than willing to start playing that lead with a minute and, you know, 2 goals, 1 minute. You'll see him play a little bit safer. Right now, he's going to take it back into his half. He wants to bait Dralii in to getting over aggressive and chip it around, although I actually don't love this touch into the corner. It's hard to kind of bait that when you aren't really in control. He does survive the demo, but Dralii, he missed it. Ash. Mawkzy's looking at open nets.
Well, Mawkzy was playing with fire there, but he did escape, and he scores on a counter as Dralii misses the ball. He tried to wall dash and chip that mid while getting a burst of speed. Missed it, and it's actually led to a Dralii forfeit. 3 goals down, 30 seconds left. He doesn't want to go for any more kickoffs. And, you know, I'm going to bring up what CJ brought up earlier on. Why not see the next kickoff? I'm confused personally. I mean, obviously this is a brand new event, so players are kind of learning on the go as well, but surely there's upside to trying a cheeky kickoff there and going for a goal and then forfeiting when it doesn't work. And then forfeiting or the most volatile position in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
He wants to go next. We're going next.
I don't know if the broadcast got to see it was going to be a diagonal kickoff there that was about to happen, but I mean, 10-second goals. They absolutely. They can, I mean, you don't need that much time. Kickoff goals do not take 10 seconds. You know, even a slow kickoff goal is faster than 10 seconds. So if we go back and just count goals through this game, I bet you we've seen multiple that Dralii scored that fast. So it's so interesting that he wants to get out of this one. I mean, coming into it, I thought, okay, the final, you know, we're talking grand final RLCS 1v1s. People are going to be a little bit slower on their triggers to forfeit, but it looks like they're going to play it just like they always have with show matches. I mean, players have done this in show matches, but I thought it'd be a little bit different.
Well, yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway here from these matches today in RLCS ones for the first time is you might as well see what happens on the kickoff, because you guys can take this advice as well for your own games. When you're 1 goal down, 2 goals down, 3 goals down, and a kickoff is about to happen, I mean, kickoff goals like for your side can happen so quickly, you might as well see if you can get one. And if you don't, all right, then you're safe to forfeit, because now time is really running away from you. But okay. Game 4, Dralii did decide to FF. He's down 2-1. He can reset the mental, get back to work.
And he's starting immediately in work in the orange half as he will now flick and try and chase down Mawkzy. He's going to make sure to pick up all the boosts. Actually, an interesting 180 dash from Dralii as he tried to punish Mawkzy for going to take the 100, and he might do so. Mawkzy bodying him out. Nice bump. A defensive bump will save Mawkzy.
Mawkzy knew he needed one more. The ball was not quite playable yet. There's a top right flick from Mawkzy, one that he's been practicing more recently. He's most known for his top left, of course, but he scored an absolute screamer to the top right earlier today. Oh, he pit maneuvers Dralii. Dralii's not going to be happy about that. Looked like he was going to be the player gaining possession. Instead, it's Mawkzy, but he's dropped his dribble. Looking for a way to get a live ball again. Oh, that'll do. That's on target slowly. Mawkzy, got to be a little bit careful here, but okay, it's coming. No respawn in time for Dralii.
I like the cheekiness. I mean, this just shows a level of confidence. You know, if I get in this position, I'm flip, score it right now. Mawkzy knows he's okay and might not get a little mental edge. Mawkzy loves the mental game, by the way. If you guys don't know about Mawkzy, during show matches, during games, he loves to do a bit of trolling, and now he's going up 2-0.
Well, what beats one wave dash recovery? How about two? Mawkzy getting another one off of that second single jump 50 and uses it to beat Dralii to the ball. It's 2-0. Dralii needs to just fully take control again. The one part of this series where he looked like the guy who's most likely to win, he was stopping Mawkzy's attack. Now, that's more like it. Shows Mawkzy how to find the top right corner with a flick.
And look at the way Dralii carries this too. The whole way, he's threatening like he's going to pick up the ball and flick left. He's got that ball positioned such that he's going that near post, and then last second switches it over and flicks right. And that's why Mawkzy has set up incorrectly in net. Dralii not telegraphing his moves as Mawkzy will hit a huge delay here to try and get it back going.
He really does wait till the absolute last second before dodging a potential demo. As delayed flick saved by Dralii. He just had enough hang time in the air to block that one. Now, who's the boost going to respawn for? Dralii's trying to get it before he leaves it. He got it just as he left the pad. Impeccable timing. And then he gets scored on anyway. Mawkzy with a perfect flick top shell.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Dralii getting the 100 maybe was seeing the light of day, but no, if you're going to put it right there, top shelf, there's really nothing you can do, and it's not easy to score from those close angles. But Mawkzy, man, he is looking like the 1v1 legend he is known to be. A wave dash kickoff is going to go over the top of Dralii. Can he get the angle? He does!
Drive kickoff for Dralii, sends the ball to the back corner, but he couldn't get back in time to stop Mawkzy's off-the-wall shot. What a finish. Mawkzy is shooting with some confidence. Not bothered by the open net miss earlier. He just slung that one in the middle of the net.
A lot of times we talk about the best players, and there's no question that people will see, you know, triple resets and they go, that guy is on point, he's mechanical. But a lot of times what it comes down to is just hitting the ball hard and hitting the ball on target. And that is what Mawkzy has had all day today. Every time I've seen one of his games, every touch is an absolute boomer. And that angle is not easy. Mawkzy makes it look easy. He is on point. Is Dralii gonna go full field? No, he's not.
Right.
So now he's in a tough spot because he's on 0 boost. And Mawkzy with a bump. Ooh, almost a save. Dralii got a touch, but it'll be a fit.
Well, that's the risk of going for the full pitch skim, is if you miss it, you're probably conceding. You lose all your momentum, you lose possession, and you do not have an easy way to recover. So Mawkzy up by 4 now. 3 minutes to go, however, for Dralii. You're absolutely right here, you know, especially in 1v1, often a really good way to tell if somebody's on point mechanically is not about the resets. It's more about the shots and the flicks. Like, are they hitting the ball cleanly? Are they flicking the ball cleanly? That's a good indicator of confidence.
Nice little fake there from Mawkzy. Says, I'm not actually going to that side. Dralii, have fun flipping away. I'll take it over here. And now a bounce dribble. Hoping to see some more bounce dribbles for some nice 1v1 throwback history. A demo on the side wall. Mawkzy will put it on target.
Dralii getting caught out. Mawkzy. Too good. And that is it. He can't forfeit. Dralii just tried to forfeit. You're not allowed to. You can only forfeit in the final 2/3 of a game. You can't forfeit yet, Dralii. He's forced to go for another kickoff. I mean, this is unbelievable. He's gonna just half flip and wait for some time to go down, I guess, and then forfeit. But all right,
is he gonna type it again? They're asking him, are you forfeiting still, or are you gonna take your free goal?
I mean, I guess to follow the rules precisely, he doesn't need to confirm. Whoa, Mawkzy! Just gonna send the pitch on target, which Dralii does save before confirming he is in fact forfeiting the game. But yeah, that's early in my opinion. Dralii is
for sure
not locked in mentally for the long haul. He doesn't have, I think, the full power of Dralii and will to win at the moment. He needs to unlock that if he's going to have a chance of coming back from this position.
Yeah, I mean, essentially before halftime, I mentioned before, but it's always recoverable.
Yeah,
Mawkzy had time to make it 6-1. You actually have more time than Mawkzy had. So you can definitely turn it around. I think the one game win, I don't know what it ended up at, but I think it might have been 6-1. I mean, Dralii absolutely popped off when he did win. And you're not really in a position where you can hand another game now that you're playing from this far behind. You got to try and come back in a game instead of forfeiting early.
Yeah, at this point, I think definitely. I mean, Dralii already tried the early forfeit, didn't work. So now I think you just got to play it out. Like at this point, giving Mawkzy another just not easy win, but just letting him win the game without having to close it out again it's such a relief for Mawkzy. Mawkzy is just speed running the grand final. Dralii needs 3 game wins in a row, or Mawkzy will be the first ever RLCS 1v1 regional champion for the European region.
It would be poetic. Also, no timeouts, by the way. Not only is Dralii, forfeiting early, is taking away some of his time in game. He's not even taking any extra time. He just wants to go right back at it. I can't believe it. It is going to be the Octopus in Aquadome again. Dralii is rocking the Octopus on the Fennec, and we'll see if it helps him out.
Well, I hope Mawkzy likes Grilled Octopus, because this could be his chance to win first try. Delayed kickoff. Mawkzy gets demoed initially off the back of that one. Didn't have enough momentum. I think he maybe killed a bit too much of his speed while going for that delay.
Dralii, nice 50. Has control of the ball. Mawkzy rushing into the play after trying to stop this air dribble. Nice read. I mean, he just sent Mawkzy over the top. You could see him turning his car down. Once he realized Dralii is reacting to his pre-jump, only so much you can do to return to the ground and make a play. Dralii, this is the first league we've seen from him in a while, and now 2 straight, so maybe we're getting the game going again.
Well, we're 6 seconds in. If he just did this last game, it would now be 6-3, and we'd still have about half the game to go. So I don't know why he's able to do this off a fresh game, but couldn't mentally make the jump to just do this last game or even try. But like we keep saying, this is a new event for RLCS, a new environment for these players, and I'm sure they're going to grow from strength to strength if we have more RLCS 1v1 next season. We do, of course, have more this season. A lot of you asking when are NA and Mina their next split. Sam is going to be continuing on into the night, so that's a big backflip by Dralii, and Mawkzy scores it as we're chatting about Sam. Yeah, lots of RLCS 1s. If you're enjoying it, let the RL Sports account know on socials.
For sure. Dralii, I don't know if he's enjoying it right now. I mean, I guess he has a 2-1 lead, but it has been a tough run against Mawkzy. He's got a kickoff in his favor, should have a side wall, something that he is really good at playing at. Mawkzy reacting, actually getting a reset to keep the ball in the air as a way to kind of go back and forth between the Mawkzy pre-jump, but couldn't get enough momentum to actually make it worthwhile. Mawkzy is going to kill his dribble, which makes it a bit scary for him. You see for a second trying to clip a demo. He at least bought himself time. Now Dralii back on the attack.
Oh, big miss on the flick though by Dralii. Mawkzy could see a mile away that was over the bar, and he ties the game 2-2 on the counter. Dralii, I mean, he's got every right to go for that, but he's missed it badly. Any kind of bar down there prevents the counter attack. The flat crossbar, it's in your net.
And it's a flick test. Mawkzy so far is passing the test when he's had his opportunities. Dralii not able to match him. Again, a Mawkzy pre-jump, not able to clip this one. He has been getting up early. It's worked okay. This time he looks a bit silly.
Well, I don't know why he just decided to pre-jump so early. The last time Mawkzy pre-jumped this game, it was textbook pre-jump, matching Dralii's height perfectly as Dralii air dribbled towards him. This time Mawkzy pre-jumped above the ball, which you don't usually want to do in ones. You want to kind of pre-jump in line with where the opponent's putting the ball where they can be. And that's why you don't want to fly right past and give the opponent an easy goal.
Mawkzy with possession now, felt the pressure of Dralii just moving close, not even really aggressive fake, just saying, hey, I'm here. He flicks it away. Now Dralii also going to dispossess himself. Mawkzy actually passing to himself off the ceiling. Look at the camera movement. Look down to see what Dralii's up to. He notices that Dralii is backing off, so he can go for a ground play. It is power slide cuts, and it's a goal.
That's disgusting from Mawkzy. Multiple fakes as he tries to mess with Dralii's mental even more. 3-3 on the scoreboard. Mawkzy again on match point, tournament point right here, qualifying for LAN if he wins this one. We often talk about these being the hardest to win, especially for a player looking to make it to their first RLCS LAN. Mawkzy might be doing it.
Mawkzy flick, top left. He's going to be able to finish it off. A bump with Dralii will give him the lead.
It's perfection again by Mawkzy. Textbook flicks, best in the world at this. And he doesn't panic after it doesn't go in initially. He just loops around, bumps Dralii away, and taps it in.
3 minutes left, tons of time. Dralii, I think now on his last life. I don't expect to see an early forfeit, but I guess you never know. I mean, it is only a 1-goal game, but Mawkzy has gotten it to the point where it almost feels like he's going to run away with it, but Dralii says no, he's going to put on his fourth.
Yeah, good shot, great outplay there by Dralii. Just read Mawkzy perfectly on his approach. Mawkzy thought he could sneak in, deflect that ball away from Dralii. Dralii ties it 4-4. As we get closer to halftime, it's a good kickoff win there for Mawkzy towards his back corner, but he does have to be careful, which he is, not to concede a goal while going for boost.
A perfect touch to pop the ball up for himself to pick up the 100. Next thing you know, he's in another carry, and you do not let Mawkzy get into these ball carries. Whether it's going to be a flick or it's going to be a double jump bump, he always seems to find the right decision.
And that little, again, the camera flick to see where Dralii is, saw him right in front of him, shadowing close, and he makes the right play. You know, Mawkzy's able to make the right play because he just has such great field vision. Such a good read of the game, of course, as well, but I think better than anyone else at throwing his camera around and just checking to see where his opponent is at all times.
Now he's fought Dralii off the ball. He's back into his favorite position. It's going to be a flick that's denied. Dralii, he has seen that one before, and he's ready for it. Mawkzy wanted the demo. He stayed glued to the ground and just tried to look through the ball to get Dralii, but Dralii survives. And now Mawkzy, big whiff, and it should be a tie game.
Well, what is it with Dralii and his opponents missing in this exact back corner, followed up by an open net? I feel like I've seen this before, although it's slightly more important circumstances. But these circumstances are important. Mawkzy with a big time miss.
Dralii delaying the kickoff to try and keep the momentum going. He is going to the ceiling this time. It makes sense for the setup. He's flipping behind the ball.
Wow.
Mawkzy not unnerved. He stays glued to the ground, but now reset from Dralii. Oh my goodness, Mawkzy stays grounded and makes the save.
Well, how is he so composed as Dralii's threatening multiple shots? Wave dash caught by Mawkzy at the other end. He's back in front by 1.
This was filthy cut from Mawkzy. He's been going for the Matundus game, but so far away from the ball as he single jumps, but surprise, he's on his way back. It just takes a dash, and he's got an outplay.
He's 100 seconds away from the Birmingham Major. Can Mawkzy do it? Or will Dralii continue his journey in an attempt to become a double champion? Really, he is one of the favorites at making that a reality. No attempt to the skim this time off the back wall. Mawkzy, plenty boost, playing it directly on target. Pick of his options for where to shoot the ball, but a wave dash from Dralii puts the pressure on, doesn't continue his run to the back corner. He wants to fight for possession. Oh, that's a great landing by Dralii. Didn't panic as he was getting carried. But now Mawkzy might, another chance for a play. Doesn't go for the aerial play though. It wasn't sitting too nice for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. Whoa, big miss. Oh, bigger miss. That was a free opportunity for Mawkzy, but what I really wanted to see him do was not decline the air dribble. There's often times in ones where a ball is headed up the side wall and you kind of really have no choice. I'd like to see Mawkzy be comfortable, but maybe just this 1-goal lead, maybe that's already enough where he's like, you know what? I'm sticking to what I know. I'm going to put this ball on the ground and play the carry flick game, though this flick leaves a lot to be desired. Now it's Dralii to the way, top left corner protects it, but Mawkzy bumps Dralii into the save.
Huge save. Dralii must have been so close to demoing Mawkzy there midair, but Mawkzy bumps it back into the ball, and now Dralii on the turnaround refuses to lead the play. He ties it with 33 seconds left.
Yeah, I want to go back to Mawkzy. He had that sidewall roll. I think if he's playing his normal game and he's not psyching himself out, he will try an aerial there. He has a good enough aerial game. Instead, moves it down to the ground, ends up kind of losing that advantage, and late in this one allows Dralii to score. Dralii with a boost steal. Mawkzy on 0.
What? Mawkzy thought he was going to get the mid boost first, but Dralii spun him out. And what a crucial moment that could be. It's Dralii by 1, 25 seconds left. Mawkzy's first attempt at match point is not going according to plan.
He's got a volatile kickoff. It is the diagonal, but it's a big win from Dralii. He's going to go for the safer approach to just back off, grab the midfield 100. Mawkzy with control, does not want to take it through the air. Dralii's not going to force the issue. He's going to stay shadowed, fake jump, but then does challenge. Mawkzy has to reset the play. Sidewall, you have no choice now. Mawkzy, you have to go through the air. He is going to go to the ceiling, falling down. Dralii pre-jumped in, too high. Mawkzy missed the double.
It was a tough read. Mawkzy going to make it. Now Dralii with the mid boost confirms the game win. Mawkzy was so close to sending us to overtime, but the crossbar trolled him a little bit. It bounced downwards. And now Dralii's got a timeout. Winner's timeout by Dralii.
I think we've had more timeouts for the winners than we have losers at this point. Dralii was one of the guys who did that yesterday. And I mean, he looked insane. I think it ended up working out for him. It was against Atow, right? We talked to him in the interview and he said, it's not that I was like needed to do anything or needed to like wash my hands or anything like that. It's just, I felt like I wanted to secure the win. This was when he was in the lead last time. Now he's trying to come from behind, but he just wants to secure his momentum. I guess he feels good about taking a breather.
Yeah. A pretty emotional reaction there by Dralii. Good to see him so locked in as he confirms the win there from behind as well. So great clutch ending. But what an incredible moment. That one kickoff to, I think it was 6-all, the kickoff that put Dralii ahead. He pit maneuvered Mawkzy away from the boost. And that was such a close moment. Mawkzy must have missed the boost by a couple of pixels. If he gets that, he's favorite to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, trying to race for those midfield hundreds oftentimes convert into goals. If you know you're going to potentially lose them, you might not want to race it, but oftentimes both players feel like they have a really good chance at it. So obviously Dralii and Mawkzy thought he was out ahead. They felt it was worth going for, but it's the inches. It's the inches in these games. And when you get to the ends of tournaments like this grand final, no longer are we going to see any one-sided matches. I would not have expected to see, the kind of performance Dralii put against Juicy, Mawkzy fighting against. And we almost for a second looked like Mawkzy might take it the other way, but no, we should have known better than that. Dralii is going to extend it at least a little bit to Neo Tokyo.
Well, maybe Dralii also knows, like we do, that it can be difficult for a player in Mawkzy's position looking to make his first ever RLCS LAN. It could be so hard to win the last game. We saw it this season with Space Station Gaming falling 3 times in a row against NRG in North America, regional number 1. And now Mawkzy is facing down the same scenario. I think he's going to be delighted that Dralii called a timeout, though, to be honest. Dralii's got a timeout because he's probably pretty stressed after that 1-goal game to stay alive in the tournament, to keep his hopes of becoming a double major champion alive. First ever chance, by the way, for someone to win 2 RLCS majors the same weekend. And Dralii is one of the top candidates. Well, I guess he's going to be one of the 2 candidates to do it if a South American player who's already made LAN qualifies to 1v1 as well later on tonight.
Mawkzy gets a breather gifted to him by Dralii. If he loses this one, maybe he'll elect to take another breather with his timeouts, but we are in to Neo Tokyo. Mawkzy going for the wave dash kickoff, his classic here at the start, but Dralii going to come out the better of him as he steals the boost, uses some chain dashing actually. He needs to use all of his advantage just to get back to the ball, so credit to Mawkzy. Dralii is playing at light speed right now with the dashes, and he got it over the top of Mawkzy and into the net.
And that one bounced off Mawkzy's car on the way in. He will not believe this. He just shot the ball down onto Mawkzy, and it just skims on target. Mawkzy was very unfortunate there, but I mean, he'll know that he put himself in a position where he couldn't react. He was too close to the plate. He could not react to the ball being shot at his head.
90% of the player, 99.9% of the players he plays against are not going to be able to chain dashes that quickly and get the ball to the opposite center of mass. What a save from Dralii. Actually, Mawkzy just cleared it for him. Got a demo still. Wait, how did he get that demo? It is still his possession. And Mawkzy with a respawning Dralii is going to force the issue, take it quickly. I think he kind of got ahead of himself as Dralii's now going to tap it away.
Yeah, I don't think that was a play Mawkzy had in mind. He's got to be so careful here. Oh my goodness, how is that not a demo? Dralii somehow doesn't get a demo Mawkzy, but chases him away and scores anyway. But he does get the goal. He probably felt like he would have got a tiny touch earlier. Server says no, that was not contact. Dralii turns around and puts it in all the same.
I was about to mention that they forgot about the ball. Like, you can't chase this far away. Sure, Mawkzy might want to survive, but you got to play some defense. He tried to single jump and half flip to see if he could stick around, but it wasn't going to be enough. Dralii kept glued to the ground, so 2-0 lead for Dralii. as Mawkzy finds himself on the wrong side of the play here, but a collecting catch will send it into the top right to boost steal, but Dralii's got more than enough, so I think he's easily going to be able to force Mawkzy into the back corner. Dralii sends one into the ceiling. Will he take this? No, down to the ground. This is Mawkzy's favor. It is definitely an air dribble setup for everyone else, but maybe Mawkzy, but he loves the ground game, so that's where he's going to go. And there's his flick, but he sends it just a bit high.
Now Dralii from distance scores again, surely. Can Mawkzy keep this out? No, he can't. 3-0. And Mawkzy, who was so close, he was seconds away from the Birmingham Major, is now seeing it slip away as Dralii piles on the pressure.
We haven't seen Mawkzy in a situation like this before. Sure, he's played 1v1 tournaments here and there. Nobody has played RLCS 1v1 until the past couple of weekends. Now Dralii, he has been there. We know he can clutch out in pressure moments. He's done it online, he's done it on land, he's done it everywhere. So the question is, Mawkzy with this lead, will he be able to get back into this game and show that he has that level as well? Dralii's going to go the length of the field, has a reset far away from the ball. The pre-flip, Mawkzy gets the save.
Well, what a save by Mawkzy, announcing his start of his comeback in Game 6. And, you know, we have to give Dralii the compliments he deserves, because he has been so complimentary of Mawkzy in quick chat. Whenever Mawkzy scored a good goal or got a good save, Dralii's dropping only compliments in the quick chat for us to see. And his reward is good karma. 4-1.
There you go. Always be a nice person. You know, an element of it too is like, I feel like he's almost kind of congratulating his shot. Like, hey, my shot was really good. Credit to you that you were able to get there. But 4-1, Dralii being nice, showing the universe what to do. Now trying to stick around with the ball. 36 boost, that'll do it.
Well, Mawkzy is so desperate to use his boost advantage. He's so desperate to start getting dribbling plays going that he forgets just how fast Dralii can be with 0. 5-1, it's a complete turnaround. Mawkzy, will he try to make the comeback happen in this game? Will we see another early forfeit by him this time? Ceiling challenge by Mawkzy. He's trying to shadow and match this one, but Dralii's got way past him wide of the net.
I don't think we're going to see Mawkzy forfeit. I mean, maybe at some point, but he is not going to go way too early. Dralii, interesting touch here as he's rotating back, trying to jump over the top of Mawkzy and get a nice pre-flip to get it clear. In the same time, he's feeling that bump pressure, but not able to make it all happen. So Mawkzy has to start the comeback now. We talked about it. This was the exact time in a previous game that Dralii forfeited, 2:34, but you know, this time the kickoff's going to go for Dralii.
He could, if he wanted to, he could. These are the rules we're running with. You can forfeit in the second half of the game, which we're now in, but obviously he shouldn't, because it's 1v1 and 4 goals is not too much in this kind of time frame.
Mawkzy has to get something going though. While he has 2 minutes 30, he does not have eternity as Dralii. Oh my goodness, Dralii is getting into the zone.
Yeah, I think Mawkzy made the right play here. He's down 4, so he's thinking there's a chance that Dralii misses this right at the goal. There's a chance he hits the near post. Both of those scenarios are good for Mawkzy. Nope, Dralii scores it. So, was it a bad play to stay grounded? Up to you to decide. Mawkzy, regardless of that fact, is down by 6 goals. And we are headed to Game 7. Mawkzy has forfeited and used his timeout.
Game 7 in the first ever EU RLCS 1v1 Grand Final. Another timeout, a winner's timeout, and now a loser's timeout. We'll see if that just ends up buffing Dralii again, who seems to play better when given more time after his wins. But my goodness, the cinema.
Listen, I mean, you knew this was happening, Fear. I knew this was going to happen. A lot of you guys watching knew that we're probably going to go to Game 7 because 1v1 is the most scripted game mode. Every single EU Salt Mine final, all 4 of them, has gone to Game 7. The only time I did a Salt Mine World, it also went to Game 7. So, of course, the very first RLCS EU Regional is going to Game 7, and it's Dralii and Mawkzy. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, for a second there, I mean, Mawkzy the flow of the game back and forth. Mawkzy had us being believers. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the numbers were with the time and the lead, but I mean, we were starting to wax about, oh, Mawkzy at land. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Dralii has fully turned it around to the point now where it's the opposite. Now it's feeling like Dralii's coming into with all the momentum. He's already established. He's fine with breaks after wins. An 8-2 win, forcing a forfeit out of Mawkzy. I was going to say that he wasn't going to forfeit, but he at least forfeits a lot later than we saw Dralii doing.
I mean, yeah, this is 8-2. Okay, it's getting a bit ridiculous now, and we are well into the second half of the game. Dralii's just in full swing. Mawkzy probably just thinks, right, I've got to calm down a little bit here. Let's just reset. I can beat this guy and make it into the Birmingham Major. But fair play to Dralii. What a comeback. He is showing the class of a champion, a world champion in RLCS 3v3. He's showing all the experience of a player going to the Birmingham Major as a top seed in threes, and a guy that a lot of us, myself included, I think right now, calling best in the world. If Mawkzy can beat him, then that will be, to me, incredibly impressive, because right now it's all Dralii.
So true. Mawkzy, you know, what you didn't think about is the angle. Mawkzy, he maybe doesn't play RLCS 3s, but he is a big-time 1v1 content creator. Maybe he's in it for the content. Maybe he gets to a 3-1 lead. Something tells me he probably wouldn't risk it in this case. It feels like it's never a good idea to let Dralii get all the way to game 7 the way he likes to play. So probably not on purpose, but maybe a content genius all the same.
If he called timeout and then ran a pile of ads on a stream, he is actually a genius. I don't think he did, though. I think he's fully locked in to the task at hand. And as if the drama wasn't enough, I think we're remaking the server in a moment. Dralii's getting some packet loss, so we're gonna just keep waffling for a little bit here while Dralii looks for his packets. But yeah, this is even more time for Mawkzy to just calm himself down and focus on the game at hand. Will that really help him? I mean, Dralii just looks like the absolute personification of calmness at the moment.
So true. I mean, I think about we've seen tournaments where you've had heart rates monitors. If we had heart rate monitors right now, I have to think that 1v1 would be blowing it out of the water. But the thing about that is an extra timeout. I mean, you're going to be able to bring that heart rate down. I'd have to think that there is some level of importance to that. Mawkzy's going to have more than enough time to really relax. And like I said before, he doesn't seem to be worried about that. I mean, I think for sure momentum was Dralii. So if I had to pick, I'd say this timeout favors Mawkzy, but I'd also say maybe the timeout after the Dralii win before probably favors Mawkzy, and Dralii figured it out either way. So
yeah, he was so close, and you're right. We were talking him up as as pretty much almost a confirmed attendee of the Birmingham Major. Mawkzy was mere 30 seconds away from making it. He looked like he'd won a kickoff in the final few seconds of game 5 on Aquadome, which would have given him an incredibly strong position. Thinking back to that game, if you can still remember it, I know lots happened since then, chat, but both players committed for the mid boost. When that happens, when both players hard commit to the mid boost and one person gets it and also gets the ball, it's a tough position to defend for the other guy who has to back down. So Mawkzy was nearly in that spot, but he got pit maneuvered off the boost, and then he is the one conceding. So small margins. He really was this close, but none of that matters anymore. He has to win game 7.
Yeah, everything, just what you talked about with those plays, every play so far in the series, and I know this happens in 3s as well, but I feel like it's really heavily in 1s. It's time to cash in on all the trends you've set up. Maybe you've been going for one thing the majority of the game. It's time to do the opposite when you need. There's no more chances. So everything comes down to this, all the kind of aerials and stuff that you hit. Now maybe it's time to hit a fake as you get defenders to move, but these guys are more than aware of that. They've stayed ahead of it on the kickoff game. I mean, it's the same thing there. It's time to maybe not go too crazy. You don't want to go, completely out of this world with a kickoff you haven't practiced, but make sure you don't just lock in and focus too hard on other parts of the game. You need to make sure you're doing everything, cashing in on all the work that you've done to get to this point. And Mawkzy has done a lot of work to get to this point.
Yeah, they both had so many matches against each other in the past. They're so familiar with each other's game. And conditioning your opponent is a large part to 1v1. And let's see who can pull out the mind games, who can pull out the mechanics when it's all on the line. Game 7 in the grand final. The winner of this game will qualify to the Birmingham Major to represent Europe on a world stage for RLCS's First ever 1v1 circuit. Mawkzy, not currently attending Birmingham Major, would love to join Dralii. Dralii going for the double. And this is it. They both said good luck, have fun. But only one will have fun when all is said and done.
Champions Field. It's not one we see very often, even when it goes to Game 7, because we love that Manfield night as us 1v1ers, but these guys are going to have to be able to do it in front of the bright lights of Champions Field and the in-game announcer. Dralii will be the first off the back wall.
Oh, it's a good try there for Mawkzy with the bump after losing the kickoff, but he couldn't recover. Dralii able to score, and now he's got a chance to make it too. A strong possession play. Just wanted to threaten something on the ball before pathing back to the boost. Mawkzy will put it over his head, but he'll know at some point he has to leave Dralii to whatever he wants to do here, and it's a full pitch air dribble. Dralii with the reset actually bails on the initial takeoff. Bounce dribble, top shelf, bar down, and oh, Mawkzy's caught it on the goal line.
These are the kind of inches that in a Game 7 are going to end up making the difference. Dralii so close to extending it to 2-0. Just wait till we get to the final moments and remember that play. Mawkzy now on the offense. Dralii has enough boost to work with. He's going to try and pre-flip out to the ball. It won't pay off if he doesn't connect, and Mawkzy will get the goal.
Well, I was ready for that ball to go just about anywhere because Dralii came in here with a ton of momentum in the recovery. But Mawkzy's done well there to control the 50 into the net, ties the game, 52 seconds in.
Straight kickoff, long way to the ball. One of the kickoffs that lead to a little bit more midfield play, but an intentional loss. We've seen Dralii do this a few times now, and it has not gone well, but he's going to stick with it. And this is maybe the first time he's gotten a clean possession from it. And now he's actually no sidewall dribble down to the ground. This is a mix-up from what Dralii normally does. Maybe Grand Final has him wanting to play a little bit safer as well, as he plays a more Mawkzy play style, trying to cut around the net. It's not going to work out. Mawkzy uses the last bit of boost he has to clear it away, but sticks with the ball. Was hoping to keep the possession going, but Dralii turns the challenge.
Mawkzy faking a back corner play instead, comes middle of the pitch. He's got a lot of angles available to him, setting up that top left flick. He instead pops it as soon as he sees Dralii making a move, threatens it down on the turnaround, but Dralii staying with him here. Dralii still has some momentum. Mawkzy with the boost advantage. Dralii sticks a foot in.
Did not pick up the midfield 100. He's going to try and go get the back corner 100. Mawkzy recognized that. He says, well, you go get boost, I'm going to get myself a goal.
Well, big mistake there by Dralii. Just when he got back into the play, he forgot the ball. You know, this happened last game as well. Both players forgot the ball. Mawkzy this time, the one who profits off the back of it.
Dralii, heavy delay. It's a double delay. We haven't seen this yet, but a cheeky mirror delay goes Mawkzy's way.
They both delay the kickoff, and then they hit the slow motion bronze, like single jump into the ball. And what a play by Mawkzy. Forced Dralii to own goal.
Just setting up that wall as he knew Dralii was going to be dunking back down. No work needs to be done from Mawkzy. Just stay there and be the one to help guide it in. Wave dash kickoff. Dralii actually really high off the jump. Mawkzy gets a bit undercut. They try and flip for the boost, but Dralii gets it. So Mawkzy in a tough spot now. Dralii, oh my goodness, the pre-flip flick. He pops it up to himself and gets the goal.
Well, once again, it's a battle for the boost that's separated by millimeters. But how about that for a flick middle? Dralii creating an impossible angle. Mawkzy was just completely lost underneath the ball.
Once you find yourself on the back wall, it's oftentimes hard to shoot. You need some separation. And once you get the separation, it's hard to shoot because you're on the wrong side of the play. But if you're that's only if you're not Dralii, because he's just going to pre-flip underneath it and get the perfect setup. As Mawkzy now up one, Dralii on the sidewall. Mawkzy ceiling challenge, actually tries to revert back to the back wall and makes the save. What a defensive play from Mawkzy.
He's still in a bit of trouble though. The fake ceiling challenge did bait Dralii into shooting the ball, but he kept control, stole the boost away. It's going to respawn, but when? Not early enough for Mawkzy. It respawned right behind him. It's a heartbreaking position for him. And in it goes for Dralii to tie.
Dralii shoring up the flick game. If you do not put this one on point, it may not be a goal. We saw maybe not the heat we needed from Dralii earlier. He is starting to find it as we are tied just about halfway into Game 7.
Yeah, it was hope against all hope there from Mawkzy to try and get that booster respawn for himself. The timing wasn't on point like it usually is. No, Dralii looking to score from an awkward position. Mawkzy trips on the post. He's still got control here. This time he will wait for the boost to spawn, surely. Oh, he can't. Oh, he's missed it again. But Dralii didn't know. He expected Mawkzy to make a hit. And now here comes Mawkzy with a huge dunk. Dralii recovers well.
Yeah, Dralii was in reverse up all the way at ceiling heights, which one of the benefits of that is you're already pointed down to drive down and recover. Otherwise, he would have been completely in no man's land. Now he's going to take to the skies behind the ball, just trying to put a little bit of extra on it by rolling it. Even that in the mind games of the aerial game can be tough to save. But Mawkzy does just that, and now Mawkzy swinging wide of Dralii. He's going to go for a demo eventually. It seems like he does, but Dralii able to evade it. Bounce dribble, tight angle, Mawkzy denies.
Oh wow, he lands on top of Dralii as well. Mawkzy actually held his car in the air there. He didn't want to get demoed on his landing, so he landed a bit further forward and actually got a reset on Dralii's car. Fake there from Dralii to dodge the demo. He's got no boost but still has ball control. Mawkzy crossbar pinch to clear it. Perfect timing.
That is such a strong pinch into the crossbar. It is not easy to pop it that strong out, and he needed that. So that was going to be a really tough position if he went for a soft save. But Mawkzy clutching up. We have been knotted at 3-3 for a long time. Next goal feels like it's going to be huge. Dralii, does he have a reset? He's got no boost left, goes to the ground. Mawkzy has the save. He's staring at an open net. It's the biggest open net he's ever had, and he will take it slow and guarantee the goal.
Well, a terrifying open net. Mawkzy takes his time with it. That was the smartest touch I've ever seen. Not too hard, and just makes absolutely sure that he can get another one if he needs it. Final minute of the game. Everybody, welcome to 1v1. If you're here for the first time, welcome back. If you are a long-time viewer, let's find out who's going to clutch up in the last 59 seconds of this event.
Dralii able to win the kickoff, which is huge. Into the corner, Mawkzy sure gets the first touch, but he's going to be in a tough position, and Dralii instantly capitalizes.
Immediate tie. Dralii turns the boost advantage into a winning position. Clinical on the turn, and we are right back to a level position.
Just insane control from Dralii to keep that ball perfectly cuts back to a familiar position in 1v1 the kickoff. This one forced a little bit more neutrally to the side, but it is going to play into Dralii's control, who wants to go in the air. Mawkzy no longer pre-jumping. I felt like earlier he would. This time he reacts and he floats in the air. Mawkzy doesn't get a touch, but he gets back down.
What a save by Mawkzy. Dralii went over the top of him to the backboard. Mawkzy adjusted, lands and saves what was on target with a rebound. Dralii had no idea Mawkzy could get back to that. He used all his boosts, and can you blame him? But 33 seconds now on the clock. Mawkzy again in the lead by 1.
Dralii never had a more important kickoff in his 1v1 game. What is he going to go for? He goes for a standard kickoff, trying to force it right. It's at midfield. Mawkzy maybe has the advantage with the wave dash recovery. He taps it over the top and a 2-goal lead.
Mawkzy with a huge advantage. He just taps it past Dralii. Dralii did not think Mawkzy would simply drive into the ball. But sometimes it's a simple touch that works. What does Dralii have? He needs 2 goals. He's got plenty of time, but kickoff possession is mandatory.
Forcing this one straight down the center of the field. He's going to try and box Mawkzy out, and he does. This one's on target. 21 seconds is an eternity. We have more time for a 1 goal. We could have time for 3.
Absolute cinema. And this is why kickoff goals can make the game a little bit special. Comebacks in ones are all that much easier. 21 seconds to go. Mawkzy has to pull it. Oh, what a read! He saw the delay coming and chips it top ends.
An insane read from Mawkzy in such a crucial moment of the game. It'd be so easy to autopilot here. And watching Mawkzy POV, that was fairly convincing from Dralii behind the ball. It wasn't the most obvious thing ever. Mawkzy, in the biggest moment, reads the kickoff and gets himself up 2.
Can he cross the line? Dralii does it again. You're joking. Delayed kickoff, and now he scored. What is happening?
I'm not saying I called it. I said we have time for 3 goals. It seems like we're going to get there. So many kickoff goals. This is why you cannot forfeit, even if you're down just a little bit. 15 seconds now. A slight offset kickoff will be one that maybe decides it, or maybe we have 5 more. We'll have to wait and see. Wave dash kickoff for Dralii. No boost for him, but he has the ball as he tries to make something play. Mawkzy didn't go get boosted either. They're both staying around. Mawkzy is going to pop it up.
Dralii with boost advantage. He needs to get the ball up in the air, though. Mawkzy's not going to make it easy, but up it goes. Dralii still 100 boost to 0. Mawkzy just has to ground it. Dralii has so much space on the side of the pitch, though. Mawkzy trying to trip him, and he's done it. Mawkzy qualifies to the Birmingham Major. Dralii did absolutely everything he could. One of the most scripted endings I've ever seen, but it's the 1v1 main who does it.
the 1v1 main, the guy who's going to have to deal with the most heat if he didn't clutch it out. Everybody's saying, oh, the 1v1 guy didn't win. He lost to the threes main. Dralii may be an RLCS world champion, but Mawkzy, he is planning on being an RLCS world champion as well. He's just going to do it in 1v1.
Just unbelievable. I mean, who said kickoff goals are boring? I mean, this is just absolute entertainment. It's insane. The reads, the mind games, the plays, and then it all finishes off with a zero boost play, just trying to score into the ground. But Mawkzy, he did so well, like you said. All the pressure's on him. Dralii's already made the major. Dralii, you know, he's not as invested in this event. This is 100% of Mawkzy's RLCS year right here. Well, unless he plays threes next split. But this was his event. He's put so much into this. He's even been criticized for focusing on ones. People saying, what's the point? RLCS is 3v3. Well, all that time finally paid off huge for it.
I tell you what, it's the moment I've been waiting for. It's the moment you've been waiting for. It's the moment Mawkzy's been waiting for. No better way to end it than all of us who love 1v1 so much. Mawkzy out there grinding every day, going live, playing against anybody who will queue up, and all that preparation has paid off.
Yeah, big respect as well from Dralii. Immediately, the second the ball hit the ground, he typed GG's brother in the chat. Well, he actually said it in French. I think that's what he said. But yeah, nothing but respect between these two. What a tournament, what a grand final, and good luck to Mawkzy at the major.
Mawkzy versus the winner of Sam coming to you guys later. For now, let's go see what's going on at the desk.
Absolute cinema. I wouldn't want it any other way, boys. First ever RLCS 1v1 grand final, taking us to game 7. And the first time we're seeing Dralii looking a little bit frazzled.
I mean, that was absolutely insane. This is, I mean, I predicted Dralii, but the storylines of getting Mawkzy, who obviously hadn't qualified for Birmingham, he's not a 3v3 main, obviously. Perfect result. Game 7 as well, Gibbs. It's scripted.
Oh, and even just like one of the last diagonal kickoffs was the first time we saw someone just clean goal when they knew someone else was going to go for a delay with Mawkzy. Such a clutch goal late. And that was the first time we saw it all weekend long that actually happened. There's so many more kickoffs to be investigated throughout all these 1v1s, and we saw like 3 or 4 clutch ones in that final game as well. That's what 1v1s is all about. Mawkzy, massive congratulations to him. I cannot imagine the nerves that were playing a factor on him, because Dralii's been here before, right? World champion, he does this all the time, but this is Mawkzy's tournament, and the target was on his back, and he showed up big.
Was he in his head rent-free? Because, I mean, for me personally, Dralii calling that incredibly early forfeit, I feel like at that point onwards, it was meant to be, like, downhill from that.
I think it was amplified that Dralii was the only one with the player cam on as well, because everyone's kind of just hyper-focusing on his reactions. But as you said, that last read on the delayed kickoff, there's the thousands of hours of 1v1 experience from Mawkzy coming through. I mean, the clutch as well, the pressure on a 1v1 main to get the job done against Dralii, who, you know, he's got bigger fish to fry. He's got the 3v3 to worry about. He's got his own team to worry about. So Mawkzy, huge result.
It was just peak 1v1, right? There was a lot of small errors throughout that get magnified because it is 1v1, so you see that, where they look like bronzes at times. It happens. Nerves play a factor, and that will happen in ones. But then you see both players. We didn't see any forfeits with 2 minutes plus left. Both players did it in this match, all tournament long. No one else did it. So just goes to show you that, like, blowouts are going to happen in ones as well. We see a big miss there. Could probably call it the atomic miss, and Dralii loves those, but it was just back and forth. Dralii, what a comeback for him. He put up a fight, but Mawkzy was just a little bit too much.
You know what? We spoke about the Mawkzy comeback potential. I didn't think it would be this big of a comeback. Mawkzy, congratulations. We started off this journey with you saying you didn't want to play against any French players, no French-speaking players. But I'm pretty sure you're okay with making an exception if it means you make it to Birmingham, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, of course, I'm obligated to play against French speakers at one point because they are just the best in the world. This was so shaky, honestly. My heart nearly stopped because 1v1 is so stressful. I've been working on this for like years. I was about to stop once because I wanted to focus on 3v3, and then I saw RLCS 1v1. I had to. It was my time. Like I couldn't choke this. I had a lot of pressure, but I made it. I'm really proud of myself. But it was really hard. Honestly, I was so stressed, and I'm just so happy right now.
When we saw that forfeit by Dralii with, what, 2:35 on the clock, and he wasn't even allowed to forfeit yet, you go up 3-1 in the series. Did you feel like it was yours, like, at that point? And then how nervous did you get when the comeback began to happen and went to Champions Field?
I think with my experience with 1v1, I knew that it wasn't won yet. I told myself just focus, because one game is really hard to get against Dralii. So even if it's one game, you still need to be extremely good to win. So I told myself just focus, and I saw Dralii. He was becoming more consistent, better and better. I started stressing a lot, and I told just myself, come on, you just worked a lot. You worked for years for this moment. Just don't choke. Take pleasure on Game 7. And like if I was stressed, I would just regret it. So I just told myself, play, have pleasure, and the rest will follow.
And talk us through the end of that Game 7 there, the back-to-back kickoffs. Dralii with the delayed kickoff. You read him the first time, he does it again, he scores on you. I mean, what was the feelings like in that clutch moment at the end there?
Like when I saw the kickoff, I told myself, okay, now I'm in his head, and I saw him making another kickoff. I was like, is he kidding me right now? Or is he gonna stop that? I was like, that's not possible. Oh my god, like he just slowed the kickoff 2 times in a row. I never saw that, so that's why I got like he just scored. And after I told myself, no, I can't choke. At this moment, I was really stressful because I didn't want to get comeback. I would make a nightmare after if I lost the game. So yeah, I was really stressed in the end, really.
Mawkzy, this has been 4 years in the making for you. As our first ever RLCS EU 1v1 winner, what do you want to say to the fans and everybody that's been supporting you so far?
I want to address a huge thanks for my community who has been following me through this event. I just wanted to represent them well, so I'm really proud. Thanks for the bottom of the earth, you understand. And also I want to thank my father and my mother, my sister also, who has been watching me all the events. Really, thanks from the bottom of the earth. And can I talk a little bit in French?
Absolutely.
Ok, ben voilà, je voulais vous remercier, merci beaucoup vraiment pour la force. Gros big up à mon père, ma mère, ma soeur qui me suivent, tous les fans, ma copine aussi, merci infiniment. Vous m'avez tous suivi, ça me fait extrêmement plaisir, vraiment. Je suis content de vous représenter de cette manière. Vraiment, j'ai pas les mots, merci infiniment. Et merci aussi beaucoup à Razmeltor qui m'a suivi dans cet event. Voilà, c'est tout ce que j'avais à dire, mais vraiment, les gars, je vous oublierai jamais. Et c'est pas encore fini, il y a le Major. That's it.
Amazing. Mawkzy, I'm so excited to see you in Birmingham. Looking forward to South America Showdown.
What did you say? Sorry, I didn't understand.
Are you excited for that South American Showdown? You're going to be facing off against the number one player.
Yeah, I'm so excited. And also to play at RLCS LAN, I'm so excited. You can't imagine, really.
Well, we're super excited to see you there. Congratulations again. There we have it, the first ever RLCS 1v1 Grand Finalist. Wow.
Thank you.
Boys, honestly, that was an incredible showing. What a season it's been so far for us. Any particular highlights from the two of you?
Everything. I don't know. That whole tournament was great. And that's what we expected. We knew that we were going to get some amazing 1v1 matches, and to just top it off on Champions Field, a 1-goal game where it comes down to 0 on the clock and there is still hope for the opponent was exactly what we wanted. But very excited for Mawkzy, not only to go to the Birmingham Major, but if he wins that, he gets to play in France in the World Championship, which that'll be amazing. Cool. The crowd will be insane for that. So very excited to see if he does actually do that. But getting a little ahead of ourselves, Mawkzy, fantastic performance.
Yeah, it's all stepping stones. We love the storylines, but he's ticked that one off. He's got himself to the first event, and if he can make it, as you said, it'd be crazy. But I guess to use Mawkzy's words, veracity. I mean, I love this esport to the bottom of the earth, and ones has added a little bit extra as well. This has been fantastic. I think everyone can agree, watching from home so far, that the addition of 1v1s has been huge. What a success so far! Just the level of play is ridiculous.
What a chaotic season it has been, to say the very least. Mawkzy has not only won himself a spot at the Birmingham Major, but also $10,000 to his name as well. From 4,000 players down to now just Mawkzy. He said, you know what? All of the French players are the best of the best. They're going to come out on top. And he certainly stepped up to the occasion. But as we revisit the South American bracket, boys, who do you think is going to be facing him live in Birmingham?
So live right now, Mata, the underdog, I would say, versus Swift is up 2-1. So right after this show ends, I believe we're going to throw it over there. So that's one to look out for, because I think a lot of people had Swift taking it all.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I had him as my favorite. So I'm as soon as this thing wraps up, I'm straight over there to check out the finale. If it's anything like EU, it's going to be a banging Game 7 grand final.
Boys, honestly, it's been explosive, exciting, and chaotic all around. But we've mentioned it already. The winner of this will be facing off against South America. But that is not all. We also have the Dralii Major as well, where the winner of NA will face off against the winner of MENA. Real question is, CJ, MENA on top, NA on top? I know Gibbs is going to be a little bit biased there.
Oh, well, I mean, NA have a bit of Sam as well. They got Diaz over there in NA, so I have no idea who's going to win that. MENA are stacked. NA is stacked.
Everyone's stacked. It's Rocket League.
I'm not going to predict. I got to wait. It's a long time away. Oh, well, not too far, but yeah.
Well, you know what? If you want to see all of the action live in the flesh, you can do so by scanning the QR code. Go ahead, purchase your tickets, and join us in Birmingham. Because man, oh man, it's certainly gonna deliver. But you know what? If you can't make it to Birmingham, all is not lost, because we're also selling some tickets for the sweet, sweet Dralii as well. So maybe you might be able to make at least one of the two. Gibbs, you're gonna quick fire experience, sum it up for me. How has 1v1s been for you?
It's been great. Really quick, I just want to hit on Dralii as well. East Coast lands don't happen that often, so if you're on the East Coast, that's where I'm at. Make sure you go there. But 1v1s was everything I wanted it to be and more, and can't wait to see it at the Major.
Yeah, storylines galore. Still don't like playing it, but absolutely love watching it. These guys can keep doing it if they want, because it is so entertaining to watch. I love the mindset, the mental battle as well. There's no excuses out there. It's just you versus one other guy, and so far it's delivered.
Well, you know what? That's it from us over here on the channel. And the next time you will see us will be from the 27th of March, live from Birmingham. From me, I want to say thank you so much to my talents, the fantastic production crew, everybody working behind the scenes, and of course, all of the lovely viewers we've had throughout. We will see you on the 27th of March.
Let's go!
children of the sun. Go on, myself. I'm cold, steel, stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools.